months, this situation has become more and more serious. So, apart from the Sky Demon clan themselves, no one else can know what the situation is right now. That's why the Sky Fox Demon Venerable has slowed down the pace of attacking major cities in the past few months in order to prevent the Sky Demon clan from growing rapidly. She also needs enough time to strengthen the Demon clan and prepare for the upcoming battle between the three clans. The war between the three tribes. Ye Bufan sneered, it seems that they have completely ignored our human race. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled bitterly. This is indeed the case. No matter whether it is the demon race, wild beasts, or even the devil, in their view, the human race is no longer something to be feared. Of course, although the human race is no longer a threat, the three tribes are still not taking it lightly. That is why the three tribes will not go to war under any circumstances until the human race is completely destroyed. This is the tacit understanding between them and also their respective bottom line. Suddenly, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, in this case, I will teach them a lesson and remind them that our human race is not so degraded that they can be bullied by us. The three tribes have already believed that the human race is not to be feared. Under normal circumstances, the human race should cooperate with their thinking and ideas, regard the enemy as weak, and then slowly grow stronger. But Ye Bufan knew that this idea was not advisable. First, although the three tribes believe that the human race is no longer a threat, they are still on guard against the human race, and they will never engage in internal strife before the human race is destroyed. Therefore, forbearance is not a solution. After all, in the current situation, human cities are breached by the three tribes every day, and countless humans are either killed or captured alive. Others do not want to see this situation, and Ye Bufan naturally will not allow it to continue. Second, the human race needs to win. For more than 3 years, the human race was almost suffocated by the three tribes, and many people even chose to betray the human race. If it continues, in this depressed and heavy atmosphere, it is unknown how many people will choose to betray the human race and join the three tribes. 3 years of perseverance is enough. Now, what the human race wants is victory, a victory that can boost morale and inspire people. Moreover, Ye Bufan also needs a big victory to implement his next plan. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. He looked at Ye Bufan with a trace of surprise and confusion, give the three tribes a lesson and a reminder. Without waiting for the Snow Wolf Demon King to think more, Ye Bufan spoke again, Snow Wolf, I will lead the remaining 19 saints of the human race to leave the Sky Fortress later, and what you have to do is to tell Hanfair this news. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, to tell you the truth, this time I brought 162 saints with me, and their fighting power is not weak, and they can even be invincible at the same level. However, I don't want to fight the three tribes head-on, and I don't even want to allow any of these people to die in battle, so. As Ye Bufan spoke, the Snow Wolf Demon King was startled, and then asked, Master, do you want to use 20 saints to lure the three tribes and use this to eliminate some of their saints? That's right. Ye Bufan responded without denying, given the delicate relationship between the three tribes, even if they knew that 20 saints of the human race were out, they wouldn't go out in full force, right? Won't. The Snow Wolf Demon King said with great certainty. The human race is weak, and the three races are on the verge of falling apart. Under such circumstances, they will never go out in full force to destroy the human race. They will only preserve their strength. So, what you have to do is not only to inform Hanfair of this news, but also to find a way to get the three tribes to send out as many saints as possible, because after this battle, the three tribes will definitely be on guard against our human race. Ye Bufan said with a smile, and added at the end, of course, the premise of doing this is that you must ensure your own safety, at least you must not let Hanfair suspect you. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. He was silent for nearly a minute, then said, Master, can you lead the 19 saints to continuously transfer and hunt down the members of the three tribes? You already have a solution. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned when he looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King. At least the Sky Fox Demon Lord won't suspect my subordinates. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled slightly. Ye Bufan didn't ask any more questions, just smiled and said. That's fine. Very good, Zhou will contact you in 10 minutes to tell you that I have left the Kangchong Martial Academy. Having said that, Ye Bufan directly cut off the connection with the Snow Wolf Demon King. Beside him, Zhou was already dumbfounded. It would have been fine if the demon clan had 200,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm, but Joyu never expected that Ye Bufan actually brought 162 saints this time, and that he contacted the Snow Wolf Demon King just to plot against the demon clan. 10 minutes later, at Wangyao Mountain Range, Han Feier was there. Sir, the kid from the human race has sent news that Ye Bufan has just left the Kangchong Martial Academy with 19 saints of the human race. The Snow Wolf Demon King hurriedly ran to Han Feier and said to Han Feier, "Kindness." Han Feier frowned. He took the remaining 19 saints of the human race away from the Kangchong Martial Academy. What does he want to do? After a pause, Han Feier looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "Do you know where they went?" That kid definitely doesn't know. The Snow Wolf Demon King shook his head, and then said, "However, that kid said that after they left the Martial Arts Academy, they went to the southwest." Southwest. Han Feier narrowed her eyes. Is there anything special in that direction? The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated slightly and said, "It seems that there is nothing special about it, right? So what did they want to do?" Han Feier was puzzled. Now, except for the major cities in the entire Shenwu continent that are protected by the eternal boundary, which is considered safe, other places are death places for the human race. The most important thing is that there are only these 19 saints left in the human race. The boy surnamed Yi brought them out. Aren't you afraid that they will be killed by our 3 tribes? However, since they are seeking death, I will grant their wish. Anyway, with the eternal boundary in place, it won't be easy for the sky demons to capture humans alive, so it doesn't matter to us whether or not we have these human saints. Keeping them will only get in the way. My lord, no. As soon as Han Feier finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately stopped her and said, "Be careful, there's a trap." Chapter 910 The Wolf King offers a plan. Sir, no, be careful, it might be a scam. Han Feier was slightly stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King looked at her and continued, "My lord, think about it, the human race knows that except for the eternal barrier, other places are dangerous for them. If that's the case, why did they dare to leave the protection of the eternal barrier? Aren't they afraid of being ambushed by us?" After a pause, the Snow Wolf Demon King continued, "If I were to ask you, since they dared to leave the eternal boundary, it means they are either absolutely sure to resist our ambush or they have some conspiracy. But no matter which one it is, we should not act rashly." After the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Han Feier frowned slightly. She naturally knew all this, but since the last great war of saints, the saints of the human race have no longer left the eternal barrier. Now they have finally walked out of the eternal barrier. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is right in front of them. Should she just ignore it and directly neglect it? If this is the case, Han Feier is really unwilling to accept it. But the Snow Wolf Demon King's concerns are not without basis, and we must be on guard against them. So what do you say we should do? Han Feier frowned. Are we pretending to know nothing? Are we just going to leave them alone? Sir, besides us, there are also demons and wild beasts. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled evilly. Kindness. Han Feier glanced towards the Snow Wolf Demon King. The Snow Wolf Demon King continued, "The current situation is that we want to wipe out the human saints, and the wild beasts and the demons want to do the same. In fact, the demons want to wipe out the remaining human saints faster than we and the wild beasts. After all, for them, once the human race has no saints, they don't need to continue to guard against sneak attacks by the human race's saints. They can just focus on attacking the major cities of the human race. What shall we do then? Prevent. Without the human race's restraint, how can we stop the demon race from taking action? Can we go to war with them? With our current strength, it is not yet time to go to war with the Sky Demon clan. Even if we join forces with the savage beasts, our overall strength is not much stronger than the Sky Demons, and by that time, the savage beasts may not be reliable. In this case, we can only allow the Sky Demons to attack the city, and their strength will become stronger and stronger. By then we will be raising a tiger to cause trouble." As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Han Feier's brows tightened even more. She analyzed various possibilities in her mind, and after a moment, she said, "You know this, I know this, and the Sky Demon clan knows it too. Even if we don't take action, they may not necessarily not take action, and the result will still be the same, right? Then let them do it." The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled evilly. "My lord, think about it, the human race now has at least 20 saints, including that kid named Yi. If the Sky Demon clan wants to take action, they will have to pay a heavy price for it. When the time comes, we can definitely let him have a fight with the snipe and the clam, and the fisherman will benefit. You can think of it, but the demon clan can't think of it. Han Fair raised her eyebrows. Then let's waste time with them. Anyway, what we need now is time. The presence or absence of the human saint will not have much impact on us. On the contrary, the longer we delay, the better it will be for us. The Snow Wolf Demon King said with a smile. At the end, he added, of course, if the master insists that the Sky Demon clan take action, I do have a plan. What's the plan? This. The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated for a moment and said, this plan of mine requires me to betray you, sir. Kindness. Han Fair frowned and said, what's the plan? Tell me about it. It's like this. The Snow Wolf Demon King said slowly, you know, sir, I have a good relationship with several demons in private. Of course, this is because they took the initiative to make friends with me. When the time comes, I can tell them the news that the human saint has left the eternal barrier. Of course, I can also tell them that you, sir, do not intend to take action. As for why you do not want to take action, because you need time and do not want to see the human saints all destroyed so quickly. Then I will reveal to them a little bit about the forces you have secretly cultivated, such as my wolf tribe has 50,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm. Kindness. Han Fire's eyes lit up. You want to use this to put pressure on the Sky Demon clan. That's right. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not deny it and said, once they know some of the strength of my demon race, they will definitely not sit there and wait for death. They will definitely take action. But what makes you believe them? Han Fair frowned. Don't forget, you are still a member of my demon clan. The demon clan may not believe you. They may even think that we did it on purpose so that they can take action against the human race. If we fail to gain anything, it will make them more wary of us. Hey, sir, don't you know that I am very greedy and selfish? The Snow Wolf Demon King said with a smile. Kindness. Han Fair was puzzled. The Snow Wolf Demon King said slowly, over the years, the Sky Demon clan has given me a lot of benefits. You know this, sir. There have even been a few times when they have intentionally or unintentionally reminded me that they can help me improve my cultivation. What are they for? It's not to win over subordinates. This time, I can take advantage of this and ask them to help me improve my cultivation. Then I can ask for a lot of benefits and tell them the news. Do you think they will believe it? Even if I can't believe it completely, I will believe it halfway. When necessary, subordinates can even submit to them. Of course, the prerequisite is that they must give them enough benefits. In short, the subordinates should give them an illusion that as long as there are benefits, the subordinates will do anything. In this case, combined with the rapid increase in the strength of our demon race, the Sky Demon race may not be unwilling to take action. As long as they take action, by then we will surely be able to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Of course, the premise is before that, you'd better consult with the Barbarian Lord. If we want to take action, we must join forces with the barbarians. Otherwise, with our own strength, even if we face the first ever heavenly demon, we won't get much benefit. At that time, it will only benefit the barbarian beast clan. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Han Fire's mouth twitched. Fortunately, you are a member of my demon clan, otherwise even if you have reached the peak of the Saint Realm, I am afraid I will kill you at all costs. This wolf is simply too despicable, too cunning, and too despicable. Hey, the Snow Wolf Demon King smiled awkwardly, Your Excellency is too kind. As a member of the demon clan, I will naturally sacrifice my life for the rise of our great demon clan. As for any enemies from other clans, I will kill them at all costs, regardless of the means used. With you in the demon clan, there is no need to worry about not accomplishing great things. Han Fire's expression became serious, and she said, just do what you said just now. As for the barbarians, don't worry. As long as the human saints are destroyed and the sky demons are severely damaged, even if I don't go looking for them, the barbarians will come looking for me. After all, by now, the barbarians must have realized that the threat of the sky demons is far greater than that of the human race. Yes, sir. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled slightly and thought to himself, you idiot, my master is your biggest threat. What monsters, barbarians, and demons. Once my lord appears, I will torture you to death in minutes. In the deepest part of Wangyao Mountain Range, outside the Eternal Abyss, is the territory of the Sky Demon clan. This is a flat and desolate area in the Wangyao Mountains, where the demon clan members are stationed today. In 3 years, through the method of human blood sacrifice, the number of members of the Sky Demon clan has exceeded 100. Although the number is small, their strength is unquestionable. After all, each of these Sky Demons is a powerful person who has entered the Saint Realm. And this is also the reason why the Yao and Man clan can suppress them. Otherwise in 3 years, the number of Sky Demons that descended on the Shenwu continent would be far more than these, and the Sky Demons that came would definitely be at the peak of the Saint Realm. But there is no way, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Now the Heavenly Demon clan is unable to contend with both the Demon and Barbarian clan at the same time, so they can only control the number and strength of Heavenly Demons entering the Shenwu continent according to the agreement with the Demon and Barbarian clan. Of course, this is only a surface phenomenon. Secretly, whether it is the Demon clan or the wild beasts, they all know very well that the strength of today's demon is far from this. As for how much strength they have hidden, only the Demon clan themselves know. However, the hidden strength of the Sky Demon clan would not be too strong. After all, they are watched by the Monster and Barbarian clan, so the Sky Demon clan dare not act too aggressively in secret, so they are also subject to certain restrictions. The night is as quiet as water. Taking advantage of the night, the Snow Wolf Demon King came quietly. Why is Chief Wolf here in the middle of the night? Outside the demonic territory, one of the 2 demons in charge of martial law looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said with a smile. Lord Wolf wants to discuss important matters with your Lord Demon Envoy. The Snow Wolf Demon King said without reservation. The 2 demons were stunned. Important. Of course, otherwise why would Lord Wolf come here in the middle of the night? In that case, please do as you please, Master Wolf. You are not unfamiliar with our place anyway. Well, don't forget the old rules. Clear. The Snow Wolf Demon King nodded, and then walked directly into the Demon clan camp. Whoosh. The moment the Snow Wolf Demon King entered the camp, the 2 great demons had already left. They had only one goal, which was to search to see if the Snow Wolf Demon King was being followed. It is obvious that this is not the first time that the Snow Wolf Demon King has come to the territory of the Sky Demon clan. The Demon territory, the Demon camp. The so-called Demon Envoy is the apostle of the Demon King. In fact, the Snow Wolf Demon King doesn't know what the concept is. He only knows that among all the demons in the Shenwu continent, this Demon Envoy has the final say in everything. Haha, what brings you here in the middle of the night, Brother Wolf? Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King who entered his tent, the Heavenly Demon Envoy smiled and said, if the Snow Wolf Demon King had not been born with 4 hooves, the Heavenly Demon Envoy would definitely give him a big hug, and the attitude would be as enthusiastic as it could be. Isn't it that money is tight recently? Looking at the Demon Envoy in front of him, the Snow Wolf Demon King said without hesitation. The Demon Envoy couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn it, you want benefits if you want them, but can you at least be a little more subtle? Cursing in his heart, the Heavenly Demon Envoy smiled and said, okay, I have already said it before, we are brothers, if you have any difficulties, just come to me. Come, Brother Wolf, sit down first. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not hesitate, and actually just lay down beside the table. After taking his seat, Tianmo took out a Zumi ring and placed it in front of the Snow Wolf Demon King, saying, here, take these 10 billion yuanshi first, brother. If you don't have enough, come to me. I don't have much, but I have a lot of yuanshi. Thank you, brother. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled and put away the Sumeru ring. We are close friends, so it would be awkward to be so polite. The Demon Envoy of Heaven said with a smile, but he felt a pain in his heart. In the past 2 years, the yuanshi he bribed, the Snow Wolf Demon King with has already exceeded 50 billion. Just because this despicable wolf is too greedy and shameless, he is simply an ungrateful wolf who can never be satisfied. But there was nothing he could do, because he was the chief steward of the wolf clan, and because the demon clan wanted to win over the other side. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon envoy suddenly changed the subject and asked, brother, besides being short of money, do you have anything else to do this time? I wonder what Big Brother thinks of the current situation in Shenwu continent. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not hesitate to ask directly. Kindness. The Sky Demon Envoy was stunned. He looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said hesitantly, what do you mean, brother? The human race is now at the end of its strength and can be broken at any time. The more it is at this time, the more delicate and tense the relationship between our three races will be. I don't need to say more, Big Brother must understand that once all the saints of the human race fall, it will not be long before our three races fight. The Snow Wolf Demon King spoke slowly, and the Heavenly Demon Envoy listened quietly. I came here today, not only to ask for help from Big Brother, but also to bring a piece of news, an important piece of news that concerns the future of Shenwu. Kindness. The demon envoy of the heavenly demon looked stern and asked, "Brother, what important news?" Well, the Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated. Son of a bitch. Seeing this, the demon envoy cursed in his heart, but smiled and took out a zumi ring. Brother, 10 billion stones, you take the flowers first. Brother, how can this be so embarrassing? As the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke, he put away the Sumeru ring. The demon envoy's mouth twitched. You bastard, why are you taking it? If you have the guts, just don't take it. That. Before the demon envoy could think about it, the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke again. Brother, although we are brothers, as the saying goes, brothers must also settle accounts clearly, so before I tell you this news, you must agree to two conditions first. You say. The demon envoy waved his hand. Snow Wolf Demon King Dao. First, Big Brother must give me the top-level Holy Soldier armor that you promised me before, which was tailor-made for me. That is, the pseudo-divine soldier that Big Brother mentioned. Second, Big Brother must help me improve my cultivation to the peak of the Saint Realm. This. Suddenly, the demon envoy hesitated slightly. Be it a pseudo-divine weapon or an improvement in cultivation, this is his last bargaining chip to win over the Snow Wolf Demon King. If possible, he really doesn't want to hand it over to the Snow Wolf Demon King so early. Let's not talk about pseudo-divine weapons, let's just talk about improving one's cultivation. This is a unique secret technique of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Although it can help others improve their cultivation, the price to pay is not small. For example, to help the Snow Wolf Demon King advance from the initial stage of the Saint Realm to the peak of the Saint Realm, it would require two heavenly demons at the peak of the Saint Realm to transfer their own cultivation. Once their cultivation is transferred, it would be equivalent to the two demons who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm being ruined forever. To put it simply, it means that two powerful people who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm are exchanged for one person to advance to the peak of the Saint Realm. Moreover, this secret technique can be transferred between the same levels. To put it bluntly, two peak saints can be exchanged for one peak saint, and two high-level saints can only be exchanged for one high-level saint. The same applies to other realms, and it is only effective below the divine realm. For this reason, if the demon clan helps the Snow Wolf Demon King advance to the peak of sainthood, the price they will pay will definitely be high. Moreover, the Snow Wolf Demon King now wants a pseudo-divine weapon. The value of a pseudo-divine weapon is beyond doubt. Now these two only exchange one message. In the eyes of the demon envoy, this news must be very important, but he still feels that it is not worth it. The Snow Wolf Demon King naturally knew the concerns of the heavenly demon envoy, so he said, "Brother, maybe you think my request is unreasonable, but I don't think so, because this news involves too many things, and I must plan for myself. To put it bluntly, although I am now the chief steward of the demon tribe, my own strength is too weak. Therefore, before I tell you this news, I must make sure that if this news leaks out and the situation changes drastically, I can absolutely protect myself." This. Upon hearing this, Tianmo's heart couldn't help but shudder, and he looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King with horror. Will a piece of news trigger a huge change in Shenwu? Is the Snow Wolf Demon King looking for a way out for himself? Without waiting for the demon envoy to think, the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke again. Of course, to show my sincerity, in addition to this news, my 9 wolf tribes are willing to obey the orders of Big Brother in the future, and we will go through fire and water without hesitation. Chapter 911 Lord Wolf will destroy you in a matter of minutes. Of course, to show our sincerity, in addition to this news, our 9 wolf tribes are willing to obey Big Brother's orders in the future, and we will go through fire and water without hesitation. The Snow Wolf Demon King's words made the heavenly demon envoy's heart tremble uncontrollably. If it were under normal circumstances, the Snow Wolf Demon King would be willing to lead the 9 wolf tribes to submit to the Sky Demon tribe, and the Sky Demon envoy would naturally be happy and even excited. After all, although the Sky Demon clan has hundreds of saints in the Shenwu continent, there is not a single member below the Saint Realm. On the other hand, the Monster and Barbarian clan have 2 large armies in addition to Saint Realm powerhouses. If the 9 wolf clans submit to the Sky Demon clan, then the Sky Demon clan's strength in the Shenwu continent will increase dramatically. Although it cannot be compared with the 2 large armies, it can also make up for the Sky Demon clan's shortcomings in this regard. This is also one of the reasons why the Sky Demon clan has deliberately tried to win over the Snow Wolf Demon King in recent years. But now, what the Demon Envoy of Heaven cares about is no longer the surrender of the 9 wolf tribes, but the news from the Snow Wolf Demon King. What kind of important news could prompt the Snow Wolf Demon King to make such a decision? Does he intend to surrender to the Heavenly Demon clan? No, he is seeking self-protection. Brother, is this news you mentioned really that important? Or is it really that serious? Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, the Demon Envoy of Heaven asked in a deep voice. Have, the Snow Wolf Demon King said solemnly. Call. The Sky Demon Envoy couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, then he looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, Brother, this decision involves too many people, I must discuss it with other tribesmen, how about you wait here for a while? Kindness. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned, then said, okay. At the end, he added, but, big brother, you'd better hurry up. If I take too long to come out, it will be bad if Lord Sky Fox finds out. No problem, wait a moment, brother. After leaving a few words, the Demon Envoy left the tent immediately. Seeing the Demon Envoy of the Sky leave, the Snow Wolf Demon King's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Go discuss it with other tribesmen. Bullshit. After all these years of getting along, the Snow Wolf Demon King already had a preliminary understanding of the Sky Demon clan. This is a race with a strict hierarchy and supreme royal authority. As the supreme commander of the Shenwu continent, all the demons here must obey his orders completely. Even if he orders other demons to die, they will not hesitate at all. This is royal power, but even more so, slavery. Now the Demon Envoy of Heavenly Demon actually said that he wanted to go and discuss things with other heavenly demons. In the opinion of the Snow Wolf Demon King, there must be a demon who is higher in rank than the Demon Envoy on this Shenwu continent. This kind of transcendence is not only in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of status. In the Shenwu continent, in the Heavenly Demon camp, there must be others above the Demon Envoy. This news shocked the Snow Wolf Demon King. It seems that the Demon Envoy has reached the peak of the Holy Realm, and it is also possible that his cultivation has been suppressed. What about the people above the Demon Envoy? It must be the fusion of souls without a doubt. 10 minutes later, the Heavenly Demon Envoy came back, but this time he was not alone, he was accompanied by 2 other members of the Heavenly Demon clan. Brother, what are you doing? Looking at the 2 demons behind the Demon Envoy, the Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but ask. Brother, I agree to your conditions. As he spoke, the Demon Envoy pointed to the 2 demons behind him and said, these are 2 of our clan's Peak Saint Realm warriors. They will perform secret techniques later to transfer their cultivation to help you improve your cultivation and advance to the Peak Saint Realm. Transfer your cultivation. The Snow Wolf Demon King was a little puzzled. It means transferring their cultivation to you, my brother, to help you advance to the peak of the Saint Realm. The Demon Envoy said with a smile. The Snow Wolf Demon King was horrified. Then, what will happen to them after the transfer? The Demon Envoy smiled calmly. After transferring their cultivation, they will naturally have only one death. The Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked. Don't mind, brother. They are just 2 people at the peak of the Saint Realm. How can they compare to the friendship between us? Moreover, for them, it is their honor to dedicate their cultivation to you, brother. The Heavenly Demon Envoy said with a smile, then looked at the other 2 heavenly demons and said, let's begin. Yes, Master Demon. Yes, Master Demon. The 2 demons responded and walked directly towards the Snow Wolf Demon King. The Snow Wolf Demon King came back to his senses, glanced at the 2 heavenly demons, then looked at the Heavenly Demon Envoy, and said anxiously, wait, brother, this way of improving cultivation will not have any impact on me, right? Don't worry, brother. This secret technique doesn't have any side effects. That's good. That's good. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, and then said, will this not cause too much noise? After all, if it makes too much noise, it will attract the attention of Lord Sky Fox, which would be bad. Don't worry, I won't. The Demon Envoy said with a smile. Call. The Snow Wolf Demon King breathed a sigh of relief and said, let's get started. What do I need to do? Brother, you don't have to do anything, just leave it all to them. Oh. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded. At this time, the two great demons had come to his side. They sat down cross-legged, one in front and one behind, facing the Snow Wolf Demon King. Then, the two demons closed their eyes and began to form a strange hand seal. A moment later, boom, boom, a purple light emerged from the body of each of the two great demons, instantly enveloping the entire body of the Snow Wolf Demon King. At this time, a purple hexagram formation appeared on the ground with the three people as the center. The Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked. Swish, swish, swish. Before he could think about it, a pure energy from the two demons had already begun to flow madly into the hexagram formation. The energy was red and yellow. However, when these energies merged into the hexagram formation, they gradually turned into dark blue. Boom! Suddenly, the Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the hexagram array, deep blue energy continued to flow into the body of the Snow Wolf Demon King. This deep blue energy continued to cleanse his body and finally merged into his soul. Warriors cultivate their primordial energy. Holy realm to cultivate elements. There is no doubt that this deep blue energy is the water element of heaven and earth. That is why they can directly merge into the Snow Wolf Demon King's soul without causing any harm to him. But it is undeniable that the two demons in front of them are not cultivating water elements. One is red and the other is yellow. Undoubtedly, they are cultivating fire and earth elements. The reason why their elemental power can be transformed into water elements is because of this hexagram formation. This is definitely a magical hexagram formation, and it is definitely a powerful secret technique. The Snow Wolf Demon King sighed but did not hesitate, but greedily absorbed the water elements. Within the primordial energy are the elements of heaven and earth. Compared to Yuan Qi, elements are obviously a higher level of energy between heaven and earth. For this reason, the elemental energy between heaven and earth is definitely much less than Yuan Qi. Especially in a barren place like the Shenwu continent, the elements are pitifully thin. This is why it is extremely difficult to enter the Holy Realm on the Shenwu continent. After all, the elements are thin, and it is naturally more difficult to comprehend the elements. Entering the Holy Realm is already extremely difficult, so cultivation after the Holy Realm will naturally not be easy. But things are different now. Facing the thick elements of heaven and earth that are about to condense into a force, the Snow Wolf Demon King's cultivation speed can be said to have increased by more than 100 times compared to usual. Whoosh whoosh. He frantically absorbed the water elements around him. With the intake of water element, the Snow Wolf Demon King continued to grow stronger. At the same time, his newly formed soul became more and more focused. Naturally, one's cultivation level is also constantly improving. Entering the peak of the initial stage of the Holy Realm. Enter the middle stage of the Holy Realm. Enter the peak of the intermediate stage of the Saint Realm. Enter the advanced level of the Holy Realm. 2 hours later. Buzz. The Snow Wolf Demon King's soul and even body shook violently, and an unprecedented feeling came over him. Entering the Holy Realm, the peak. Bang. At this moment, two muffled sounds were heard, and the Snow Wolf Demon King's body shook. Then the majestic water element slowly dissipated, until it finally disappeared completely. Enter the peak of the Holy Realm. The Snow Wolf Demon King's cultivation was completely stabilized. He opened his eyes, but before he could feel happy, he found that the hexagram formation under him had disappeared. Not only that, the demon in front of him had turned into a pool of powder. The same goes for the demon in front, and the demon behind is no exception. Seeing this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King was horrified. He looked at the heavenly demon envoy and asked, "What's going on?" When their cultivation is transferred, their vitality will also dissipate at the same time. Naturally, after everything is over, they will no longer exist. The heavenly demon envoy said with a smile, and then changed the subject. "Don't worry about them, brother, how do you feel now?" Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but tremble. The demon clan is so cruel. He pondered in his heart, then looked at the heavenly demon envoy and said, "Very good, I feel full of strength now. If I meet the old me, Master Wolf will definitely kill me with one palm." "That's good," the heavenly demon envoy said with a smile, then hesitated and said, "Since my brother has already entered the peak of the Saint Realm, then you see, that news is." Hearing this, the smile on the Snow Wolf Demon King's face instantly froze. He looked at the heavenly demon envoy and said, Big brother, there is also that fake divine weapon, take a look." As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the heavenly demon envoy smiled slightly, then he stretched out his right hand, and a piece of purple soft armor immediately appeared on the palm of his hand. Glancing at the Snow Wolf Demon King, the heavenly demon envoy smiled and said, "This is the pseudo-divine armor I told you about, brother. No, it should be called soft armor. As long as it is refined, it can be integrated into the soul. Once activated, it can be revealed outside the body. Moreover, it can be enlarged or reduced, and can change into any form. Therefore, no matter what kind of creature it is, it can be worn without any problem." Baby. The Snow Wolf Demon King's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed the soft armor in the hands of the Sky Demon Envoy. Unexpectedly, the Demon Envoy of the Heavenly Demon directly put away the soft armor. "Brother, what do you mean?" Looking at the Demon Envoy of Heaven, the Snow Wolf Demon King said with some confusion and dissatisfaction. "Brother, I have already met one of your two conditions. Now, shouldn't you tell me the news you mentioned? Of course, this pseudo-divine weapon will still belong to you afterwards." The Demon Envoy of Heaven said with a smile. The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll go first, but you have to keep your word, big brother." "Of course." The Demon Envoy smiled slightly. "Brother, sit down and talk slowly." "Good." After the two took their seats, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at the Heavenly Demon Envoy and said, "Just now, we received news that all 20 Saint Realm powerhouses of the human race have left the Kangchong Martial Academy," etc. As the Snow Wolf Demon King was speaking, the Heavenly Demon Envoy interrupted, "Don't the human race still have 19 Saint Realm warriors left? How come there's one more? Brother, you don't know that the extra person is called Ye Bufan. He disappeared 3 years ago and suddenly appeared now. Although he only has the 8th level of Jodian cultivation, he can slaughter Saint Realm warriors, so he can also be considered a saint." "That's impossible," the Heavenly Demon Envoy said in shock. "How could a Jodian realm warrior with the ability to kill a saint appear in a barren place like the Shenwu continent?" "Brother, this was witnessed by my wolf soldiers. It is absolutely correct," the Snow Wolf Demon King said with absolute certainty. The Demon Envoy hesitated slightly and asked, "Could it be that the important news you mentioned is related to him?" "It's a little bit related, but not that big." What do you mean?" "Don't be impatient, brother. Let me tell you slowly. You say, all 20 human saints have left the Sky Fortress. This was originally the best opportunity to kill them, but Lady Sky Fox did not do so. She even ignored these people. Brother, do you know why?" As he spoke, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked towards the Heavenly Demon Envoy. The Heavenly Demon Envoy frowned, because the Heavenly Fox is worried that after we destroy all the saints of the human race, our Heavenly Demon clan will have no more scruples. Under the circumstance that you, the demon and the barbarian clan, dare not start a war easily, we can attack the main city of the human race without restraint, capture the human race alive, and sacrifice blood to the eternal abyss, constantly improving the strength of our clan. Brother is right, but he is only half right. Half. Yes, and half of the reason is because Lord Tianyu needs to delay time. Delay time? What does she want to do? Let's not talk about this for now. Big brother, do you know how many divine martial realm wolves I have in my hands now? How many? 50,000. What? The demon envoy of the heavenly demon suddenly stood up, staring at the Snow Wolf Demon King with wide eyes, and asked in shock. Where did you get so many divine martial realm wolves? A lot. The Snow Wolf Demon King chuckled and said, this is just the divine martial realm wolf clan that I control. I suspect that Lord Tianyu has even more divine martial realm fox clan soldiers in his hands. Damn, 50,000 divine warriors are not enough. Does the Sky Fox Demon Lord have more fox clan soldiers at the divine martial realm in his hands? The demon envoy of the heavenly demon was in a mess and even more mad. Where did you get so many divine martial realm? Of course, it was trained by Master Tianyu. She. The Sky Demon Envoy was stunned. How did she train them? These are tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of divine martial realm. Lady Tianyu has a martial arts secret. With this martial arts secret, she can refine a kind of medicine called Jingyuan pill. After swallowing this medicine, one can directly improve cultivation, and there will be no side effects. As long as there are enough Jingyuan pills, anyone can advance to the divine martial arts in the shortest time. The Snow Wolf Demon King spoke slowly. He did not hide anything. How is it possible to have such a pill? The demon envoy of the sky opened his eyes wide, shocked, and even more confused. Directly improve your cultivation. Unlimited use. No side effects yet. Is this a pill? This is simply a divine object from heaven and earth. Why not? The Snow Wolf Demon King took out 3 essence pills and handed them to the heavenly demon envoy, saying, "This is the essence pill. If you don't believe it, just try it and you will know." Is this the essence pill? The demon envoy of the heavenly demon groaned as he looked at the 3 essence pills in front of him. Then he grabbed 3 essence pills, threw them into his mouth and swallowed them. As for whether the Snow Wolf Demon King would poison, the demon envoy of heaven didn't care at all. After all, if the Snow Wolf Demon King dared to do so, he would be seeking his own death. As the pill entered his mouth, it immediately turned into energy. After a moment, the body of the demon envoy shook. He was shocked and even horrified. There really is such a pill. As a powerful warrior who has reached the peak of the Saint Realm, although Yuanli has no effect on him, the moment he took these 3 essence pills, he did feel the increase of his own Yuanli. Brother, do you believe it now? The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled slightly. This is the news I want to tell you, big brother. The reason why Lady Sky Fox doesn't want to take action is because she wants to delay time and train more divine martial venerables. By then. Hiss. When the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, the heavenly demon envoy suddenly came back to his senses, but couldn't help but gasp. There are 50,000 known divine warriors, and no one knows how many are unknown. That would be fine, but the Sky Fox Demon Lord actually wants to cultivate more divine warriors. What does she want to do? Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intention. Although the divine martial realm cannot compete with saints, and even compared to saints, the divine martial realm is nothing more than an ant. But what about 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or a million? The demon envoy felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. Too many ants can kill an elephant. If the Snow Wolf Demon King hadn't told me these, I would still be kept in the dark. What will the scene be like if a war breaks out with the demon clan in the future? The demon envoy simply couldn't bear to imagine it. The demon clan, the Sky Fox Demon Lord, is really too despicable. Is what you said true? Suddenly, the demon envoy of heaven looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said very seriously. Certainly. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, "These 50,000 divine warriors are all members of my wolf clan. How could I not know that, brother? As for whether other clans have divine warriors, and how many there are, I don't know that, brother, but I can be sure that there are more divine warriors." Damn it. The Sky Demon Envoy couldn't help but curse angrily. He originally thought that the Sky Demon clan's secret blood sacrifice to the Eternal Abyss had increased their strength fast enough, but he didn't expect that the Sky Fox Demon Lord of the Demon Clan was even more powerful and rampant than them. Essence Pill, Divine Martial Realm. This is simply cheating. We can't wait any longer. Said instinctively, the Heavenly Demon Envoy said, "We must deal with the human race as soon as possible." Etc. Suddenly, the Sky Demon Envoy was slightly stunned. He glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said suspiciously, "Brother, you are not deliberately deceiving me so that my Sky Demon clan will wipe out the human saints, and then your demon clan will reap the benefits and annihilate us in one fell swoop, right? Brother, don't you believe me?" The Snow Wolf Demon King said with a hint of dissatisfaction. The demon envoy of the sky was slightly stunned. Does he believe it? It is absolutely impossible to believe it completely. After all, the Snow Wolf Demon King is still a member of the demon clan. But if you don't believe, brother, if you don't believe me, let's find a time and have you sneak over to my territory. I'll let you see what 50,000 divine warriors mean. As if he had guessed the demon envoy's thoughts, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately said with a look of dissatisfaction. Although he said this, he sneered in his heart. Don't you believe it? Lord Wolf has plenty of ways to make you believe. What is the most perfect lie that is least likely to be exposed in the world? That is, don't lie, tell the truth. The advice to the Sky Fox Demon Lord is reasonable, and everything I said to you, the Sky Demon Messenger, is true. In this whole plan, Lord Wolf did not lie, and what he said was all true. He just concealed some things, but Lord Wolf did not tell you. Lord Wolf's loyalty belongs to my lord and to the human race. The pit is now half dug, but Master Wolf won't let you jump into it, nor does he need to let you jump into it. Because, now even if Lord Wolf stops you, you will jump, you have to jump. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. Wait. Brother Demon Envoy, this time not only you, the Sky Demon Clan, have to take action, but the Demon Clan and the Wild Beasts have to take action as well. Play with me. Lord Wolf will destroy you in a matter of minutes. Chapter 912 Sir, the human race is too despicable. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, the Heavenly Demon Envoy frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he said with an embarrassed look. Brother, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that this matter is too important. If I don't take a look at it, I will be worried, so you see. Do you believe it? You don't believe me. The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered in his heart, but he looked at the Sky Demon Envoy and smiled. Brother, what are you talking about? We are friends, so there is no need to be so polite. Since you want to see it, then go to my territory and take a look. But brother, you have to be careful. Don't let other demons see it, and don't let Lord Sky Fox find out. Don't worry, brother. I understand and will never cause trouble for you. As he spoke, the Heavenly Demon Envoy took out 2 pills and handed them to the Snow Wolf Demon King, saying, this is a hidden breath pill. After taking it, you can adjust your own cultivation. Within a month, as long as you are not more than 1 major realm higher than yourself, you will definitely not be able to detect it. Brother, take one and take it. Hidden breath pill. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. He glanced at the Demon Envoy, then looked at the 2 milky white pills in his hand. Without any hesitation, the Snow Wolf Demon King took one of them. After the Snow Wolf Demon King took a pill, the Heavenly Demon Envoy threw the remaining pill into his mouth and swallowed it directly. Then, in front of the Snow Wolf Demon King, his cultivation level slowly transformed into the initial stage of entering the Saint Realm. Seeing the changes in the Heavenly Demon Envoy's cultivation, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned again. He naturally knew that the Heavenly Demon Envoy was not demonstrating the effect of the elixir to him, but was proving to him in disguise that there was nothing wrong with the elixir. Thinking of this, the Snow Wolf Demon King swallowed the pill without any hesitation. After a moment, like the Devil's Envoy, the Snow Wolf Demon King's cultivation level also transformed into the initial stage of entering the Holy Realm. How's it feeling, bro? Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, the Heavenly Demon Envoy smiled and said, with your current cultivation level at the peak of the Saint Realm, as long as there are no strong people in the Demon Clan who have reached the initial stage of the Flying Sky Realm or above, they will not be able to see through your true cultivation level no matter what. In this way, even if you return to the Heavenly Fox Demon Venerable, you don't have to worry about your cultivation level being seen through by others. Good. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded with a smile, then he looked at the Heavenly Demon Envoy and said, big brother, this pill can only last for a month, you see. Hearing this, the Demon Envoy Tianmo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He knew what the Snow Wolf Demon King meant. Although he felt distressed, the Heavenly Demon Envoy still took out a jade bottle, then handed it to the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, brother, there are still 10 hidden breath pills in it. Take them first. 1 a month, and it will last for about a year. Good stuff. The Snow Wolf Demon King was delighted, and he grabbed the jade bottle directly, looking at the Heavenly Demon Envoy and said, thank you very much, brother. Brother guest. The Demon Envoy just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by the Snow Wolf Demon King who had already put away the jade bottle. By the way, big brother, should I give you the fake divine weapon? Your sister. The Demon Envoy couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I was just about to be polite to you, but you don't even know how to be polite. Although he thought so in his heart, the Heavenly Demon Envoy still smiled and said, as I should, as I should. As he spoke, he took out the pseudo-divine soft armor and handed it to the Snow Wolf Demon King with a painful look on his face. How could the Snow Wolf Demon King be polite to him? Thanks, big brother. Grabbing the pseudo-divine weapon soft armor, the Snow Wolf Demon King said with a smile, but his gaze was always on the pseudo-divine weapon soft armor, and his expression was full of joy. However, the Demon Envoy of Heaven looked at this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King and the pseudo-divine soldier's soft armor with a look of pain on his face, and he even felt that his heart was bleeding at this moment. This is a fake divine soldier, a fake divine soldier. In the entire Shenwu continent, there are only 3 pseudo-divine weapons among the Demon Clan on the other side of the Eternal Abyss. Moreover, among these 3 pseudo-divine weapons, only this one belongs to the armor type, and the other 2 are a sword and a knife. Now, the only pseudo-divine weapon armor is gone. It's impossible to say I don't feel sad. However, the Demon Envoy knew that this pseudo-divine weapon must be given to the Snow Wolf Demon King. Why? It's very simple, the Sky Demon clan originally wanted to use this to win over the Snow Wolf Demon King. What's more, the Sky Demon Envoy now knows that the Snow Wolf Demon King controls 50,000 demon gods in the Divine Martial Realm. That's 50,000 divine warriors. This power should not be underestimated, and if you want to obtain it, you must win over the Snow Wolf Demon King. Before the Heavenly Demon Envoy could think about it, the Snow Wolf Demon King had already put away the pseudo-divine soft armor. Then he looked at the Heavenly Demon Envoy and said, "Brother, since the message has been conveyed, I will go back first. After all, I ran away secretly. If Lord Sky Fox notices anything, it will be bad." "Yes, yes, brother, go back first." Hearing this, the Heavenly Demon Envoy responded repeatedly, and then he seemed to have thought of something and said hesitantly, brother, look at the things in your territory." "Don't worry, big brother. I'll remember this," the Snow Wolf Demon King said with a smile, and then he told the Heavenly Demon Envoy where the 50,000 Divine Martial Realm wolves were stationed and said, "When the time comes, you will know when you go to this location. But be careful, brother, don't let other demons find out, otherwise I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary trouble." "Don't worry, brother. I understand. We will not be noticed by other monsters by then." The Demon Envoy laughed. "Kindness." The Snow Wolf Demon King nodded. "In that case, I will take my leave now. Brother will take you there. Wangyao Mountain Range, where Han Feier is. Is everything settled?" Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King who came back from outside, Han Feier asked directly. "Reporting to the Lord, it has been done." The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, then laughed and said, "At this time, I think the Heavenly Demon Envoy should have gone to investigate the place where my Wolf Clan's Divine Martial Realm clansmen are stationed. It's a pity that he doesn't know that. That's just what we want him to see." "That's right." As he spoke, the Snow Wolf Demon King took out the pseudo-divine soft armor that he had tricked from the Heavenly Demon Messenger and handed it to Han Feier. "My lord, this is my harvest this time." "This is." Looking at the pseudo-divine weapon soft armor, Han Feier's face changed. The Snow Wolf Demon King said, "According to the Heavenly Demon Envoy, this is a pseudo-divine weapon between a holy weapon and a divine weapon." "Fake divine soldier." "Yes." The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, "With your strength, plus this pseudo-divine weapon to protect you, I think you will be hard to beat on this Shenwu continent. You want to give this fake divine weapon to me?" Han Feier was stunned and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled awkwardly. "My lord, you are joking. A treasure like the pseudo-divine weapon is naturally only worthy of you. If it is left in the hands of my subordinates, it would be a waste of heaven's gift. Are you willing to do that? Everything I have now was given by you, my lord. A mere false god." All right, I know you are loyal." Han Feier waved her hand to interrupt the Snow Wolf Demon King, and then said, "But this pseudo-divine weapon is of little use to me, so you should keep it for yourself." "This." The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated slightly. "Take it." Han Feier smiled and said, "With your current initial stage of Saint Realm cultivation, if you encounter a Saint Realm peak warrior, you won't be able to escape. This pseudo-divine weapon can be used for self-defense." "Thank you very much, sir." The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated for a moment and then did not delay any longer. "Okay." Han Feier shook her hands and said, "You should tell me what we should do next. After all, even if they are forced by part of our clan's strength, the Heavenly Demon clan may not attack those human saints." "This." The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, his body couldn't help but tremble. "What's wrong?" Seeing this scene, Han Feier asked. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not hesitate at all. He immediately took out a Mother and Child True Essence Stone. At this moment, the Mother and Child True Essence Stones were permeated with colorful light, and it was obvious that someone was contacting the Snow Wolf Demon King. "Grown-ups." The Snow Wolf Demon King looked at Han Feier with an inquiring look, and the meaning was very clear, whether to accept it or not. "Take it." Han Feier waved her hand. "Yes, sir." The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, and then directly connected to the Mother and Child True Essence Stones in front of him. Buzz. Colorful light emerged, and a light curtain instantly appeared in front of Han Feier and the Snow Wolf Demon King. A snow wolf was clearly visible in the light curtain. "Lord Wolf." Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, the Snow Wolf said respectfully. As for Han Feier on the side, she was directly ignored by the Snow Wolf because the Snow Wolf didn't know Han Feier at all. "This is Master Tianyu." Seeing this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately pointed at Han Fair and reminded the Snow Wolf. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf in the light curtain trembled violently. Subordinate greets Master Sky Fox. Tell me, what's the matter? Han Fair didn't pay much attention and asked directly. Yes, Snow Wolf responded, reporting to Lord Sky Fox and Lord Wolf. I have discovered that more than 10 saints of the human race are slaughtering members of my race and the Savage Beast clan. What? Han Fair and the Snow Wolf Demon King screamed in surprise at the same time. Then, Han Fair asked in a deep voice, say it again, what did you say just now? Reporting to the Lord, I have discovered that more than 10 saints of the human race are slaughtering members of my tribe and the barbarian beast tribe. Are you sure? Han Fair's eyes turned cold. I saw it with my own eyes. Snow Wolf said this with great certainty, and then the picture in the light curtain activated by the mother and child true essence stones in front of him changed, and bloody corpses instantly appeared in the light curtain. Asshole! Seeing this scene, the Snow Wolf Demon King flew into a rage. My lord, the human race is too despicable. A group of saints actually slaughtered ordinary members of our race. This is simply too much bullying for the demons. Chapter 913. The second barbarian lord was frightened. Sir, the human race is too despicable. A group of saints actually massacred ordinary members of our race. This is really too much bullying. The Snow Wolf Demon King gnashed his teeth, looking completely indignant. Han Fair was also slightly distracted, but after only a moment, her brows were twisted together. 20 saints slaughtering monsters. She knew the news that 20 human saints had left the Kangchong Martial Arts Academy, but Han Fair had never imagined that these 20 human saints would actually go and massacre ordinary members of the demon and barbarian tribes. What did they want to do? To vent your anger? Or is there another purpose? For a moment, Han Fair couldn't understand the real intention of the human race. After all, the two sides had been fighting for more than 3 years, and such a thing had never happened before. Sir, what should we do now? Before Han Fair could think about it, the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke up. According to our plan, the Sky Demon clan would definitely take action, and they had no choice but to do so. After all, our strength is there, and they can no longer wait. But now, after a pause, the Snow Wolf Demon King continued, the human saint left the Martial Arts Academy to slaughter members of our race. Once the Sky Demon race knows this, they will definitely not take action, and the original activeness became passiveness. The Snow Wolf Demon King looked helpless and heartbroken. Although he did not continue speaking, his meaning was already very clear, that is, if the saints of the human race massacred members of our demon race, and if the demon race did not take action, then we, the demon race, would have to take action ourselves. After all, the demon race would never allow humans to slaughter them wantonly, even if they were just ordinary members of the demon race, because the demon race could not afford such a loss. But if you take action, if the demon saint of the demon race and the saint of the human race were to fight each other, wouldn't that be an advantage for the demon race? The demon tribe is now simply shooting itself in the foot. It is not right to take action, and it is not right not to take action. Han Fair was also furious at this moment. Man proposes, God disposes. She had thought about the various reasons why the human saint left the Martial Arts Academy, but she had never thought that the human saint left the academy to massacre members of the two races. Why? It's very simple. First, the risk is too great. With the current strength of the human race, it is simply impossible to compete with the three races. Second, it's pointless. The human saints slaughtered ordinary members of the demon and barbarian tribes just as if they were venting their anger and hatred, and it did not have any effect on reversing or changing the war between the two sides. But unfortunately, the human race did just that. What did they want to do? Is it really just to vent your anger? Han Fair didn't know. But she knew that under the current situation, the demon clan could no longer stay out of it. Attack together with the wild beasts and the demons. I'm afraid the devil is not willing now. Time passes by every second. After a moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at Han Fair helplessly and said, My lord, what should we do now? What to do? I still want to know what to do. Han Fair was furious. Of course, Han Fair knew that the Snow Wolf Demon King could not be blamed for the previous failed calculations. After all, he had the same idea as herself and was completely thinking about the demon race. However, she never expected that the human race would have such a shameless behavior. Go and invite the demon envoy and the barbarian lord. After a moment, Han Fair said helplessly. This. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned and said, "My lord, the wild beasts are easy to deal with, but the demons. Just go and ask," Han Fair said coldly. At this moment, the demon clan has no choice but to take action, but they must do so together with the devils and wild beasts. This is a tripartite cooperation, but also mutual surveillance and mutual restraint. Yes, sir. After looking at Han Fair, the Snow Wolf Demon King responded and walked out directly. Damn it. After the Snow Wolf Demon King left, Han Fair clenched her fists, her face ferocious, and she was furious. 2 hours later, the second barbarian lord of the barbarians came to the Wangyao Mountains and appeared in front of Han Fair. Please wait for a moment, my lord. Looking at the second barbarian lord, Han Fair said with a smile. 10 minutes later, the Snow Wolf Demon King came from outside, followed by a heavenly demon. However, he was not a heavenly demon envoy, but just a heavenly demon who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. Although he was a peak demon in the Saint Realm, Han Fair knew that the demons were just trying to fool her. Because by now, both the barbarians and the demons had a certain understanding of the structure of the demons. This is a race that is extremely slave-like and places the kingship above all else. To put it bluntly, although the second barbarian lord is not supreme among the barbarians, he can represent the barbarians. But what is the peak demon in the Holy Realm before him? In the Sky Demon clan, he is nothing, let alone representing the Sky Demon clan. Where are your demon envoys? Looking at the demon who had reached the peak of the Holy Realm, Han Fair asked in a cold voice. Although she had already thought of this situation, Han Fair still found it a little difficult to accept, or rather, could not accept it. Facing Han Fair's inquiry, the Saint Realm Peak said without hesitation, reporting to the Sky Fox Demon Lord, "The demon envoy is injured and cannot go out, so I can only send me here. If the Demon Lord has anything to say, I can convey it to him after I return." I hurt your sister. Han Fair cursed in her heart. For more than 3 years, neither she nor the first barbarian lord or the demon envoy of heaven had fought each other. Since they hadn't fought each other, how could they be injured? This is simply the devil's way of trying to fool himself. Since the demon envoy is injured and cannot go out, and I have something important to discuss with you, it's just right that I and the barbarian lord will go to visit the demon envoy and discuss how to deal with the human race. Without exposing the demon envoy's lies, Han Fair stood up and said. This. The heavenly demon at the peak of the Saint Realm was stunned for a moment, then said anxiously, "Then I will go back and report it first." No. Han Fair waved her hand and said something, then looked at the second barbarian lord. "Barbarian lord, let's go for a walk." The second barbarian lord naturally had no objection to this. After all, he and Han Fair had the same idea. The human saints had massacred members of the two races on a large scale. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, and the heavenly demon clan could not be left out of it. The demon territory, the demon camp. How is the demon's injury? Is he okay? Looking at the demon envoy in front of her, Han Fair asked with narrowed eyes. The second barbarian lord also had a gloomy look on his face. Are you injured? Han Fair didn't believe it, so he naturally wouldn't believe it either. After all, it was impossible. Ahem. The demon envoy pretended to cough lightly, then waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your concern. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious. It's nothing serious." That's good. Han Fair groaned for a moment and said, "In that case, let's discuss the current situation." What's going on? The demon envoy pretended to be confused. Han Fair didn't waste time talking to him and said directly, "Now the 20 saints of the human race have left the martial arts academy and are slaughtering members of our demon and barbarian races. I wonder what you think about this, demon envoy." What? The demon envoy was shocked when he heard this. This damn human race, how could they do this? The saint actually attacked ordinary members. It's simply too hateful and despicable. We must never let them off easily. This lord and barbarian lord think so too. Han Fair responded and said, "So, this lord and I have decided that the Saint Realm experts of our 3 tribes will attack at the same time and take this opportunity to wipe out the remaining 20 saints of the human race in one fell swoop. What do you think of the demon envoy?" I naturally have no objection. The Sky Demon envoy immediately said, "Cough, cough," and then he coughed again, and said with embarrassment, "However, this envoy is injured now, and most of the members of my Sky Demon clan are also injured, so I am afraid that I can't help you two in this battle, please forgive me. I forgive your sister. Han Faer was furious. The second barbarian lord was also cursing in his heart. It's bad enough that you were injured, but are other members of your demon clan also injured? Where have you been? Do you think we will believe it? It is obvious that you, the Sky Demon clan, do not want to take action. It is obvious that you want my two tribes of demons and barbarians to fight to the death with the human race, so that you can use this opportunity to weaken our strength and then reap the benefits. The demon envoy said this. Does that mean you want to stay out of this? Han Faer said in a deep voice. I have the will but I can't help. The demon envoy of the heavenly demon said with a helpless look on his face, and after he finished speaking, he couldn't help but cough lightly a few times. You. Han Faer was furious. Demon envoy, I am a three-tribe alliance. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this at this time? The second barbarian lord on the side suddenly spoke up and said in a deep voice. Inappropriate. The heavenly demon envoy glanced at the second barbarian lord and asked, what does the barbarian lord think is appropriate? My three tribes. The second barbarian lord had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by the heavenly demon envoy. Since things have come to this, I will not hide anything. Yes, I am not injured, and no one from my heavenly demon clan is injured, but does barbarian lord know why my heavenly demon clan does not want to take action? The second barbarian was stunned. Why? Snort. The demon envoy of the sky snorted coldly, because of the demon clan. As he spoke, he looked at Han Faer. Han Faer's expression changed. At this time, the second barbarian lord also looked at Han Faer and asked in confusion, what does this have to do with the demon race? Your Lord Barbarian doesn't know yet, right? Over the years, Lord Sky Fox has secretly cultivated a total of 50,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm. The demon envoy of heaven said with a sneer. What? The second demon lord was shocked. He looked at Han Faer's face and was immediately horrified. 50,000 divine warriors. That's right. The demon envoy of the heavenly demon responded, it's not the divine Yuan, nor is it the Zhou Tian, but the divine martial realm, the divine martial realm below the saint, the divine martial realm with a number of 50,000. The second barbarian lord's heart couldn't help but tremble. There were only a few thousand of his barbarian tribe at the divine martial realm, but he did not expect that there were as many as 50,000 of them in the demon tribe. What is the concept of 50,000 divine warriors? If there are too many ants, they can kill an elephant. If a fight really breaks out, facing the strong saints, these 50,000 divine warriors can kill a few of them. Even in a fight to the death, more saints will die. How do you know that? But at this moment, Han Faer's face darkened and she asked in a cold voice. Since she couldn't hide it anymore, she might as well admit it. However, she still lied and covered up for the Snow Wolf Demon King. After all, the Snow Wolf Demon King lurking in the Sky Demon clan would only benefit the demon clan, not harm it. Snort. Facing Han Faer's question, the heavenly demon envoy snorted coldly and said, to paraphrase a saying of the human race, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. By chance, I discovered this secret army of gods and warriors of your demon race half a year ago. Fortunately, I discovered it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't even know how I died in the future. Han Faer covered for the Snow Wolf Demon King, and the Demon Envoy of Heaven did the same. It can only be said that Han Faer and the Demon Envoy of Heaven each had their own calculations regarding the Snow Wolf Demon King. Snort. After the Heavenly Demon Envoy finished speaking, Han Faer snorted coldly, neither of us is better than the other. My demon clan has 50,000 divine warriors. Do you, the heavenly demon, only have 100 saints? You. But at this moment, the shocked and horrified voice of the second barbarian lord suddenly sounded. For more than 3 years, the Sky Demon clan secretly offered blood sacrifices to the eternal abyss, releasing the sky demons to descend upon the Shenwu continent. The demon clan knew about this, and the barbarian clan naturally knew it as well. Originally, the situation of the demon tribe was the same as that of the barbarians. With the two tribes suppressing them, the barbarians were naturally not afraid of the demon tribe. However, it was unexpected that the demon clan had secretly cultivated 50,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm. 50,000 divine warriors. The demons and the devils each have their own plans. As a result, the balance among the three tribes has been completely broken, and his barbarian tribe is undoubtedly the weakest. If the human race is destroyed in the future, what will happen to the barbarians? I'm afraid that by then the barbarians will follow in the footsteps of humans, and be eaten by monsters and demons until nothing is left. At this moment, the second barbarian lord's body and even his soul couldn't help but tremble and shudder. He broke out in a cold sweat. 3 tribes alliance. Bullshit, this is simply courting death. Barbarians are in danger. Chapter 914 I am forcing you. The alliance of 3 tribes, demons, barbarians and devils. The original intention of the barbarians was to unite with the demons to destroy the human race, and then join forces with the monsters to destroy the demons. From then on, the demons and the barbarians would share the world equally in the Shenwu continent. This was something the barbarians and the demons had already discussed. Even before the alliance with the heavenly demon, the 2 tribes of demons and barbarians had already reached an agreement. But what about now? Over a period of more than 3 years, the demon tribe secretly cultivated 50,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm, and the barbarians were kept in the dark. If the news had not been suddenly revealed by the heavenly demon envoy today, the barbarians would still be unaware of it. The hidden saint of the Sky Demon clan. There are 50,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm hidden in the demon race. What about the barbarians? Apart from the power they have already demonstrated, the barbarians have no hidden power at all. In this way, the barbarians undoubtedly became the weakest among the 3 tribes, and they were not just a little weaker. The 3 races joined forces to destroy the human race. Bullshit. The monsters and barbarians formed an alliance and shared their magical powers. That's even more nonsense. At this moment, the second barbarian lord realized how naive and stupid his own barbarians were. Trying to get the skin of a tiger will only lead to your own death. His barbarian tribe was tricked. Once the human race is destroyed, the next to be destroyed will inevitably be the barbarians. Buzz. The second barbarian lord's 2 simple words brought the demon messenger and Han Feier back to their senses instantly. Previously, they were fighting against each other, but they actually ignored the third-party barbarians. Now, Han Feier and the demon envoy looked at each other, murderous intent flashed in their eyes, and finally they looked at the second barbarian lord who had a face full of shock and anger. It is just a guess that the Sky Demon tribe has a hidden saint, but even so, the demon and barbarian tribes are still on guard. If the barbarian beasts knew at this time that the demon tribe still had 50,000 hidden divine martial realm demon gods, what would happen to the barbarian tribe? In the alliance of 3 tribes, the demon tribe and the devil tribe secretly accumulated strength, so that today, 3 years later, the barbarians have become the weakest of the 3 tribes after the human race. Now that the human race has not been destroyed, will the barbarians still cooperate with these 2 tribes? Absolutely not. Under such circumstances, the barbarians will definitely not sit idly by and wait for death, and the situation of the war may even change as a result. No matter whether it is the demon clan or the devil, they will never allow this kind of situation to happen. At least not now. You want to kill me to silence me. Looking at Han Feier and the demon envoy with a wary look, the second barbarian lord asked in a cold voice. Nonsense, if I don't kill you, should I keep you to report to the first barbarian lord and let your barbarians guard against us? Be it Han Feier or the demon envoy, both of them were filled with murderous intent at this moment. Being deep in the Wangyao Mountains, the second barbarian lord had no chance of leaving here alive. Buzz. But at this moment, a colorful light flashed under the feet of the second barbarian lord, and then a light curtain appeared out of thin air. Mother and child true essence stone. How do you have such a thing? Seeing this scene, Han Feier and the demon envoy both screamed in surprise. Snort. The second barbarian lord snorted coldly and said, in more than 3 years, the 3 tribes have killed countless human beings. Is it strange that my barbarian tribe has seized 1 or 2 mother and child true essence stones? After a pause, the second barbarian lord continued, I was foolish once. Do you think I will be foolish a second time? I have already secretly contacted Big Brother just now. Now, even if you want to kill me to silence me, it is too late, unless you kill me in front of Big Brother. As soon as the second barbarian lord finished speaking, the image of the first barbarian lord appeared in the light curtain. Looking at the second barbarian lord, he said, Second brother, why did you suddenly contact me? Hey, the demon envoy and the sky fox are here. Han Feier and the demon envoy were both shocked by the sudden change. Kill the second barbarian lord to silence him. Obviously, it's too late. Brother, they want to kill me to silence me. At this time, the second barbarian lord did not hesitate at all, and immediately pointed at Han Faer and the demon envoy and shouted angrily. What? The first barbarian lord was shocked and furious. Han Faer and the heavenly demon envoy's expressions also changed unnaturally, and Han Faer said leisurely, "First barbarian lord, this is definitely a misunderstanding." Misunderstand? The second barbarian lord scolded coldly, looked at Han Faer and said angrily, "If I hadn't contacted Big Brother before you, I'm afraid I would be dead now, right?" Second brother, what is going on? Seeing this scene, the first barbarian lord asked in a deep voice. The second barbarian lord said, "Brother, you don't know yet, we have been deceived, not only by the Sky Demon clan, but also by the Monster clan. What three-clan alliance is bullshit." After a pause, the second barbarian lord continued, "It's fine that the Sky Demon clan has hidden Saint Realm experts, but the Monster clan actually has 50,000 divine martial realm demon gods. Big brother, 50,000 divine martial gods. My barbarian clan is simply the biggest idiot in the world." Hearing this, the first barbarian lord's face instantly darkened. He looked at Han Faer and the heavenly demon envoy and asked coldly, "You two, shouldn't you give me, the barbarian tribe, an explanation?" "Explain?" Han Faer and the demon envoy smiled bitterly. "How to explain? Should I tell you that we originally planned to devour you barbarians as well?" After hesitating for a moment, Han Faer immediately looked at the first barbarian lord and said, "First barbarian lord, I don't want to say anything more now. Although my demon clan has hidden 50,000 divine martial realm demon gods, I can guarantee that my demon clan has never thought of attacking the barbarians. That's right, it's the same with my Sky Demon clan. Our three clans are allies. How could we possibly do this?" The Sky Demon envoy also spoke. The second barbarian lord sneered. "The same is true for the first barbarian lord. You won't attack my barbarians. Bullshit. Do you really think that we barbarians are idiots? After all this, will we still believe you?" Seeing that the first barbarian lord had a gloomy face and didn't speak, Han Faer thought for a moment and said, "First barbarian lord, now that things have come to this, I believe that no matter what we say, you won't believe it, but I can guarantee that my demon tribe will never attack the barbarians." "What guarantees do you have?" Looking at Han Faer, the first barbarian lord asked in a deep voice. Han Faer was suddenly speechless. "Yes, what guarantee can you give? Monster. Credibility. That's all bullshit and worthless." Although there is no guarantee, Han Faer does not want to break off relations with the barbarians. Why? Because the current strength of the barbarians cannot be underestimated. If we fall out with the barbarians under such circumstances, it would be troublesome if the barbarians become desperate and defect to the human race. Han Faer thought so, and the demon envoy of heaven naturally thought so too. In short, we cannot ignore the barbarians yet. Looking at the speechless Han Faer and the heavenly demon envoy, the first barbarian lord frowned and said in a deep voice, "Well, as long as you agree to one of my requests, I will pretend that nothing happened and let this matter go." Brother. Hearing this, the second barbarian lord became very anxious. How could he just let it go like this? "Don't worry, second brother. I know what's going on." The first barbarian lord looked at the second barbarian lord, waved his hand and said, "This." The second barbarian lord was slightly stunned, hesitated for a moment and said nothing more. At this time, Han Faer looked at the first barbarian lord and said, "I wonder what the first barbarian lord's request is." The heavenly demon envoy also looked towards the first demon lord. The first demon lord said without hesitation, "It's very simple. Now the saints of the human race are slaughtering members of my demon and barbarian races. What I want is that you two races take action to destroy them. That's it." The demon envoy of the sky was stunned. "You wish." The first barbarian lord sneered and said, "Not only do I want you to destroy all the saints of the human race, but I also have the final say on who you send to fight." After a pause, the first barbarian lord continued, "The Sky Demon clan will dispatch 30 saints, and the Monster clan will dispatch 40,000 divine warriors. Not one more, not one less. And they must fight to the death with the human race. During this period, no one can interfere." What? Hearing this, Han Faer and the demon envoy were both shocked. They knew very well that the first barbarian lord was taking the opportunity to weaken their strength. The demon clan has 30 saints and the monster clan has 40,000 divine warriors. Such strength seems to be enough to crush the human race. But what is the truth? The human race now has only the last 20 saints left. If they have no way to retreat, they will surely fight for their lives and fall into absolute madness. In this situation, if the human race's saints all die in a desperate battle, then how many of the 30 saints of the Sky Demon race and the 40,000 divine warriors of the monster race can survive? Even if the entire army is not wiped out, there will definitely be heavy casualties, especially on the demon clan side. With 40,000 divine warriors, I'm afraid not even one of them will survive. The first barbarian lord is weakening the strength of the two tribes again. He wants to maintain the balance among the three tribes as much as possible. To put it bluntly, he wants to protect himself. The three tribes are equally powerful. Will the other two parties make things difficult for the barbarian beast tribe? If they dare to do so, the barbarians may switch to one side when they have no way to retreat, which will be an absolute disaster for the other side. As for wholehearted cooperation and not giving up until the barbarians are wiped out, that is even more impossible. Because whether it is the demon clan or the monster clan, they simply will not trust each other. Of course, once the saints of the human race fall, the barbarians will have no way out. After all, without the saint, there would be no point in the barbarians forming an alliance with the human race. The first barbarian lord made such a request not only to weaken the strength of the two tribes, but also to cut off his own retreat and eliminate the concerns of the two tribes that his tribe might very likely defect to the human race. It can be said that this is the best of both worlds. After this battle, the Shenwu continent once again returned to a situation where the three races were in a state of balance and no one could do anything to anyone else, except that the former human race was replaced by the demon race. Although this means that the barbarians have gained nothing after more than 3 years of fighting, they have no choice but to do so at this point because they have to protect themselves. Han Feier and the demon envoy understood all of this, and because of this, they fell into endless silence. Agree or not? Seeing the two people's silence, the first barbarian lord sneered and said, "You are unkind, so don't blame me for being unrighteous. Now I just want to protect myself, so you must agree to my conditions. Tomorrow morning, the 30 saints of the Sky Demon clan and the 40,000 divine warriors of the monster clan must go to war with the saints of the human clan. Except for these 40,000 divine warriors and 30 saints, there won't be any more people in the transcendent realm. Remember, I am not begging you, I am forcing you. My second brother will supervise the battle then. If you don't fight." After a pause, the first barbarian lord's face darkened and he said in a cold voice, "You will die sooner or later anyway. Rather than being exterminated in the future, it is better for me to choose one of your two tribes now, and then fight to the death until my barbarian tribe is exterminated. As for which tribe it is, it could be the Sky Demon tribe, or it could be the monster tribe. It all depends on my mood. Of course, you can also join hands to destroy my barbarian tribe now, but if you do that, I will lead my entire tribe to surrender to the human race without saying a word, and my barbarian tribe will still hold on to one of your tribes. In short, if you want to destroy my barbarian tribe, then one of your tribes must be buried with my barbarian tribe." Chapter 915. Unfortunately, the Wolf King is not here. In short, if you want to destroy my barbarian tribe, then one of your tribes must be buried with my barbarian tribe. The words of the first barbarian lord made Han Feier and the demon envoy of heaven unable to help but be shocked. As the first barbarian lord said, he was indeed forcing and threatening the two people, but no matter whether it was Han Feier or the demon envoy, neither of them was angry about it. It's very simple. Put yourself in their shoes. If they were the first barbarian lord, they would do the same. After all, the peak power of the demon clan and the monster clan now far exceeds that of the barbarian clan, and can even be said to be a crushing defeat. After being deceived for so long, it was already very good that the first barbarian lord did not directly break off relations with them and perish together with them. Of course, they all knew that the first barbarian lord must have this idea in his mind, but he did not dare and could not do so. After all, it would not benefit the barbarians in any way. That's fine with me. After a moment, Han Feier spoke first. 40,000 Shenwu is cannon fodder. Although the demon tribe will inevitably suffer heavy losses, don't forget that the demon tribe has more than just 50,000 Shenwu, but a full 100,000. What's more, this is only the wolf tribe under the command of the Snow Wolf Demon King. As the Snow Wolf Demon King thought, after more than 3 years, Han Feier's fox tribe is also not weak. It's just 40,000 divine warriors. The demon clan can afford the loss. The most important thing is that things have come to this point, and neither Han Fair nor the demon clan has any choice. Are we really going to go to war with the barbarians? That's impossible. The time is not right yet. With the Tianyan Gaiju and Jingyuan Dan, the longer the time drags on, the more beneficial it will be for Han Fair and the demon clan. This is the case with the demon clan, but it is different with the demon clan. I don't agree. Immediately, the demon envoy of the sky said angrily. You don't agree. Looking at him, the first barbarian lord's face turned cold. The sky demon envoy was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, everyone knows that the remaining 20 saints of the human race are all strong men at the peak of the saint realm. How can the 30 saints of my sky demon race be their opponents? This is tantamount to sending ourselves to our deaths. Are the 40,000 magical warriors of my demon clan just for display? Upon hearing this, Han Fair said angrily. Looking at Han Fair, the demon envoy of the heavenly demon was anxious. 40,000 divine warriors are not weak, but what? Han Fair asked coldly. But the demon envoy was furious, but he couldn't refute. 40,000 divine warriors plus 30 saints may not be a match for the 20 saints of the human race, but even so, it would be a lose-lose situation. In the end, there are definitely very few people who survive. Of course, this is not the main reason. The main reason is the Snow Wolf Demon King has surrendered to the Sky Demon Clan, which means that the 50,000 divine warriors under his command also belong to the Sky Demon Clan. In this way, it seems that the demon race lost 40,000 divine warriors, but in fact, it was his heavenly demon race that lost 40,000 divine warriors. To put it bluntly, this is simply a fight to the death between the heavenly demon race and the human race. How could the heavenly demon envoy agree to such a battle? But he couldn't tell the truth. After all, he couldn't possibly tell Han Fair that the Snow Wolf Demon King under your command had surrendered to my Sky Demon Clan, and that the 50,000 divine warriors under his command also belong to my Sky Demon Clan, so my Sky Demon Clan would not agree to a fight to the death in this way, right? Helplessly, the heavenly demon envoy could only grit his teeth and say, anyway, I won't agree. Seeing the look of the demon envoy wanting to say something but not being able to, Han Fair couldn't help but be stunned. After a moment, she seemed, maybe, as if she understood the demon envoy's unspeakable secret. Because she remembered that the Snow Wolf Demon King had told her that the Wolf Clan had surrendered to the Demon Clan. In this case, the current reaction of the heavenly demon envoy simply means that he does not want the 40,000 divine warriors of the Demon Clan to participate in the war, because that is tantamount to sending them to death, because in his opinion, the 40,000 divine warriors of the Demon Clan belong to his heavenly Demon Clan. Damn. When she thought of this, Han Fair was confused, and the corner of her mouth twitched imperceptibly. But, since the heavenly demon envoy was willing to protect the 40,000 divine warriors of the Demon Clan, how could she, as the leader of the Demon Clan, refuse? Immediately, Han Fair looked at the heavenly demon envoy and said in a cold voice, too weak. Since you think our strength is too weak, then you can continue to send more troops to the heavenly demon clan. Anyway, 40,000 divine martial realm demon gods are already the limit that our demon clan can tolerate. No more than one will do. Changing the subject, Han Fair said resolutely. The human race will not be destroyed. If you want to fight, then my demon race will fight too. Upon hearing this, the demon envoy of heaven became furious. Why is it that only my heavenly demon clan has sent more troops? Is it possible that my heavenly demon clan is easy to bully? But thinking of the 40,000 warriors who had just been acquired but were about to die, he couldn't help but feel distressed. He could only grit his teeth and said, reinforce the troops. Do you think I don't want to? But don't forget the significance of this battle. As he spoke, the demon envoy of heaven glanced at the first barbarian lord in the light curtain. The meaning was very clear. This battle was the barbarians forcing us to weaken our own strength. Once more manpower is sent, casualties will inevitably be reduced. Will the barbarians agree to this? The first barbarian lord was the first to disagree. Hearing this, Han Fair was stunned, and then said, if that's the case, then don't waste your words. Tomorrow morning, 30 saints from your heavenly demon clan and 40,000 warriors from my demon clan will go out together to fight to the death with the saints from the human clan. The demon envoy was furious. He stared at Han Fair and couldn't help roaring and cursing in his heart. Damn you, Sky Fox Demon Lord, do you really not care about the life and death of these 40,000 divine warriors? Helpless, the demon envoy could only grit his teeth and said, even if it means a fight to the death, we have to find a way to defeat the human race, right? If we are annihilated by the human race in this battle, what's the point? Don't forget, the fat man of the human race is not easy to deal with. Difficult to deal with. Han Feier sneered and said disdainfully, your 30 heavenly demon saints are fighting against other human saints, and he is the only fat man left. My demon race's 40,000 warriors are rushing forward. Even if he kills them at will, how many can he kill? Before he could finish killing them, the 40,000 divine warriors of my demon race would have probably already bitten him to death. 40,000 divine warriors, 40,000 divine warriors, can you not mention these 40,000 divine warriors? These are the 40,000 divine warriors of my heavenly demon clan, not the 40,000 divine warriors of your monster clan. The demon envoy of the heavenly demon was confused and mad. He really wanted to roar out the fact that the Snow Wolf Demon King had betrayed the demon clan and surrendered to the heavenly demon clan. It's a pity that he was still awake, so it was impossible for him to tell Han Feier these. So the heavenly demon envoy said, in short, it is no problem for my heavenly demon clan to dispatch 30 saints. As long as we can destroy all the saints of the human race, even if all the 30 saints die in battle, I have no objection. But I cannot agree to the 40,000 divine warriors of your demon race no matter what. Why, do you still want my demon tribe to continue to increase its troops? Han Feier sneered, and then shouted, let me tell you, that's impossible, and I don't think the first barbarian lord will agree. While speaking, Han Feier looked at the first barbarian lord and smiled. Isn't it, first barbarian lord? Before the first barbarian lord could speak, the heavenly demon envoy shouted in a deep voice, I did not ask you to send more troops to the demon tribe. What do you mean? Han Feier frowned, a little puzzled. It's very simple. Replace the 40,000 divine warriors with 30 saints like my heavenly demon clan. That's impossible. Why is it impossible? You humph, your demon clan has more than 100 saints, but how many does my demon clan have? The 50,000 divine warriors are my private collection. Now even if you want me to send all of them to the battlefield, I have no objection. But if you want my demon clan to send out saints, forget it. At worst, we will go to war. You. Looking at Han Feier, the demon envoy suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Damn it, even these 40,000 divine warriors are too much, and you want to add another 10,000. Roll. I will never agree to this no matter what. Ignoring Han Feier, the heavenly demon envoy looked at the first barbarian lord and said, First barbarian lord, everyone knows the purpose of your request, but since we have taken action, we should not end up with casualties and all our efforts in vain, right? If we fail to destroy the human race but are annihilated by it, wouldn't that be a joke? 30 saints and 40,000 divine warriors together are indeed enough to wipe out 20 saints of the human race. But who can guarantee that there will be no accidents? Don't forget, these 20 saints of the human race are all powerful people who have reached the peak of the saint realm. Being safe is better than being cautious, that's absolutely true. Since we have to fight, we must win. The 40,000 divine warriors may seem very strong, but don't forget that there are too many of them. Once we declare war on the human race, their presence will restrict the actions of other saints on our side. The human race can attack without restraint, but what about us? Unless we ignore these divine martial realm demon gods and kill them all, wouldn't that mean we are harming our own side and helping the human race instead? As the heavenly demon envoy spoke, the first barbarian lord couldn't help but frown. He had to admit that what the heavenly demon envoy said did make some sense. But at this moment, Han Feier said directly, First demon lord, you don't want to change your words again. After a pause, Han Feier continued, don't you forget the significance of this battle. As long as the goal is achieved, what is the meaning of the process? As for what the demon envoy said about my demon race's 40,000 divine warriors affecting the performance of others, I cannot agree with that. Since it's a fight to the death, everyone must give their all. If my demon race's mighty power blocks you, you can just kill them. Could it be that my demon race will turn against us and help the human race? In a word, now that the 40,000 divine warriors have left, I have no intention of letting them return alive. As long as they can annihilate the human race, that's enough. As for you, the demon envoy, if you really have such determination, you wouldn't be having such a long conversation with me. Han Feier spoke passionately, but the demon envoy of Heavenly Demon was in tears. Damn you, Sky Fox Demon Lord, if these 40,000 divine warriors belong to your demon clan, would I have wasted so much time talking to you? I'm afraid I would have agreed long ago. But the key is that these 40,000 divine warriors belong to my Heavenly Demon clan, and not your demon clan. If you were in my shoes, would you be able to agree to the loss of 30 saints and 40,000 divine warriors at once? 20. Suddenly, the demon envoy of the sky spoke. What 20? Han Feier was puzzled. What I mean is to exchange your demon race's 40,000 divine warriors for 20 saints. Is that okay? No. Tianyu, don't go too far. Too much. I have already said that my demon clan will only send out 40,000 divine warriors, and not even a single saint. If you insist that my demon clan send out saints, then at worst we will fight. You, demon envoy, stop talking nonsense. 30 saints and 40,000 divine warriors will ambush the saints of the human race at dawn tomorrow. This is settled. If you disagree, at worst, my demon race's 50,000 divine warriors will all attack your demon race. After the 50,000 cannon fodders are dead, my demon race and the wild beasts will join forces to destroy your demon race. I believe that the first barbarian lord will not refuse this suggestion of mine. 50,000 cannon fodder. At this moment, not only the demon envoy of heaven but also the first barbarian lord was in a mess. It turns out that these 50,000 divine martial realm warriors are just cannon fodder in Han Feier's eyes. No wonder she doesn't care so much. Etc. Suddenly, the first barbarian lord and the demon envoy of heaven both changed their expressions when they looked at Han Feier. Cannon fodder. Yes, in just 3 years, Han Feier has trained a total of 50,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm. So, if she is given another 3 years, wouldn't she be able to train another 50,000? In this case, what does the loss of 40,000 divine warriors matter now? But saints are different. 3 years plus 3 years. Even if she was given 6 years, she might not be able to train a saint. After all, if it were possible, it is impossible that the demon clan only increased the number of divine warriors in these 3 years without increasing the number of saints. Moreover, if you think about it roughly, although the 50,000 divine warriors may seem intimidating, compared to the saints, their threat is obviously much smaller. After all, it is impossible for a saint to stand and take a beating, in the divine warrior realm if a saint launches a sneak attack, as long as there is enough time, one saint may be able to slowly wipe out the 50,000 saints. To put it bluntly, the 50,000 divine warriors can only exert their power in group battles or large-scale battles. In normal times, their threat is far less than that of a saint. But now, apart from the human race, does the demon race dare to launch a war against the other two races? Obviously not. As long as we destroy the human race, we can slowly eliminate these demon gods in the divine martial realm. With this thought in mind, the first barbarian lord immediately said, Sky Fox Demon Lord, I think your demon clan should still send out saints to fight. Impossible. Han Feier immediately refused. 15. At this time, the heavenly demon envoy spoke up and said, Sky Fox Demon Lord, my heavenly demon clan will send out 30 saints, and your demon clan will send out 15. Is that all right? 15. Han Feier was stunned. She looked at the heavenly demon envoy, frowned, and pretended to be puzzled. What is your purpose? Why do you have to send out the saint of my demon clan? Not only Han Feier, but even the first barbarian lord looked stunned. You, the demon clan, want to send out 30 saints, but the monster clan only wants 15. Are you willing to do that? The demon envoy of the heavenly demon felt bitter in his heart. Does he have a choice? He had no choice at all. Under the current circumstances, if he wanted to reduce the number of demon saints, the first barbarian lord would definitely not agree, and Han Feier would definitely not allow it. Since the number of the Sky Demon clan could not be reduced, he could only start with the demon clan. 40,000 divine warriors belonged to the heavenly demon clan. As long as they could be replaced by a demon clan saint, the heavenly demon clan would have made a profit. This was like gambling. Since you knew you were going to lose, you could only consider losing less as a win. Immediately, the heavenly demon envoy roared angrily, Purpose? What purpose could this deity have? This deity made such a concession only because since it has come to this, we must completely exterminate all the remaining saints of the human race, and absolutely no accidents can occur. If not, wouldn't our heavenly demon clan soldiers have sacrificed their lives in vain? Do you believe this? Looking at the furious demon, Han Fei sneered in her heart. However, I believe in you. Why? Because I don't want to sacrifice these 40,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm in vain. 15 saints for 40,000 divine warriors. It's a bit a loss. 10. Han Fei immediately spoke up, with a look of no room for negotiation. If you insist that my demon race send out saints, then the only option is to exchange 10 saints for 40,000 divine warriors. 10. The Sky Demon Envoy was stunned and said, Sky Fox Demon Lord, don't go too far. Are you going to change or not? Han Fei ignored it. You. The Demon Envoy was furious, but in the end he could only grit his teeth and said, change. Their side saved 40,000 divine warriors, while the demon clan lost 10 saints. This was already a perfect result. People, no, demons must know how to be content. At this moment, the demon envoy could only comfort himself in his heart. 10 saints in exchange for 40,000 divine warriors. If the Snow Wolf Demon King was present, he would definitely not be able to hold back his laughter when he saw the heavenly demon envoy and Han Fei arguing and scheming against each other over the 40,000 divine warriors. Are the 40,000 divine martial realm wolves related to the Sky Demon clan? It has nothing to do with it. But unfortunately, the demon envoy of heaven was still trying so hard to save these 40,000 wolf gods in the divine martial realm. Are the 40,000 Shenwu realm wolves related to Han Fei? It also has nothing to do with it. However, in order to save these 40,000 divine warriors, Han Fei actually bargained with the heavenly demon envoy, and ultimately paid the price of 10 powerful warriors who had entered the Saint realm. With 40,000 wolf gods joining the battle, the worst that could happen is they would surrender collectively in an instant and then disappear, from then on. At least they would definitely not be killed. But it is different for these 10 demon saints. Encircle and suppress 20 human saints. The warriors will never return, and if they encounter the saints of the human race, they will surely die. The heavenly demon envoy and Han Fei were extremely satisfied at this moment because of the conspiracy between the 40,000 wolves in the divine martial realm. However, they did not know that in the eyes of the Snow Wolf Demon King, they were just 2 jokes and 2 idiots. It's a pity that the Wolf King is not here. Chapter 916. The Wolf King offers another plan. First Barbarian Lord, do you have any objection? After the heavenly demon envoy agreed, Han Fei looked at the first Barbarian Lord and asked. Similarly, the demon envoy of heaven also looked at the first Barbarian Lord. Looking at the two of them, the first Barbarian Lord frowned, thought for a moment, and said, okay. In fact, at this moment, the first Barbarian Lord had no choice. After all, he was forcing the Demon Clan and the Devil Clan. If he pushed too hard, it might only backfire. Moreover, his original intention was to weaken the strength of the 2 tribes. Although the 40,000 divine warriors of the Demon tribe were replaced by 10 saints, the losses of the Demon tribe would inevitably be reduced a lot. But in comparison, the threat of the 2 tribes to the barbarians would still be weakened a lot. Know when to stop and quit when you are ahead. What's more, the demon envoy and Han Fei had already reached a consensus, so he naturally couldn't say anything more. It's decided then. Han Fei responded and said, tomorrow morning, led by the second barbarian lord, 10 saints of our demon race and 30 saints of the demon race will set out together to fight the human race to death. No problem. The demon envoy of the sky also responded. The 3 tribes reached a consensus. In the early morning, 40 saints killed the only 20 remaining saints of the human race and the fight continued until one of them died. However, whether it is the demon clan or the demon clan, although they have reached a consensus, when the real fighting comes, they will inevitably take some action. After all, whether it is Han Fei or the demon envoy, they can't just watch all the powerful saints on their side perish. As for how they arrange it, only they themselves know the answer. In short, although it is a fight to the death, we must try our best to protect ourselves. After all, the strong men in the Saint realm are the peak combat power of each race. Who would want to die if one more person can live? The first barbarian lord naturally guessed a little about what the demon envoy and Han Fei were thinking, but he would not interfere, because he knew that if the demon race and the demon race wanted to destroy the last 20 saints of the human race, they would definitely pay a heavy price for it. Each party retains its own. At that time, these 40 saints will only die faster and die in greater numbers. At night, the full moon is high in the sky and the stars are twinkling. Wangyao Mountain Range, where Han Feier is. Sir, you mean, tomorrow morning, 10 saints of my demon clan and 30 saints of the demon clan will work together to kill all the saints of the human race? Looking at Han Feier, the Snow Wolf Demon King said in horror. Han Feier nodded. The Snow Wolf Demon King was slightly stunned, and then said with great sorrow, "My lord, if this is the case, wouldn't the 10 Saint Realm experts of my demon race be sending themselves to death?" Hearing this, Han Feier remained silent. 40 saints were indeed committing suicide, but neither he nor the heavenly demon envoy had any choice. After all, the two tribes could not ignore the barbarians now. Looking at Han Feier, who remained silent, the Snow Wolf Demon King laughed in his heart. The demons and the devils are fighting against each other. The heavenly demon envoy revealed the fact that the demon clan had hidden an army of 50,000 powerful warriors in front of the second barbarian lord. The first barbarian lord was furious. In order to weaken the power of the demons and monsters, the first barbarian lord did not hesitate to force the two tribes, strongly demanding that they send a certain number of saints to fight to the death with the human race. No one else is allowed to intervene. Must the fight continue until death? The Snow Wolf Demon King never imagined that things would develop to this point. He originally just wanted to incite the three tribes to take action, while keeping himself out of it and not being suspected. But now, what the hell, the operation to kill the human race hasn't even started yet, and the three tribes have already rebelled. This is definitely a good thing. The more muddy the waters among the three tribes, the more opportunities he can take advantage of to fish in troubled waters. Of course, as the chief steward of the demon clan and the #1 spy of the Shenwu continent, as shrewd as the Snow Wolf Demon King, he naturally knew that when things came to this point, he absolutely could not say or do anything more, otherwise it would only backfire and arouse Han Feier's suspicion. Now there is only one thing he has to do, and that is to sincerely seek benefits for the demon clan. Of course, the Snow Wolf Demon King knew very well in his heart that this was totally unnecessary and useless, because at this point, everything had been settled and could not be changed at all. But he still has to do it. After all, you have to act fully, and you can't stop for a moment when showing loyalty. Immediately, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at Han Feier and said solemnly, "My lord, 10 saints of my demon race are going to fight. Is this matter no longer negotiable?" "Kindness." Han Feier nodded. "We must fight until all the saints of the human race are destroyed." "Yes, sir, do you think the 30 saints of the heavenly demon clan will go all out and fight to the death with the human race?" "What do you think?" "I don't think they will. Since you already know, why bother asking?" "Sir, do you think so too? Will my demon clan also try to avoid casualties at that time?" "That's indeed the idea. Sir, I think this idea is not feasible." "Why?" "My lord, think about it. The human race has 20 saints, the demon race has 30 saints, and my race only has 10 saints. In this battle of 60 saints, my race is at an absolute disadvantage. So no matter how we plan, we will be the only ones who suffer. Moreover, there are too many variables in such a battle. If we are not careful, my race may be doomed. So what do you think? No ruthlessness, no heroism." The Snow Wolf Demon King's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow, all the 10 saints of our tribe will be selected to be at the initial stage of the Saint Realm. When we declare war on the human race, while the other two races are unprepared, all 10 of our demon tribe members who are at the initial stage of the Saint Realm will collectively self-destruct and perish together with the saints of the two races." Hiss. After the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Han Feier couldn't help but take a breath. This despicable wolf is not only despicable, but also extremely cruel. What would it be like if 10 warriors who had just entered the initial stage of the Saint Realm self-destructed at the same time and place? I can't believe it. However, after thinking for a moment, Han Feier frowned and said, "In this way, it can indeed inflict the greatest damage to the two tribes, but don't forget that it takes time for the saint to self-destruct. Once the two tribes notice it, won't they retreat in advance? After all, they are not fools." After a pause, Han Feier continued, "In this case, our clan will lose 10 saints, but the other two clans may not be completely wiped out. At most, they will be severely damaged. At that time, sir, have you forgotten that besides the saints of the three tribes, there is also the second barbarian lord present?" Han Feier was interrupted by the Snow Wolf Demon King when she was halfway through her words. "Kindness." Hearing this, Han Feier frowned. The Snow Wolf Demon King continued, since the second Barbarian Lord's mission is to supervise the battle, he will definitely stay away from the battlefield. Even if the 10 saints self-destruct, it will definitely not affect him at all. In other words, if the 10 saints self-destruct, all the saints of the human race and the demon race will be severely injured, and the second Barbarian Lord will still be at his peak. With his strength, what do you think he will do in such a situation? Han Fire's eyes lit up. Take the opportunity to kill all the saints. That's right. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded with a smile. The second Barbarian Lord will definitely not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Han Fire frowned and said suddenly, but what if the 10 saints of our clan self-destruct and fail to seriously injure all of them? If 1 or 2 people are not affected, the situation will be completely different from what you expected. The second Barbarian Lord will not be able to take action at all, and he cannot and dare not take action. Hey. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled evilly. So, when the 10 saints of our tribe self-destruct, we should focus on taking care of the 30 saints of the Sky Demon tribe. Pay special attention to the Heavenly Demon clan. That's right. 10 saints of our clan blew themselves up and targeted the saints of the Sky Demon clan. In this way, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties. At that time, even if the situation you imagined really happened, the human race would definitely not let the saints of the Sky Demon clan go, and they would still die. After a pause, the Snow Wolf Demon King continued, in the current situation, except for the Sky Demon clan, no matter whether it is the human clan or the barbarian clan, they can no longer pose any threat to our clan, so our main task is to weaken the Sky Demon clan. We are all going to die anyway, so why not let our clan exchange 10 saints who have just entered the saint realm for 30 saints from the Heavenly Demon clan? Not only did we not lose money, we actually made money. As for the human race, so what if we can't wipe them out this time? After all, the main purpose of this battle is to compete among our 3 races. The victory or defeat of the human race is actually not important. Moreover, your original intention is to keep the human race, restrain the demon race, and buy time for our race, right? And even if the Sky Demons complain after the war, it will be useless, because the first Barbarian Lord's original intention is to use this opportunity to weaken our strength and the Sky Demon's strength, so the barbarians will only care about the results, not the process. My demon clan lost 10 saints, and the demon clan lost 30 saints. This is the result that the first Barbarian Lord wanted to see the most, so he will definitely not say anything more. Since the barbarians have no objection, only the Sky Demons are left. What else can they say? A dumb person eats cactus root. At that time, they will be dissatisfied and angry, but they will have no choice but to endure it. The Snow Wolf Demon King had a sinister look on his face. Han Fire frowned. She had to admit that the Snow Wolf Demon King's strategy of winning big with a small investment was the best choice for the demon clan in this battle. After all, there were only 10 saints from the demon clan who sent out to fight, and other than them, the demon clan had no control over the outcome of the battle. Just do as you say. After a moment, Han Fire spoke. Yes, sir. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, but sneered in his heart. Sky Fox Demon Venerable, Sky Fox Demon Venerable. In fact, this uncle really wants to tell you that all I have said so much to you and calculated so much, it's all bullshit. Because once my lord's 163 saints and the human race's 19 saints show up, you will all be finished in a matter of minutes. Self-destruction. Don't be ridiculous. Even if the 10 saints of the demon race enter the self-destruct state in advance, they won't have the chance to self-destruct by then. It's a pity that the 40 saints seem to be a little short. But it's better than nothing. Add to that the internal strife among the 3 tribes, and I believe my master should be satisfied. Chapter 917. Oh no, there's an ambush. Night. Kamikaze Empire, Worry-Free City, an inn. Ye Bufan and his group of 20 saints came here and gathered in one of the rooms. In one day, a group of 19 people, led by Ye Bufan, made a long-distance raid on 36 cities of the 2 countries, killing millions of members of the 2 tribes of monsters and barbarians. Such a record is absolutely amazing. But at this moment, except for Hao Peng, Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei and Satu Nan, the other saints looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Why? Because in their opinion, although Ye Bufan's behavior may make people feel happy, it is useless. It will not play any role in the current situation of the human race. Instead, it will only push the human race into an irretrievable situation. After all, most of the only 19 saints left in the human race are injured. At this time, they should recuperate as soon as possible and recover from their injuries. But Ye Bufan not only did not allow them to heal their wounds, he even took them everywhere to slaughter members of the two tribes, the demon and the barbarian. This kind of behavior is simply angering the two tribes of monsters and barbarians. Once the three tribes send out saints to intercept and kill them, how should the human race respond? With hidden injuries, their combat effectiveness will certainly be greatly reduced. If they fight against the three tribes, they will definitely suffer losses. In 3 years, more than 100 saints have fallen, and now the remaining saints are ready to die. However, they can fight the three tribes and are not afraid of death, but they are unwilling to sacrifice in vain. Now, Brother Yi, what on earth do you want to do? It's been a whole day, and we have slaughtered more than 1 million monsters and wild beasts, but what's the point? Finally, the Hu family's ancestor who had reached the peak of the saint realm could no longer bear it. He looked at Ye Bufan and asked in a deep voice. The others were also waiting for Ye Bufan's answer. What's the point? Looking at the Hu family ancestor and glancing at the other saints present, Ye Bufan said as a matter of course, as a member of the human race and a saint-level powerhouse, shouldn't we take the lead in slaughtering the members of the demon and barbarian races? Upon hearing this, the Hu family's ancestor became furious, and so were the other saints. Yes, as saints of the human race, we should take the lead in fighting against the three tribes, but what's the point of slaughtering some small soldiers and generals of the monster and barbarian tribes like we are doing now? Could this reverse the defeat of the human race? Not only that, it will also push the human race into an irretrievable situation. Brother Yi, alright. The Hu family ancestor was about to speak, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. It's getting late. Everyone must be tired after a busy day. Let's go back and rest now. We will continue tomorrow after we have enough energy. Continue tomorrow. I'll continue, sir. The saints were furious. Ye Bufan spoke again, reminding them, by the way, you'd better not leave without my permission, otherwise if I don't see you tomorrow morning, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Hearing this, the saints couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Let's all go back. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said. The saints were dissatisfied and angry, yet helpless. After all, Ye Bufan's strength was there, and they simply did not dare to disobey Ye Bufan. As for joining forces to stop him, they dared not, did not want to, and could not. After all, now that they are facing a powerful enemy, it is not the time for the human race to engage in internal strife. What's more, Situ Nan, Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei, and Hao Peng are obviously on Ye Bufan's side. Even if they want to stop Ye Bufan, they may not be able to do so. This matter can only be considered in the long term. Without any hesitation, the saints left one after another, and in the end only Situ Nan and Ye Bufan were left. Old man, contact Zhou Yu. I want to know the current situation of the three tribes. Looking at Situ Nan, Ye Bufan said without hesitation, knowing yourself and the enemy, only then can you win every battle. Situ Nan did not hesitate and contacted Zhou Yu directly. After all, the mother and child true essence stones that were used to connect with the Snow Wolf Demon King were in Zhou Yu's hands. If he wanted to know the situation of the three tribes, he could only contact the Snow Wolf Demon King through him. Of course, Ye Bufan could also keep the mother and child true essence stones in his own hands, but that would not be safe. After all, if Han Feier suddenly contacted Zhou Yu, wouldn't everything be exposed then? A safe bet is a safe bet. Be careful, you won't go wrong. While Ye Bufan was contacting Zhou Yu, other saints also gathered in the inn. For no other reason than to discuss how to deal with the current situation. After all, if they continue as they are now, allowing Ye Bufan to lead them in slaughtering members of the demon and barbarian tribes, sooner or later something bad will happen to the human race. This is something they do not allow and do not want to see. The night is long. Time passes by inadvertently. In the early morning, the dawnlight awakened all sleeping things, and Ye Bufan and his party gathered together again. Brother Yi, we have something to discuss with you. The ancestor of the Hu family looked at Ye Bufan and said. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it after today. Ye Bufan naturally knew what these people were going to say, so there was no need for him to listen. Hearing Ye Bufan's answer, the saints were stunned. After a moment, the Hu family ancestor gritted his teeth and said, no, some things must be said now. Facing the Hu family's ancestor's insistence, Ye Bufan only said one sentence, After today, I will never interfere with what you want to do. But within today, if anyone dares to disobey me in the slightest, don't blame me for being ruthless. In the Shenwu continent, the strong are respected. With the number of saints he now controls, he is enough to become the supreme leader of the Shenwu human race. The reason why Ye Bufan did not reveal the more than 100 saints in his hands was because he did not want any accidents to occur in the plan to lure and kill the 3 tribes this time, not even the slightest one. Because this opportunity only comes once. After today, Ye Bufan believed that even if he didn't say anything more, he would be able to make all these saints shut up. Hearing Ye Bufan's answer, the saints were stunned again. Are you serious? The ancestor of the Hu family looked at Ye Bufan and asked. I will never break my promise. Just for this day. Just for this day. I hope you keep your word. The ancestor of the Hu family said one sentence and then stopped talking, and the same was true for the other saints. After today, I will return to the martial arts academy. Since Ye Bufan had already made concessions, it would be difficult for them to continue insisting. After all, this does no one any good. Now, they just hope that today can be as peaceful as yesterday. But is that possible? It's impossible. Last night, Ye Bufan had learned from the Snow Wolf Demon King that early this morning, 40 powerful saints from the demon and demon tribes would ambush and kill them in front of them according to their route of action yesterday. A battle today is inevitable. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan took the lead to fly out of the inn and leave the eternal barrier. Hao Pang, Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei followed closely. When the other saints saw this, they hesitated for a moment and then followed. Squeak. Not long after Ye Bufan and his group left, the room where Ye Bufan was last night was pushed open. Immediately afterwards, Ye Long, Ye Hu, Ye Bao, Ye Lang and Ye Shi walked out of the room. Within the heavenly palace, the flag master's inheritance. Like Hao Pang, these 5 people have inherited the legacy of the heavenly palace flag master. Now their combat power is definitely not inferior to Hao Pang, and they also have earthly divine weapons. Let's go, it's time for us to take action. Looking at Ye Bufan and his group who had already left, Ye Long spoke. Brother Long, he is just a peak saint realm cultivator. Is it necessary for the 5 of us to attack him at the same time? But at this moment, the youngest Ye Shi spoke. Don't be careless. Ye Long scolded him fiercely. Young master said that we must capture the enemy alive. He asked the 5 of us to take action because young master will not allow any accidents to happen. Do you understand? Clear. Everyone responded. Let's go. Ye Long said this and quietly left the eternal barrier, quietly following Ye Bufan and his group. The other 4 followed closely behind. Shenwu fell. The demon and barbarian tribes invaded the human territory. In the 3-year war, at the beginning, the armies of the 2 tribes, together with a group of powerful saints, would attack the main city and break the eternal barrier. But now, the armies of the demon and barbarian tribes have only occupied various places in the human territory, and have surrounded the main cities without attacking them. For no other reason, it is because both the demon tribe and the barbarian beasts do not want the demon tribe to continue to grow. It was for this reason that they stopped attacking the city. After all, once the city fell and a large number of humans were captured alive, they would be sacrificed to the eternal abyss by the Sky Demon clan, releasing more Sky Demons and thereby strengthening the Sky Demon clan. Be it the demon tribe or the barbarian tribe, they are not stupid. As early as more than a year ago, the 2 tribes had begun to restrain the demon tribe. This is why the Snow Wolf Demon King is guarding billions of human beings in the Wangyao Mountains. These people cannot be killed, but they also cannot be used by the demon clan as blood sacrifices to the eternal abyss. 3,000 miles outside Wuyu City, an army of 400,000 strong from the demon and barbarian tribes was stationed here. The dawn light awakens all things. At this time, among this army of 400,000, many monsters and wild beasts were sleeping. Swish, swish, swish. In the distance, a series of figures rushed over from midair. They were Ye Bufan and his group. In an instant, a group of 20 saints arrived above the armies of the 2 tribes. Kill. Seeing the 400,000 troops below, Ye Bufan shouted loudly and rushed down first. Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei and Hao Pang did not hesitate at all and followed closely. The remaining saints had no choice but to fight their way out. At this moment, they just hope that today can be as peaceful as yesterday. Oh no, the human saint is coming. Seeing the 20 saints coming from above, the entire demon army instantly fell into chaos. The human race did not hesitate at all and rushed directly into the armies of the two races. Kill. When the saint took action, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Faced with the 20 saints of the human race, the armies of the demon and barbarian races had almost no chance to resist and could only be slaughtered. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment, fierce momentum surged among the armies of the two tribes. Humans, we have been waiting for a long time, and you are finally here. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, figures soared into the sky. The 10 great demon saints of the demon race. 30 saints of the Sky Demon clan. The 40 saints from the two tribes completely surrounded the entire army of demons and barbarians from all directions and established a comprehensive blockade. Boom. The sudden change shocked the saints of the human race and shook their hearts. Oh no, there is an ambush. Chapter 918. Leave no one alive, slaughter. Oh no, there's an ambush. The sudden change brought the bloody massacre to a halt instantly. The saints of the human race looked in horror at the 40 saintly masters of the three races who were on high alert on all sides. Originally they were hoping to get through the day safely, but they didn't expect 20 versus 40. This will surely be another difficult and tough battle. Except for Ye Bufan and his companions, the other saints all looked distressed, and some even shouted angrily. Young man from the Ye family, did you see this? Is this the result you want? Ye Bufan didn't care about this. He glanced at the 40 Saint Realm experts present on all sides, sneered, and said disdainfully, ambush. We don't even know who is ambush whom. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan's words not only stunned the saints of the demon and barbarian races, but also made more than 10 saints of the human race look confused and a little unsure of the situation. Demon clan, heavenly demon, I have been waiting for a long time. But at this moment, Ye Bufan said calmly. You, a demon who had reached the peak of the saint realm, was stunned. He looked at Ye Bufan warily and asked, what do you mean? What's the meaning? Ye Bufan sneered, don't you think it's strange that I, with the only 19 saints of the human race, were roaming the human territory wantonly to slaughter the ordinary members of your demon and barbarian tribes? Or do you think I am as stupid as you? Let me tell you, I did all this on purpose from beginning to end, just to lure you. I originally thought that you could at least hold on for a day or two, but I didn't expect that you couldn't wait to come and die so soon. In that case, I won't be polite. Wow. Ye Bufan's glance caused the whole audience to be in an uproar. The saints of the human race were shocked. The 40 saints from the demon clan and the devil clan were equally shocked. As for the 400,000 troops of the demon and barbarian tribes, they were already frightened at this moment. They didn't even know when the 40 saints on their side hid among them. The whole place was dead silent and the atmosphere was eerie. Ha ha ha. After a moment, the demon who had reached the peak of the saint realm laughed loudly. He looked at Ye Bufan and said mockingly, did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? 20 of your saints are ambushing our 40 saints. Is there anything wrong with your brain? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The other demons also laughed. Of course, the same is true for the demon race, but they have already begun preparing for self-destruction. You'll know soon enough whether it is or not. Ye Bufan sneered, then he stood facing the wind and shook his right hand. Puff. A trace of blood spurted out from the palm of his hand, and the hot blood went straight to the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The blood touched the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation. Boom. In an instant, the entire world was shaken, and then the all-seeing heaven-slaying array appeared above the 9 heavens. A sudden change. On the Shenwu continent, whether it was the human race, the demon race, the barbarian race, or the demon race, they were all shocked. In more than 3 years, the heaven-slaying formation of all things appeared twice, once because of Qian Duoduo and once because of Tang Zi. But no matter who it was, the two of them communicated with the heaven-slaying formation of all things to inform the Shenwu continent because of a huge change in the human race. This is the 3rd time now. The myriad things heaven-slaying formation, someone is communicating with the myriad things heaven-slaying formation. What happened? Who is it? Who is communicating with the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation? What's going on? No, could it be that the saints of our human race have been completely defeated and all perished? In the human territory, in all the major cities, everyone looked up at the all-seeing heaven-slaying array above the 9 heavens with solemn and horrified expressions. Countless confused voices were heard one after another, so that the entire human race was instantly thrown into chaos. After all, when the Senluo Wanxiang Zhudian formation appeared, it meant that something big was going to happen to the human race, and combined with the experience of the previous 2 times, this was bound to be a bad thing, bad news. Without waiting for anyone to think about it, Ye Bufan had already communicated with the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation and spoke suddenly. Demon Clan, Heavenly Fox Demon Lord Han Feier, do you still remember me? Deep in the Wangyao Mountains, Han Feier was stunned. On the Shenwu continent, the same was true for all members of the 4 tribes: humans, monsters, barbarians, and demons. They were a little confused about what Ye Bufan was trying to do. Ye Bufan ignored him and continued, I am from the human race, Ye Bufan. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, 3 years ago, you and I met in the human race's Sky Battle Division, and we met for the last time in the God and Demon Cemetery. In fact, I wanted to kill you that time, but unfortunately I spared you until today out of kindness. The next time we meet, I will kill you. For more than 3 years, you, the demons, barbarians, and demons, have been running rampant in our human territory. Now, I am back, and it is time for everything to end. Yesterday, I led 19 saints of the human race to slaughter millions of troops of your demon and barbarian tribes. Do you really think that I did this just to vent my anger? You underestimate me too much. Let me tell you, all of this was just a trap from the beginning to the end. It was a trap that used the saints of the human race as bait to lure the saints of your 3 races into taking action. I was originally worried that you wouldn't fall for my trick, but I didn't expect that you would be unable to resist taking action in just 1 day. What a pity. As he spoke, Ye Bufan glanced at the 40 saints from the demon and celestial races in front of him and said disdainfully, 40 saints, isn't that a little too few? But it's better than nothing. 40 is 40. I'll just treat it as a little interest. Ye Bufan spoke in a chatty and cheerful voice, as if he was reminiscing with an old friend. Suddenly, his voice sank, and he said in a cold voice, you, the demons, barbarians, and demons, have bullied our human race for 3 years. Do you really think that our human race has no one and you can bully us at will? I tell you, from today, from now, from this moment on, your era has ended. Because I am back, because my 7-killing army is back. From now on, if any saint from your 3 tribes sets foot on the territory of our human race, no matter who it is, I, the 7 killers will hunt them down to death. If you don't believe it, just give it a try. After saying this, Ye Bufan changed the subject again. All human beings, listen to me too. If you are still a member of the human race, if you still have some blood in your veins, then pick up your weapons, walk out of the main city, walk out of the eternal barrier, and fight a bloody battle with the monsters. In the past 3 years, if you hadn't relied solely on the saints of the human race, if you hadn't feared death and refused to fight, retreating to the major cities, would our human race have ended up in such a predicament now? I tell you, no. If you take a step back, they will take a step forward, but if you take a step forward, they can only take a step back. Men should fight to the death, how can they be trapped in the city? From now on, we humans will only fight and never retreat, only fight and never defend, and only fight and never avoid. If you want to wait to die, then wait. Even if Shenwu falls, I can protect anyone without worries. But it depends on whether you are qualified. Within 3 days, the Martial Academy will send people to each main city. At that time, you can receive the Battle Soul Ring from them. Those who wear the Soul Ring can kill monsters and accumulate corresponding merits, and then they can join my 7 killers. The specific details will be announced in all the major cities when the Martial Academy envoy distributes the Soul Rings. Also, in any city, once someone's merit reaches the level of a general, I will send a saint to stay there, and from now on, they will protect the safety of your city. Besides that, be it the demons, wild beasts, or demons, listen to me. If you want to attack the city, I will not care. After the city is broken, I will not care how you deal with all the people in the city. But remember this, if you dare to hurt one member of my human race who is under the age of 16 and over the age of 60, then if you hurt one person, I will slaughter 100,000 of you. I will do what I say. Now, I will slaughter 40 saints from your 3 clans as a warning. As he spoke, Ye Bufan glanced at the 40 saints present, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, every one of the 7 killers, listen to my order. 40 saints from the 3 tribes, don't spare a single one, kill them all. Chapter 919 7 Seconds of Massacre. Every one of the 7 killers, listen to my order. 40 saints from the 3 tribes, leave no one alive, and kill them all. Ye Bufan's cold voice resounded throughout the entire Shenwu continent, shocking all the saints. The same was true for the human race, the demon race, and the devil race in front of him. The entire world was dead silent, as if time had stopped. Ha ha ha. A moment later, a rampant laugh rang out from the demon camp. Human boy, you want to slaughter all of our 40 saints? Changing the subject, the demon said, just relying on your 20 saints. Are you crazy? Not only the demon clan and the devil clan, but all the saints of the human race have the same idea at this moment. But at this moment, Ye Bufan waved his hand. Call out. In midair, the heaven burial palace appeared out of nowhere. As the door of the palace opened, figures rushed out one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people rushed into the air and surrounded the 40 saints of the demon clan and the devil clan with lightning speed, so that the atmosphere became infinitely weird. Dead silent space. Weird atmosphere. 40 saints from the demon clan and the demon clan surrounded Ye Bufan and 20 other human beings, while more than 100 people from the 7 killing army besieged the 40 saints from the demon clan and the demon clan. More than 100 people, without exception, all have reached the saint realm, and among them are many who have reached the peak of the saint realm. As soon as they appeared, they released all their momentum. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. The 40 saints from the demon clan and the devil clan opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. How is it possible that your human race still has so many saints? Looking at Ye Bufan, they uttered horrified voices. Not only the demons and the devils, but more than a dozen saints of the human race were also dumbfounded at this moment. They couldn't help but look at each other, and finally looked at Ye Bufan. Shocked, horrified, and even unbelievable. They never thought that Ye Bufan could summon so many saints. 150 or 60 saints. This force is even stronger than before the war and even stronger than the human race at its peak. All the previous things. In an instant they seemed to understand. No wonder Satu Nan, who has reached the peak of the saint realm, is so afraid of Ye Bufan, a mere Jodian warrior. No wonder Ye Bufan dared to be so arrogant and disrespectful when facing them. No wonder Ye Bufan dared to take them out of the eternal barrier and slaughter the demon army at will. No wonder Ye Bufan dared to say shamelessly that all of this was just a trap set by him. No wonder. Everything now has a perfect explanation and answer. Because Ye Bufan is fearless. 150 or 60 saints, such a powerful force is enough to confront the 3 tribes head-on. After being shocked, all the saints of the human race couldn't help but feel excited. Originally, they had all prepared to die together with the 3 tribes. But what about now? If our human race can produce another 150 or 60 saints, then you 3 races of demons, barbarians and celestial monsters will have nothing to fear. At worst we can fight for another 3 years. Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei looked at each other and couldn't help but say, fuck. Although they supported Ye Bufan, they never thought that Ye Bufan still had such a trick up his sleeve. A master is a master, and a disciple is not as good as him. Satu Nan was also slightly distracted. He knew that Ye Bufan had saints in his hands, but he didn't expect there were so many. Fat Hao was the only one in the audience who smiled slightly, as if he already knew everything. Not only that, because Ye Bufan was in the process of communicating with the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation, all the creatures on the Shenwu continent could not see the scenes here, but they could hear the sounds here. Especially the trembling words of the demon before. How is it possible that your human race still has so many saints? Those words were shocking, those words were terrifying. On the Shenwu continent, although the members of the 4 tribes could not see, they could hear it clearly. Why is the devil so afraid? Undoubtedly, the number of saints that appeared on the human side had exceeded his psychological endurance. How many saints have appeared in the human race? No one knows this, but there is no doubt that the number is definitely not small. At this moment, in the Shenwu land, all the living beings of the 4 tribes couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. And this is one of the reasons why Ye Bufan communicated with the Senluo Wanxiang Zudian formation at this time. He wanted to tell the entire Shenwu continent that the human race is not short of saints now. He wanted to use this method to intimidate the 3 races of monsters, barbarians, and demons. He also wanted to use this method to inspire people and restore the morale of the human race. 3 years. Today, on the Shenwu continent, the human race is not afraid of any party. If you want to fight, I will fight. Kill. Looking at the 40 saints of the demon clan and the devil clan in front of him, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He stood with his hands behind his back and a word uttered seemed to make the heaven and earth pure. Kill. On the 7 killing side, more than 100 saints did not hesitate at all. Their eyes turned cold and they rushed out instantly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Between heaven and earth, the sounds of metal clashing and blades being unsheathed rang out in unison. The strongest momentum. The strongest murderous intent. Cemetery of gods and demons, a peerless inheritance. The inheritance obtained in the cemetery of gods and demons is not just the improvement of cultivation, but also includes martial arts secrets, martial arts skills, magical powers, secret techniques, cultivation insights, and the inheritance of magical weapons. The inheritance of the 108 flag masters can obtain secondary divine weapons or earthly divine weapons. Even the inheritance of ordinary members of the heavenly palace can obtain holy weapons, pseudo-divine weapons, or sub-divine weapons. Everything depends on chance. But there is no doubt that anyone who inherits the heavenly palace can at least obtain the inherited holy weapon. At this moment, as more than 107 killing saints drew their weapons, colorful light filled the sky and earth. The glory of the holy soldiers. The sharpness of the divine weapon. The saints' cold murderous intent. The saints of the human race were completely stunned. The 40 saints from the demon clan and the devil clan were terrified. 150 or 60 saints would be fine, but these saints are all holding magical weapons. This kind of battle is not on the same level at all. There is no need to fight such a battle. Run. In just a moment, whether it was the demon clan or the devil clan, they had already made up their minds. Even the 10 great saints of the demon clan had forgotten that they were in a state of self-destruction. Because all this happened too suddenly. Because the impact was too strong. Although they were prepared for a fight to the death, this was not a fight to the death at all, but a suicide mission. It's a pity that the saints of the demon clan and the devil clan want to escape. Will the 7 killing saints give them a chance? Not at all. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Before the 40 saints of the demon clan and the sky demon clan could escape, the 7 killers had already arrived in front of them. 150 or 60 saints, with the aura of wolves and tigers, and murderous intent as cold as ice. 3-1, 4-1. The 7 killers were overwhelming with their sheer numbers. Especially the 10 saints of the demon clan, they are the ones who are given special attention. Want to self-destruct? Can. However, that also depends on whether you have the opportunity and time to self-destruct. Puff, puff, puff. Magical weapons come out to kill. Ruthless and indifferent. Just a single encounter and blood was splattered on both sides of the demon clan and the devil. Fight with them. The severely injured saints of the demon and sky demon tribes fell into complete madness when they saw that there was no way to escape. Since I can't escape, I'll just fight to the death. Unfortunately, all this is in vain. Number of people, combat power, equipment. No matter in which aspect, the 7 killing army has the upper hand over them, not to mention that they are acting unintentionally. How did they fight back? Why should they fight back? It's just fish. After the first strike was successful, the 7 killing saints did not stop for a moment and launched a second attack again. Their murderous intent was fierce, their attacks were fierce, and they were endless. Ye Xiao gave the order, and killed with the force of thunder. This is a massacre, this is a warning, and more importantly, a deterrent from the human race. Puff, puff, puff. In midair, a demon saint didn't even have the chance to self-destruct before his life was wiped out. Call out. In midair, his body fell rapidly. Saint, Da. Then, the second, third, fourth. The powerful saints of the demon clan and the devil clan kept falling and dropping from midair. They didn't even have a chance to resist. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. This is a massacre, a one-sided massacre, a naked massacre. Saint, seconds. Bang. As the 40th saint landed, the battle had just begun, but it was declared over. The whole process took less than 7 seconds. In midair, more than 100 saints of the 7 killings stood proudly, they were like peerless killing gods. Fierce, powerful, and terrifying. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, more than a dozen saints of the human race couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The world was dead silent. Ye Bufan stood with his hands behind his back, looking around the entire audience, and said with disdain, "Unbeatable." Chapter 920 I will never leave even if I die. Unbreakable. Ye Bufan's 4 disdainful words echoed on the battlefield, and even resounded throughout the entire Shenwu continent. In an instant, the whole world was silent. Suddenly, the hearts of all members of the 4 tribes, namely, humans, monsters, barbarians, and demons, could not help but tremble. The battle is over. Isn't this too fast? There were 40 saints, and they were all wiped out in less than 7 seconds. The shocking facts made everyone feel a little bit unbelievable, as if all this was just a dream. But the facts are the facts. It cannot be changed and there is no need to argue. In less than 7 seconds, the 7-killing army slaughtered 40 saints from 3 tribes. This record, this strength. Wow! In that brief moment, the entire human race was in excitement. More than 3 years of depression, more than 3 years of trembling, more than 3 years of fear, all disappeared without a trace at this moment, and were replaced by excitement and excitement. Ha 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 ha, monsters, wild beasts, demons, you have finally come to this day. It's been 3 years, and your good days are over. From now on, just wait for the crazy revenge of our human race. Damn you, the demon beast, I want revenge for my brother, sister, father, and mother. Kill all these damned monsters, and kill all these damned evil demons. There is hope for the human race. From now on, I will not return home until I kill the demons and barbarians, and I will not go home until I destroy the evil spirits. I want to leave the city, I want to kill the demons and savages and destroy the evil spirits, I want to join the 7 kills and follow Master Yi. I want to be one of the 7 killers too. From now on, the 7 kills will be my goal, the goal of my whole life. The sounds came one after another. After more than 3 years of repression, it is now completely vented and erupts completely. The darkest time has passed and the dawn is slowly rising. At this moment, the name of 7 killers swept across the Shenwu land. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. At this moment, Ye Bufan's reputation among the human race reached its peak. It's not to say that there will be no one better than you, but it is definitely unprecedented. However, unlike the human race who were cheering, the mood of all members of the demon race, the barbarian race, and the devil race was extremely heavy, even the powerful saints were no exception. Kill 40 saints in 7 seconds. What kind of strength is needed to achieve such results and such records? For more than 3 years, the human race was on the verge of extinction, but unexpectedly, such a huge change happened. How many saints are there in the human race? Where do so many saints come from among the human race? One question after another lingered in the mind of every leader of the 3 tribes, demons, barbarians, and devils. They were shocked, and even more afraid, hesitant, nervous and uneasy. Deep in the Wangyao Mountains. Sir, how come so many saints suddenly appeared in the human race? The Snow Wolf Demon King looked at Han Feier and said tremblingly. Han Feier frowned. Where do so many saints come from in the human race? She also wanted to know what was going on. It's a pity that, apart from Ye Bufan, no one in the entire Shenwu continent can answer her question. But will Ye Bufan tell her? Obviously not. However, at this point, it no longer matters where these saints of the human race came from. What matters is how the demon race should respond to the current situation. The human race has made a strong comeback, and the pattern of the Shenwu continent will inevitably undergo a huge change. After a moment, Han Feier said in a deep voice. Go and invite the first barbarian lord and the heavenly demon envoy. Remember, they must come in person. Tell them that if they are not confident in me, they can bring their own Saint Realm experts with them. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Yes. Then he responded and left in a hurry. Ye Bufan. After the Snow Wolf Demon King left, Han Feier clenched her fists and her face became extremely gloomy. In the demonic territory, the Snow Wolf Demon King came hurriedly. He naturally knew what Han Feier wanted to do. But, does that work? After what happened before, a huge gap has now formed between the 3 tribes of demons, barbarians, and celestial demons, especially the barbarians. Now it is impossible for the 3 tribes to cooperate as closely as before. But these have nothing to do with him, the Snow Wolf Demon King. He just needs to do his job, well. Brother. After a roar, the Snow Wolf Demon King rushed directly into the tent of the heavenly demon envoy. Saint Battlefield. At this moment, 40 saints from the demon race and the demon race fell. Ye Bufan looked at the trembling demon army of 300,000 or 400,000 below and said in a cold voice. Kill all the demons and barbarians present without sparing a single one. Ye Bufan communicated with the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation and displayed his own strength in a grand manner in order to thoroughly intimidate the three tribes of demons, barbarians, and devils, to make them hesitant, afraid, and wary. How could he possibly let the three tribes know the specific strength of his side? In this case, these monsters naturally cannot be kept. Kill. At Ye Bufan's command, 150 or 60 saints of the seven-killing army instantly attacked the demon army below. Immediately afterwards, Hao Peng, Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei, and Satunan also rushed out one after another. Seeing this scene, the remaining dozen or so saints looked at each other, then they all looked at Ye Bufan, and finally without hesitation, they all took action. At this point, the dozen or so saints have realized that Ye Bufan's previous words were not a joke. Human race, he has the final say from now on. As for disobeying him, before the seven-killing army appeared, more than a dozen saints might have had such thoughts, but now, they didn't even dare to do so. In the face of absolute strength, one can only surrender. What's more, the current changes will only bring benefits to the human race, not harm. As long as we can save the human race, destroy the three tribes, and make them obey Ye Bufan, there is nothing wrong with that. Nearly 200 saints of the human race rushed out to face the army of more than 300,000 from the demon and barbarian tribes. Undoubtedly, this was another one-sided massacre. The battlefield is thousands of meters away. The second barbarian lord looked at the battlefield in the distance, recalling the previous scene. His expression was filled with shock. 157 saints, plus the previous 19, that's 176 saints, and these saints who suddenly appeared all have holy weapons and pseudo-divine weapons, and even more advanced divine weapons. The strength of the human race can already be compared with my three races. The most important thing is that young man. While mumbling, the second barbarian lord looked at Ye Bufan. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He is obviously only at the Jodian realm, but I can sense a dangerous aura from him. This person is definitely more powerful and more terrifying than that wretched fat man of the human race. No, I have to go back and tell my brother everything here, otherwise my barbarian tribe will suffer in the future. After saying this, the second barbarian lord turned around. 40 saints were slaughtered in less than 7 seconds. This huge shock made the second barbarian lord unable to calm down anymore, and he also knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. Brother barbarian, where are you going? However, just as the second barbarian lord turned around, a playful voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Buzz. Hearing this, the second barbarian lord couldn't help but tremble. In his sight, Ye Long was walking towards him slowly with a smile on his face. Entering the pinnacle of the holy realm. The moment he saw Ye Long, the second barbarian lord's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Run! Without any hesitation, the second barbarian lord immediately changed direction and rushed out. As they were both at the peak of the Saint realm, the second barbarian lord thought that he was absolutely not afraid of Ye Long at all. However, he always remembered that there were more than 100 saints of the human race in the distance. It would definitely not be a wise move to fight with them at this time. Once he alarmed the other saints of the human race, he would surely die. Escape was the only option at this point, and the sooner the better. Unfortunately, just as the second barbarian lord rushed out, a figure blocked his way. Barbarian brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Looking at the second barbarian lord, Yehu said with a smile. You. The second barbarian lord was stunned. Swish, swish, swish. Soon after, several more figures attacked. In an instant, Ye Long, Ye Hu, Ye Shi, Ye Bao and Ye Lang, the 5 most powerful saints, surrounded the second barbarian lord. Looking at Ye Long and the other 4 people in front of him, the second barbarian lord's mouth twitched. He really wanted to ask, where on earth did so many saints of your human race come from? The 157 people just now were fine, but now 5 more have appeared. They are all powerful people who have reached the peak of the saint realm. Before the second barbarian lord could think about it, Ye Long looked at him and said, Second barbarian lord, our young master wants to see you. What do you think? Do you want to go with us on your own, or do we brothers invite you to go? Your young master. Hearing this, the second barbarian lord was stunned. Right there. Ye Long pointed at Ye Bufan in the distance. The second barbarian lord's mouth twitched, and then he said, well, I have something else to do now, how about visiting you another day? Is that okay with you? What do you think? Ye Long smiled slightly. I think it's feasible. The second barbarian lord gritted his teeth and said with a little embarrassment. Fuck you. Ye Long shouted angrily, then said, beat him up first, then tie him up. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Long rushed out. The other four did not stop either. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the first barbarian lord trembled. I'll go. Can't I go with you? Seeing that the 5 people had come in front of him, the second barbarian lord immediately said with a distressed look on his face. 1 against 5. The first barbarian lord did not think that he was a match for Ye Long and his 4 companions, not to mention that there were more than 100 or nearly 200 saints in the distance, as well as the young man who made him feel dangerous. Rather than being beaten up and then captured by the other party, it is better to surrender. What's more, the other party didn't seem to intend to kill him. Aren't you busy? After a pause, Ye Long stood 3 steps away from the second barbarian lord, looked at him and smiled. No, I'm fine. I was just joking just now. The second barbarian lord said with a bitter look on his face. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave. Ye Long immediately shouted angrily. Yes. The second barbarian lord responded repeatedly. It's boring. Ye curled his lips and said, I was originally thinking about beating up the second barbarian lord. That would definitely feel great. But now, there's no chance. As he was talking, Ye looked at Ye Long and suggested, Brother Long, how about we beat him up first and then take him away? After all, the young master only said to capture him alive, so isn't it okay if he is not killed? Your sister. After hearing this, the second barbarian lord was confused and even more crazy. You are just a little brat. I have no grudge against you. Can you please stop being so violent? Never mind. But at this moment, Ye Long waved his hand and said, he looks so pitiful, so don't embarrass him. As he spoke, Ye Long looked at the second barbarian lord and said, you should leave now. Real. The second barbarian lord was delighted. Real. Ye Long nodded and said, let's go quickly, or I will regret it. Bang. The next second, the second barbarian lord fell to the ground, his expression extremely firm as he said. I won't leave, even if I die. You bastards, it's obvious that you want to lure me away so that you can beat me up. Do you think I'm stupid? Chapter 921. Everyone has their own agenda. Deep in the Wangyao Mountains, Han Feier is located. At this moment, Han Feier, the demon envoy of heaven, and the first barbarian lord, the 3 leaders of the 3 tribes gathered together. Dead silent space, solemn atmosphere. You two, what do you think of what just happened? Looking at the demon envoy of heaven and the first barbarian lord, Han Feier was the first to break the dead silence in front of her and asked. What else can you say? The sky demon envoy rebuked him harshly, saying, in my opinion, the human race is simply bluffing. Bluff. Han Feier looked at the heavenly demon envoy with a sneer, and said disdainfully, if it were you, the heavenly demon clan, would you have the ability to kill 40 Saint Realm powerhouses in 7 seconds? The demon envoy was furious, but speechless. Because he couldn't refute Han Feier at all, because the Sky Demon clan couldn't do that. Without waiting for the heavenly demon envoy to think more, Han Feier spoke again. Without sufficient strength, the human race can't kill the 40 Saint Realm powerhouses of my 3 races in 7 seconds, so they are not bluffing at all. If they were not bluffing, why would they set up a trap to lure and kill the strong men of my 3 tribes? They could have directly declared war on the saints of my 3 tribes. Why bother with such unnecessary actions? Like now, as soon as Han Feier finished speaking, the demon envoy of the heavenly demon immediately retorted. It's very simple. Because the human race is not absolutely sure of defeating our 3 races, they can only hold their troops for the time being. What a joke. Standing still. They have lured and killed 40 saints from my 3 clans. You still call this standing still? That only proves that they don't want to and dare not go to war with us for the time being. If not, is it necessary for them to make such a big fuss to intimidate us? Then, according to what you said, the strength of the human race should be about the same as our 3 races. Yes. That's even easier. You can hand over the human captives held by your demon race to me now. I will use their blood to sacrifice to the eternal abyss and summon the strong men of my race. When the time comes, my race will take the lead and directly fight against the human race. We will wipe them out in one fell swoop. How do you think? No. Why not? We still don't know the human race's situation clearly, so it would be unwise to rashly declare war. What a joke. If we never figure out the human race's situation, then won't we have to stay like this forever? And don't you think we are too passive by doing this? Don't worry, it won't take long for me to figure out the specific situation of the human race. Do you have a solution? Certainly. What is the solution? I'm sorry I can't tell you what method it is, but I will definitely find out the situation of the human race. But before that, I hope that none of our three races will act rashly, so as not to be defeated one by the human race. It seems to me that you are just stalling for time on purpose. I stall for time. Why should I stall for time? Needless to say, in just 3 years, you have trained 50,000 divine martial realm demon gods. If you were given another 3 years, wouldn't you be able to train another 50,000 divine martial realms? To put it bluntly, the longer the time drags on, the more beneficial it will be for your demon race. Bullshit, do you think it's so easy to train a divine martial realm demon god? These 50,000 divine martials have already used up all the resources of my demon race. In the future, let alone training another 50,000, even 5,000, 500, or even 50, I can't do it. Who knows whether what you said is true or not? Then what do you say we should do? It's very simple. All the billions of human captives held by your demon race will be sacrificed to the eternal abyss. In this way, our race will be able to immediately add dozens of peak saint realm warriors. Didn't you say that the strength of the human race should be similar to ours? In this way, the strength of our three races will definitely surpass that of the human race in an instant, and we will be above them. Then we can go to war with the human race directly. If you are afraid of death, our sky demon race can be the vanguard of our three races and declare war on the human race first. If your heavenly demon clan does not take any action at that time, what will happen to my demon and barbarian clan? You don't believe me. Don't you also not believe in me? The sky demon envoy was furious, and then he looked at the first barbarian lord and said, "Barbarian lord, what do you think we should do now? Should we release the strong men of our race and declare war on the human race, or should we wait endlessly as the sky fox demon lord said?" What do you mean by endless? Once I know the details of the human race, I will take action without you telling me, but it will definitely not be a reckless fight to the death like this one. Han Feier scolded him harshly, then looked at the first barbarian lord and said, "Barbarian lord, tell me what you think." Originally, when Han Feier and the sky demon envoy were arguing, the first barbarian lord did not interrupt at all. Now that the two of them were asking him questions at the same time, the first barbarian lord thought for a moment and said, "My barbarian clan does not have any suggestions. As long as you, the demon clan and the sky demon clan, reach a consensus, my barbarian clan will do as you say." Having been cheated once, how could the first barbarian lord be cheated a second time? Now the first barbarian lord understood that no matter whether it was the demons or the demons, none of them were easy to deal with, and even the human race was no exception. In the current Shenwu continent, his barbarians had suddenly become the weakest party. This fact was unacceptable to the first barbarian lord, but he also clearly realized that the most important thing for the barbarians now was to protect themselves. How to protect yourself? Remain neutral and do not help either side. In this way, neither the demon tribe nor the devil tribe would dare to embarrass the barbarians. After all, the barbarians themselves are strong, and dozens of powerful saints are not just for show. Provoke me. We're all going to die anyway. If anyone wants to provoke me, I, the barbarian tribe, will fight you to the death. In this way, the first barbarian lord believed that under the current situation, the monsters, demons, and even humans would not dare to provoke the barbarians. After all, whoever provokes the barbarians must be prepared to fight to the death with the barbarians. By then, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When the snipe and the clam fight, only the fisherman can benefit. Looking at the first barbarian lord, the demon envoy became furious. Han Feier smiled slightly and didn't say much, because there was no need for her to say more. Since the three tribes cannot reach a consensus, it is impossible for them to go to war. As long as they do not go to war, she will have enough time to continue to cultivate a large number of demon gods in the divine martial realm. Of course, she wouldn't mind if the other two parties went to war. After all, after this battle, whether it is the barbarians or the demons, they will definitely be very careful when facing the human race, and will never fall into the trap easily. In this way, once a war is declared, both sides will suffer losses. Since both sides suffer losses, her demon clan can just sit back and reap the benefits. Of course, Han Faer knew that the barbarians would never be so stupid. As for the sky demons, when a dog is cornered, it will jump over the wall. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite people. Without the blood sacrifice of living people to the eternal abyss, the strength of the heavenly demon clan cannot continue to grow. Han Faer cannot guarantee how the heavenly demon clan will react in such a situation. Of course, there is one thing Han Faer can be sure of, that is, the Sky Demon clan does not dare to break off relations with the Monster clan. But at this moment, the demon envoy of the heavenly demon suddenly asked, "Are you planning to withdraw your troops?" Retreat. Han Faer shook her head. Of course my demon tribe will not retreat. After all, how can we give up the advantage we have gained with great difficulty? And didn't the man surnamed Ye say that as long as the saints of my 3 tribes don't come out, the saints of other tribes will not act rashly? In this case, why should we retreat? Barbarian Lord, what about your barbarian tribe? After Han Faer finished speaking, the heavenly demon envoy looked at the first barbarian lord and said, "I have already said that my barbarian tribe has absolutely no objection to the decision of your 2 tribes." The first barbarian lord said with a smile. The demon envoy of the heavenly demon swept the 2 of them and said, "Well, everything will remain the same. I hope you won't pretend to obey but actually disobey. After the city is captured, the members of the human race must be captured alive." "That's no problem," Han Faer responded, and then said, "But these people still have to be guarded by my demon clan." "No." But at this moment, the first barbarian lord suddenly said, "From now on, the captured humans must be guarded by our barbarians, otherwise our barbarians will immediately evacuate the human territory." Today, the first barbarian lord must make plans for the barbarians. In the past, he could ignore these human captives, but now he can no longer do so. At least these human captives may play an unexpected role when necessary. For example, restraining the demon clan. For example, negotiating with the human race. That's fine with me. Looking at the first barbarian lord, Han Faer smiled and said that the reason she controlled these human captives was simply because she didn't want the Sky Demon clan to make a blood sacrifice in the eternal abyss, and she believed that the first barbarian lord had the same idea as hers. In this way, there is naturally no difference whether the human captives are in the demon tribe or the barbarian tribe. That's fine with me. The demon lord of heaven also spoke. It is better for the human captives to remain with the barbarians than for the 2 tribes to kill them directly. After all, the heavenly demon clan only has saints. At the moment when the 3 clans are not prepared to declare war on the human race, the saints of the heavenly demon clan cannot and dare not set foot on the human territory. Since the demons cannot enter the human territory, it is even more impossible to break into the city and capture people. So they can only rely on the 2 tribes of monsters and barbarians. After the 2 tribes captured human prisoners, they would then find a way to seize these human prisoners. Then it's settled. From now on, except for the saints of our 3 tribes not going out, everything else will remain the same. However, the human captives will be guarded by the barbarians in the future. Looking at the demon envoy of heaven, Han Faer said with a smile. Snort. The demon envoy snorted, then stood up and said, "If that's the case, then it's settled. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now." After saying this, the demon envoy of the Sky Demon immediately stood up and left. The first barbarian lord also stood up and looked at Han Faer. "Sky Fox Demon Lord, I will take my leave first. If you 2 tribes reach a consensus, just inform me. As long as it is a joint decision of your 2 tribes, my barbarian tribe will have no objection." "Goodbye, barbarian lord." Han Faer smiled slightly. The first barbarian lord did not stop and turned around and left. After the heavenly demon envoy and the first barbarian lord left, Han Faer's face immediately turned gloomy. After a moment, she shouted, "Snow Wolf." Chapter 922. The 3 orders of the Sky Fox, the demon envoy will be the most respected. Grown-ups. Hearing Han Faer's call, the Snow Wolf Demon King hurried in from outside. 40 saints from the demon clan and the demon clan fell, and the leaders of the 3 clans held a meeting. The Snow Wolf Demon King didn't know what they discussed, but from the performance of the demon envoy from the demon clan when he left, he believed that the 3 clans would definitely part on bad terms this time. A rift has arisen among the 3 tribes. The Snow Wolf Demon King believed that the relationship between the three tribes would definitely become worse and worse in the future. Three things. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, Han Fair said with a serious expression. But at your command. The Snow Wolf Demon King had a solemn look on his face. Han Fair did not hesitate and spoke directly. First, from now on, increase the intensity of the siege on the major cities of the human race. Whether during the siege or after the city is broken, kill as many human beings as possible, and do not capture them alive if you can kill them. Also, you can ambush the barbarians when necessary, but remember, if you don't take action, it's fine. Once you take action, you must annihilate the entire barbarian army. You must not leave a single one alive. You are personally responsible for this matter. Remember, the news must not leak out. From now on, all the demon saints of my clan are at your disposal. If anyone refuses to obey, let him come to me. Buzz. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He knew that Han Fair was going to cultivate the divine martial realm demon god quickly and extensively. Yes. Immediately, the Snow Wolf Demon King responded in a deep voice. Second, Han Fair continued to speak, her eyes flashing with a chill. Contact Zhou immediately, and help him enter Ye Bufan's 7-killing army. If necessary, you can sacrifice some members of our tribe. But remember, don't act too hastily and make the human race suspicious of him. My lord, you mean to arrange Zhou to kill members of my clan, accumulate merits to the rank of officer, and then infiltrate the 7-killing army? The Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked. Yes. Han Fair did not deny it. Sir, this is a member of my clan after all. Doing this isn't it? The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated with a look of horror on his face. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Han Fair said coldly, it is their honor to be loyal to our clan, just go and make the arrangements. As she spoke, Han Fair narrowed her eyes. Only by letting Zhou infiltrate the 7-killing army can we get what we want. I must find out the strength of the human race, no, the 7-killing army, and where did Ye Bufan find so many Saint Realm experts? After all, if we can't figure this out, we will always be in a passive position. As she spoke, Han Fair looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King. So, this matter is as important as improving the strength of our clan, do you understand? I understand. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded with a solemn expression. I will definitely help Zhou sneak into the 7-killing army without being noticed by the human race. If I can't do it, I am willing to die to apologize. Help Zhou infiltrate the 7-killing army. That's so simple. It's just a matter of a word from the master. Just do your best. Han Fair said softly. How could she bear to let such a loyal and outstanding subordinate of the Snow Wolf Demon King die as an apology? After all, if the Snow Wolf Demon King died, it would definitely be the biggest loss for Han Fair. Yes, sir. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded softly. Han Fair narrowed her eyes and spoke again. Third, during this period of time, you have to keep a close eye on the Sky Demon Clan for me. Keep an eye on the Sky Demon Clan. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. That's right. Han Fair responded, the situation in Shenwu has changed dramatically. In the next period of time, at least before the specific situation of the human race is clarified, the saints of the Heavenly Demon Clan will never dare to set foot on the human territory. Since they dare not set foot on the human race, they cannot attack the human race's main city without authorization. If they can't attack the city, it means they can't hide the blood sacrifice to the eternal abyss from us, or they simply don't have anyone to sacrifice blood to the eternal abyss. Without the blood sacrifice to the eternal abyss, their strength cannot be improved and expanded. In this case, the Sky Demon Clan will definitely not sit still and wait for death. They will definitely take action. So, you must keep an eye on the Sky Demon Clan and keep track of their movements, so that our clan won't be left in the dark and not know what they are doing. The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated slightly. Sir, they won't tell their subordinates some very confidential things, right? That depends on how capable you are. Han Fair said with a smile, I believe this is not a problem for you. Yes. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, I understand. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Kindness. Han Fair nodded. I'm at ease with you doing the job. Are you assured? Yes, don't worry, you will cry someday. The Snow Wolf Demon King laughed secretly. Outside the Wangyao Mountains. After the first barbarian lord left Han Fair's place, He did not stay for a moment and went straight back to the king's forest, one of the 10 forbidden forests of the barbarians, which was also the base camp of the barbarians. After all, in the eyes of the first barbarian lord, no place other than his own base camp is safe now. If this incident had not happened suddenly and the change had not been too great, and if he had not made arrangements in advance, the first barbarian lord would never have taken the risk alone to come to the Wangyao Mountains to meet Han Fair and the demon envoy of heaven. Before coming to Wangyao Mountain Range, he had already issued an order that if anything happened to him, the barbarians would attack the demon tribe at all costs, and the first barbarian lord gave the order in front of Han Fair through the mother and child true essence stone. The first barbarian lord did this just as a warning, just to protect himself. If you touch me, my barbarian tribe will directly declare war on the demon tribe. Of course, the first barbarian lord could also lead all the barbarian saints to the Wangyao Mountains, but he would not do that. After all, if the demons and the devils joined forces to ambush the barbarians, wouldn't the barbarians be wiped out? Unless he leads the entire barbarian tribe to the appointment. But that's obviously impossible, so he had to compromise and come to the appointment in a way that was almost threatening. The demons are too cunning and the devils are too sinister. We have to be on guard. Fortunately, although there was no gain from this trip to Wangyao Mountain Range, it was safe and sound. However, not long after the first barbarian lord left the Wangyao Mountains, he discovered that the heavenly demon envoy who had left Han Fire's place before him actually appeared in front of him. Demon envoy. Arriving in front of the heavenly demon envoy, the first barbarian lord frowned and looked alert. My lord, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Looking at the first barbarian lord, the heavenly demon envoy said with a smile. What do you want to do? The first barbarian lord took a step back and asked with a vigilant look. He instantly entered a combat state while not forgetting to guard against everything around him. Hee. Seeing this scene, the heavenly demon envoy smiled and said, Don't be nervous, barbarian lord. I have no ill intentions, but I just have something I want to discuss with you. What's up? The first barbarian lord had a stern look on his face. The demon envoy hesitated for a moment, then he glanced at the surroundings and said, Barbarian lord, how about we go to another place? After all, this is not a place to talk. The first barbarian lord frowned and said, If you have anything to say, just say it here. Change place. Who knows if you would ambush me in another place? Looking at the first barbarian lord who was on guard against him, the heavenly demon envoy's mouth twitched slightly. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. He knew that the first barbarian lord no longer believed in the demon clan and the sky demon clan. He also knew what the first barbarian lord was guarding against at the moment. He also knew that it would be useless even if he explained. So the demon envoy said directly, Brother barbarian, lead the way. Let's go to your barbarian king's forest to discuss. How about that? Kindness. Hearing this, the first barbarian lord frowned. He glanced at the heavenly demon envoy and said, Go to my barbarian king's forest. That's right, the demon envoy said with a smile. Aren't you afraid that I will ambush and plot against you? In that case, I will go with you to the barbarians' base camp and then discuss the matter. You shouldn't be afraid, right? Chapter 923A Win-Win Cooperation. The Forest of Kings, the Barbarians, Base Camp. After bringing the heavenly demon envoy here, the first barbarian lord dismissed his attendants and said to the heavenly demon envoy, just tell me what you want to say. I wonder what the barbarian lord thinks of the current situation. The heavenly demon envoy looked at the first barbarian lord, smiled, and said without hesitation. What do you think of the current situation? I have your sister's opinion. The current situation is that you, the demon clan, have cheated my barbarian clan, and the monster clan has also cheated my barbarian clan. You all treat my barbarian clan as idiots. My barbarian clan has sincerely cooperated with you, but ended up becoming the weakest clan in the Shenwu continent. Once the human race is destroyed, the next to be destroyed should be our barbarians, right? The first barbarian lord cursed in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, Demon envoy, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. There is no need to beat around the bush with me. There are no outsiders here. Good. The Sky Demon envoy responded and said, Then I will not waste any more words. My Sky Demon clan wants to make a deal with the barbarian clan. Trade. The first barbarian lord was stunned. He looked at the heavenly demon envoy and frowned. What deal? 300 million human beings, for one saint. The demon envoy said with a smile. What? The first barbarian lord was shocked and asked in horror, 300 million human beings for one saint. That's right. The demon envoy of the sky responded. The first barbarian lord was horrified. He looked at the heavenly demon envoy and asked in doubt, did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? You heard it right, and I didn't say it wrong either. The heavenly demon envoy smiled and said, as long as you agree to trade with my heavenly demon clan, then from now on, for every 300 million living people your barbarian clan gives me, my heavenly demon clan will give you a saint from the barbarian clan, or help one of your barbarian clan members advance to become a saint. 300 million people for one saint. Even though he was the leader of the barbarian tribe and the head of the clan, the first barbarian lord could no longer remain calm at this moment. After all, this is a saint, the strongest person in the Shenwu continent, not a weak ant. How many saints are there in the entire barbarian tribe now? 300 million humans could be exchanged for a saint. Such a deal would definitely be a huge profit for the barbarians. After all, the human race was useless in the hands of the barbarians. However, the first barbarian lord was the strongest man in the barbarian tribe, and even the leader of the barbarian tribe. He naturally understood the intentions of the Sky Demon tribe. He immediately narrowed his eyes and said, do you want to use this method to strengthen the strength of your Sky Demon tribe? That's right. The heavenly demon envoy said without denying, my heavenly demon clan sacrifices 2 saints to help one member of your barbarian clan advance to sainthood. And after every 100 million humans sacrifice their blood to the eternal abyss, they can summon a saint from my clan. This is equivalent to after 300 million humans sacrifice their blood to the eternal abyss, both our clans can gain one more saint. For us, this is definitely a win-win situation. A win-win situation. The first barbarian lord frowned. The heavenly demon envoy continued, I don't need to explain the current situation much, barbarian lord, you also understand. As far as you barbarians are concerned, my heavenly demon clan is not trustworthy, and neither is the demon clan. The only one you can trust is yourselves. What's more, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. The human race members are useless in your hands. If that's the case, why don't you barbarians use them to gain some benefits and enhance your own strength? Having said this, the demon envoy of heaven said nothing more, but looked at the first barbarian lord quietly. He believed that as long as the first barbarian lord was not stupid, he would definitely not refuse his proposal. This is indeed the case. The first barbarian lord has indeed been moved. 300 million humans in exchange for a saint, no matter how you look at it, the barbarians are not at a loss. As for the demon race, no matter whether he is dead or alive. Just as the demon envoy of the sky said, if a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth, not to mention that the 2 races were unkind first. As for the heavenly demons, what's the point of being on guard against them? After all, the barbarians are the weakest right now. Therefore, the only thing the first barbarian lord has to consider now is how to obtain the greatest benefits for the barbarians. After thinking for a moment, the first barbarian lord looked at the heavenly demon envoy and said, I have no objection to exchanging 300 million human beings for a saint, but he must be at the peak of the saint realm. That's impossible. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demon envoy directly refused and said, my clan uses secret techniques to consume 2 saints in order to train a saint of the same rank. In other words, if I help your barbarian clan train a peak saint, my clan will have to consume 2 peak saints. Just think about it, where can my clan get so many peak saints to consume? No before, but what about in the future? The second barbarian lord sneered, before, it was because of the constraints on our demon and barbarian tribes that not all members of your demon tribe who came to the Shenwu continent were at the peak of the saint realm. Now, since you have made a deal with me in private, the demons who will enter the Shenwu continent in the future must all be at the peak of the saint realm, right? 3 at the peak of the saint realm, 2 at the expense of training one of our tribe's peak saint realm warriors, and your tribe will also retain one at the peak of the saint realm. This is cooperation, and it is fair cooperation. Demon envoy, are you right? As he spoke, the first barbarian lord looked at the heavenly demon envoy and smiled. The corner of the heavenly demon envoy's mouth twitched, but he was unable to refute, so he could only say, okay, let's do as you said, 300 million humans in exchange for 1 peak saint. Isn't that right? The first barbarian lord smiled slightly, and then said, besides this, I have another request. You have any other requests? The demon envoy was stunned for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, tell me, what is your request? It's very simple. To show your sincerity, you, the Sky Demon clan, must first help my clan train 3 peak saints. These 3 people are given to me for free. In addition, in the future, you must first help my clan train a saint, and my clan will then hand over 300 million human beings. The first barbarian lord said with a smile. The demon envoy's face instantly turned gloomy. Seeing this, the first barbarian lord continued, although this is a win-win deal as you said, if you cannot agree to my only request, then I can only refuse to cooperate with your heavenly demon clan. Naked Threat. Chapter 924 Happy Cooperation. 3 powerful people who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm will be given away for free. This is equivalent to the Sky Demon clan needing to waste 6 tribesmen who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm to help the barbarian clan advance. When the demon thought of this, his heart couldn't help but feel confused. These were 6 people who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm, the strongest men in the Shenwu continent. They were not just high, mid, or low-level saints, and they were definitely not ants below the saints. Whether it is the demon tribe or the barbarian tribe now, how many powerful people have reached the peak of the Saint Realm among them? Less than 10. Even the current demon clan is the same. 8 powerful people who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm. This is almost the total number of people from the 3 tribes of demons, wild beasts, and devils who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm, at least on the surface. Although once they cooperate with the barbarians, the heavenly demon clan will certainly be able to invite a large number of powerful saints to descend on the Shenwu continent, but don't forget that for every blood sacrifice of 300 million human beings, the heavenly demon clan can only add 1 powerful saint. The loss of 6 saints now is equivalent to the demon clan having to trade with the barbarian clan 6 times to completely make up for the loss. 300 million humans each time, 6 times that would be 18 billion. How could the barbarians capture so many human beings in such a short period of time? It's impossible. This takes time. The current situation in the Shenwu continent is very delicate. What should we do if the Sky Demon clan loses so many powerful people at once and the situation suddenly changes? What's more, in addition to these 3 peak saintly warriors, the first barbarian lord also required that in every cooperation, the heavenly demon clan must help their people advance before making a transaction. In this way, it is equivalent to that if the heavenly demon clan wants to cooperate with the barbarian clan, they must first help them train 4 peak saint realm powerhouses, while their own side will lose 8 peak saint realm powerhouses. It would be fine if the barbarians kept their promise, but if they suddenly changed their minds and refused to trade after receiving the benefits, how should the demons respond? Isn't this like throwing meat buns at a dog, which is gone but never comes back? The loss of 8 powerful men who had reached the peak of the Saint Realm was definitely enough to cause serious damage to the demon clan of the Shenwu continent and significantly reduce their strength. How should the demon clan deal with the current situation at that time? The demon dared not even think about it. But if you don't agree. The current situation is that a large number of saints suddenly emerged in the human race, causing the Shenwu situation to undergo a huge change. Now the demon clan does not dare to set foot on the human race's territory at all. Just as Han Feier thought, if the human race cannot be set foot on, the Sky Demon clan will not be able to capture human members alive for blood sacrifice to the Eternal Abyss. If the blood sacrifice to the Eternal Abyss cannot be made, the strong men of the Sky Demon clan will not be able to continue to descend on the Shenwu continent. It's like stagnant water. In the future, won't the Heavenly Demon clan be gradually devoured by the other 3 clans until it is destroyed? This is definitely not what the demon wants to see. Barbarian Lord, your request seems a bit excessive. Looking at the first Barbarian Lord, the Heavenly Demon envoy said with embarrassment, "My Heavenly Demon clan sincerely wants to cooperate with your Barbarian clan, but you are so good. Now that the transaction has not even started, you have made my Heavenly Demon clan lose 8 peak Saint Realm powerhouses in vain. Do you think this is reasonable?" After a pause, the Heavenly Demon envoy continued, "Let's take a step back. Even if I agree to your request, if your barbarian tribe suddenly regrets after getting the benefits, what should my Heavenly Demon tribe do? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, this is my only request and the prerequisite for my barbarian tribe to cooperate with you. If you want to cooperate, then show your sincerity. The first barbarian lord spread his hands and said without giving in. You, the demon envoy of the heavenly demon, was furious and confused, and asked, "Aren't you afraid that my heavenly demon clan will cooperate with the demon clan? Cooperate with the demon tribe?" Looking at the heavenly demon envoy, the first barbarian lord pretended to be surprised and asked, "Did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong?" The demon envoy was stunned. In fact, he regretted it the moment he said it. Because the demon clan will not cooperate with the demon clan in this way, because such behavior is simply raising a tiger to harm oneself. Not only that, once the Sky Demon clan proposes this cooperation intention, the demon clan will not only not agree, but they will also increase their defense against the Sky Demon clan. By then, it will be impossible for the Sky Demon clan to cooperate with the barbarian clan again. This is also the reason why the demon clan did not seek cooperation with the demon clan even though they had billions of human captives under guard, but instead sought cooperation with the barbarian clan. The demons would not agree, but the barbarians were different. Among the 4 tribes of humans, monsters, barbarians and demons in the Shenwu continent, the barbarians have the weakest peak strength, so the barbarians are in urgent need of improving their peak combat power. If there is a demand, there will naturally be room for negotiation. This is also the reason why the demon envoy found the first barbarian lord as soon as possible and directly proposed the intention of cooperation. "But I don't want to." Seeing the helpless look on the face of the heavenly demon envoy, the first barbarian lord said with a smile, "What am I talking about?" Why didn't the demon envoy continue talking? "You." The demon envoy of the sky gritted his teeth. The first barbarian lord said solemnly, "Demon envoy, you have to understand that it is your heavenly demon clan that is begging for cooperation with my barbarian clan, not my barbarian clan that is insisting on cooperation with you." Changing the subject, the first barbarian lord continued, "If you want to cooperate with the demon tribe, I have no objection, but if you want to cooperate with my barbarian tribe, you must agree and fulfill my conditions, otherwise no deal. Feel confident and fearless. You are taking advantage of someone's misfortune." The demon was furious. However, he knew that he could not turn against the first barbarian lord at any cost. "Call." Immediately, the demon envoy took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked at the first barbarian lord and said, "Barbarian lord, I can agree to your conditions, but I also have a request." "What do you want?" The first barbarian lord frowned. The demon said slowly, "Before every transaction in the future, my heavenly demon clan will help your barbarian clan advance to a saint, and then you will hand over 300 million humans." "That's fine. I can also give you 3 saint-level peak powerhouses for free," but as he spoke, the demon envoy's voice sank. "The delivery method of these 3 free saints cannot be as you said, it must be changed." "How do I change it?" "It's very simple. After every 2 transactions, my heavenly demon clan will give you an extra saint from the barbarian clan. And so on. After 6 transactions, my clan will pay for all 3 peak saints. How do you think?" After a pause, without waiting for the first barbarian lord to speak, the demon envoy continued, "You have your principles, and I have my bottom line. If you still cannot agree to this, then just pretend that I have never been here today and have never said anything. From now on, you and I will remain the same as before. As for whether you can gain a foothold in the Shenwu continent, it depends on your own ability. Anyway, my heavenly demon clan is definitely not the worst among the 4 clans." As soon as the demon envoy finished speaking, the first barbarian lord's face darkened and he angrily asked in a cold voice, "Are you blackmailing me?" "I am just stating a fact." The demon envoy looked at the first barbarian lord and said without hesitation, "Aren't you the weakest tribe in the current Shenwu continent?" Upon hearing this, the first barbarian lord's mouth twitched. He was messy and helpless. It must be said that the demon's words hit his soft spot. The law of the jungle, the strong prey on the weak. Ever since he learned about the hidden power of the demon race and the devil race, and since the sudden rise of the human race, the first barbarian lord has been completely unable to sleep or eat. The weak will be beaten. The weak will perish. The weak will be swallowed up. The lack of peak strength has become the biggest concern of the first barbarian lord today. Today, the demons have no choice, and so do the barbarians. For this reason, the first barbarian lord had to start calculating the gains and losses of the barbarians in this transaction. According to the transaction method changed by the demon envoy, in fact, Barbarian Zune got the same thing as he wanted before and did not suffer any loss. After all, the demon envoy had already agreed to his conditions. Only, after every 2 transactions, the barbarians will receive a free saint. Until after 6 transactions, all 3 saints will be delivered. This is equivalent to giving the saints added by the sky demons after every 2 transactions to the barbarians in future transactions. To put it bluntly, the sky demons did not gain any benefits in the first 6 transactions. But there is one thing, that is the heavenly demon clan does not need to consume the existing power of the Shenwu continent. To put it bluntly, the demon envoy does not want the strength of his side to be weakened. He doesn't believe in himself. He was on guard against himself. As for whether he had other purposes, the first barbarian lord was not a demon envoy, so he naturally didn't know. But it doesn't matter anymore. Good. After a moment, the first barbarian lord looked at the heavenly demon envoy and said very seriously, "That's settled, but I hope you won't play any tricks on me during this period, otherwise I will make you, the heavenly demon clan, pay the price." Of course. The demon envoy smiled slightly, then he extended his hand to the first barbarian lord and said, "Happy cooperation." The first barbarian lord shook hands with him, "Happy cooperation." Chapter 925. The time has not come yet. The devil offers a blood sacrifice to the eternal abyss, and the barbarians gain powerful saints. Cooperation between the 2 ethnic groups is definitely a win-win situation. But all of this is based on a major premise, which is the need to capture a large number of humans. But are the human race today really as vulnerable to being bullied as they have been for the past 3 years? There is only one answer: no. Because although Ye Bufan said when he announced to the Shenwu continent that as long as the powerful saints of the 3 tribes did not take action, the saints of the human race would definitely participate in the Shenwu war. But there is always a chance of something happening. The reason why Ye Bufan said this and did this was because, first, he wanted to use this method to select talents from among the human race and form a real 7-killing army. For those who are born under the 7 killings sign, courage and boldness must be put first, regardless of other things. Those who are afraid of death and love life should not have the 7 killings. As for the rest, because of the inheritance of the heavenly palace, many other factors are not important to Ye Bufan at all, or he does not need to care about them at all. After all, Dao Wuya had already taken these issues into consideration when he opened up the God and Demon Cemetery. Ye Bufan only needs to find a successor. Fighting against monsters and accumulating merits is just the assessment of the 7-killing army and the test of Ye Bufan. Second, although the human race's combat power is not weaker than the combined strength of the 3 races, Ye Bufan does not want to fight them head-on. At least not yet. Because in Ye Bufan's view, every person who obtains the heavenly palace inheritance is a treasure. Not to mention exchanging one life for another, even if one life is exchanged for all 3 tribes of demons, barbarians, and devils, it is not cost-effective and would be a huge loss. Third, like Han Feier, Ye Bufan also wanted to delay time. For no other reason than the cemetery of gods and demons. Han Feier wanted to delay time in order to cultivate a divine warrior, but Ye Bufan wanted to create a saint. Can the mighty gods be compared with saints? It can be said that the longer the time drags on, the more beneficial it will be for the human race. That's why Ye Bufan doesn't want to fight to the death with the 3 tribes, but if the human race really can't defeat the armies of the 3 tribes, then Ye Bufan will definitely not continue to wait, let alone sit and wait for death. The 3 tribes wantonly destroyed the city and captured a large number of humans. That was in the past. Now, if I cannot defeat him, I will use all my strength and destroy him with the force of thunder. Today, Ye Bufan definitely has this ability. It's a pity that Han Feier, the demonic envoy and the first barbarian lord knew nothing at all. Their so-called calculations were a joke in the face of absolute strength. Wuyu City, the place where 40 saints fell. At this time, none of the 400,000 troops of the 2 demon tribes were spared and were slaughtered by the saints of the human race. The ground was littered with corpses and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Master. Looking at Ye Bufan, Ye said with a bitter and helpless expression, "You should go and have a look yourself. We really can't do anything to that second barbarian lord." What's the meaning? Ye Bufan was stunned and puzzled. However, he did not hesitate at all and followed Ye directly to where the second barbarian lord was. The other people present, especially the dozen or so saints, were stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. The second barbarian. He is here too. Also, how come there is another young man who has reached the peak of the saint realm? Could it be that the saints have really become cabbages? Their minds were confused and they couldn't figure it out, but they followed anyway. Don't come over here. If you take another step forward, I will die in front of you. The second barbarian lord's limbs were all buried in the ground, and his entire body was tightly pressed against the ground. At this moment, he was looking at Ye Long and the other three on guard, roaring nervously and fearfully. What's going on? Looking at the scene in front of him, Ye Bufan glanced at Ye Hu and asked with a confused look. Ye Hu looked embarrassed. We originally just wanted to tease him, but who knew that the second barbarian lord was so timid? He seemed to be scared by us, and now he doesn't believe anything we say, just stays here and won't let us get close to him. After a pause, Ye Hu continued, Master, didn't you ask us to capture him alive? So we don't dare to touch him now. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The same goes for others. The second barbarian. Are you scared? They looked at Ye Hu with extremely strange eyes, as if to say, is it really as simple as you said? Although Ye Bu thought so too, he did not ask any more questions, but walked directly towards the second barbarian lord. Master! Master! Seeing Ye Bufan, Ye Long and the other three started talking, but they all looked embarrassed. Ye Bufan looked directly at the second barbarian lord. Human, you, don't come over here, otherwise, I will die in front of you. The second barbarian lord threatened tremblingly. Everyone was speechless. How can this be called the second barbarian? This is clearly a crying and naughty little brat. You want to commit suicide. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at the second barbarian lord and asked with a smile. Buzz. The second barbarian lord's body trembled violently, and he woke up instantly. Is it you? The moment he saw Ye Bufan, the second barbarian lord was not surprised but delighted, and said hurriedly, Great, the leader of the human race, you are finally here, you have to make the decision for me. What the hell? Let me make the decision for you. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. The second barbarian lord ignored him and continued to cry. I have already surrendered very cooperatively, but as he spoke, the second barbarian lord looked at Ye Long and the others and said angrily, they didn't even let me go and even wanted to plot against me. I was born by my mother and raised by my father. They are really going too far. Looking at the appearance of the second barbarian lord, everyone was speechless again. Barbarians, the second barbarian king. Are you the funny guy hired by the monkey? You're done. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at the second barbarian lord and asked in a deep voice. The second barbarian lord was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, now that we've finished talking, let's go with me. Where are you going? The second barbarian lord was stunned. Ye Bufan waved his hand and summoned the heaven burial palace. Then he looked at the second barbarian lord and said, go in. The second barbarian lord hesitated slightly. Ye Bufan said coldly, I'll give you 3 seconds. If you haven't entered after 3 seconds, then you can commit suicide. Swoosh. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the second barbarian lord had already rushed towards the burial heaven palace. That speed everyone only felt a gust of wind blowing before their eyes, and the second barbarian lord was already in the burial heaven palace. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless again. Ye Bufan looked at Ye Long and the others and said, you all should go to the heaven burial palace first. More than 100 people from the 7 killing army entered the heaven burial palace in an instant. Ye Bufan put away the heaven burial palace again, then looked at the remaining 19 people and said, take all the bodies with you, and we will go back. Where to go? Someone asked instinctively. Kangchong Martial Academy. Kangchong Martial Academy. Everyone was stunned again. The ancestor of the Long family looked at Ye Bufan and hesitated for a moment before saying, Ye young brother Ye, we just killed 40 saints from the 3 tribes. Shouldn't we take advantage of the victory and declare war on the 3 tribes directly? Others also looked at Ye Bufan with a look of surprise and expectation. 40 saints died. The 3 tribes were badly defeated, now is definitely the time to seize the opportunity and pursue the victory. Originally, they thought that Ye Bufan's previous announcement was just to confuse the 3 tribes, and then take advantage of their unpreparedness to kill them by surprise, but they didn't expect that Ye Bufan actually wanted to retreat and did not intend to declare war on the 3 tribes. In this case, how could they not be anxious? Seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. Ye Bufan glanced at everyone present and asked, why should I pursue the victory? Everyone was stunned. The ancestor of the Long family asked, "Is what you just said true? Will the saints of our human race stay indoors in the future?" Nature. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. The ancestor of the Long family was furious. He pointed at Ye Bufan and said angrily, "You are being irresponsible to our human race. You are obviously capable of competing with the three races, so why do you just sit there and do nothing?" After a pause, the ancestor of the Long family continued, "Do you know how many people of our human race have died tragically at the hands of the three clans over the years? And how many people have been sacrificed alive by the demon clan in the eternal abyss? Do you still want to watch all this continue?" Call. When the Long family ancestor finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. They looked at the ancestor of the Long family, and then at Ye Bufan. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. Everyone knows that Ye Bufan is not someone who is easy to mess with. Now isn't the ancestor of the Long family looking for death? "Brother Long, please stop talking." Satu Nan even pulled the sleeve of the ancestor of the Long family and reminded him softly. "Why didn't I say it?" The ancestor of the Long family scolded sternly. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at the ancestor of the Long family, narrowed his eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "It seems that it was you who provoked me again and again in the martial arts academy before, right?" Everyone's heart trembled violently. The ancestor of the Long family said without hesitation, "Yes, it is me, how about it? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said in a cold voice, "Kill me." The ancestor of the Long family was angry and insisted, "Even if you kill me, I still have to say that you." "Very good." Before the Long family ancestor could say more, Ye Bufan interrupted him and said, "I don't know, who are you and which family do you belong to?" Buzz. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled violently, and they looked at Ye Bufan with extreme fear. Does he want to wipe out the entire Long family? After all, Ye Bufan had done such things before. The Leng family and the Sun family were both his doing. Looking at Ye Bufan, the ancestor of the Long family was also stunned. "What? You don't even dare to introduce yourself?" Ye Bufan asked with a chuckle. The ancestor of the Long family was stunned again, and then shouted, "Why not? I will never change my name, Long II of the Long family." After a pause, the ancestor of the Long family continued, "Even if you want to destroy my entire Long family today, I will still say it. Back then, your father Ye Tianshong. You're pretty good." But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said, "What's the meaning?" The Long family ancestor paused, puzzled. "The same goes for others." Ye Bufan looked at the ancestor of the Long family and said with a smile, "Based on your love for the human race and your outspokenness, I will give your Long family a place in my 7-killing army. Within 3 days, bring the most outstanding member of your Long family to me, regardless of gender, age, and I will grant him a chance to defy fate. As for whether he can seize this opportunity, it depends on whether he has this blessing. Remember, you only have one chance. If the people you bring cannot satisfy me, I will never give you a second chance. At that time, I will directly take back your place in the 7-killing army." Leaving behind a word, Ye Bufan flew directly into the air, and then said, "As for why I didn't pursue the victory, I can only tell you the time has not come yet. When the time comes, I will massacre the 3 tribes of demons, barbarians, and demons." After saying this, Ye Bufan went straight to Kangchong Martial Academy. Everyone present was stunned. Not the right time. When the time comes, bloodbath the 3 tribes of demons, barbarians, and celestial demons. Chapter 926. Where is Xiaohuo'er? Kangchong Martial Academy. Within 1 day, at Ye Bufan's instruction, all the divine martial realm warriors from the 3 major martial arts academies left the academies and dispersed to the major cities of the human race. In addition, more than 100 saints of the 7-killing army and the divine martial realm and saints of the major families were also dispatched. These people went to the major cities, not for any other reason, just to distribute the war soul rings in the major cities. At first, Ye Bufan was still worried that there were not enough soul rings. After all, the number of human members was too large. However, after Ye Bufan witnessed the soul ring refining process, this worry completely disappeared. If for no other reason, it's simply because refining the soul ring is so simple that it's outrageous. To put it bluntly, as long as the materials are available, any student in the martial arts academy can refine it, and in just 1 minute, one person can refine hundreds of soul rings. Of course, although the soul ring is simple to refine, it needs to rely on the task release stone in the task hall inside the 3 martial arts academies. Otherwise, the soul ring refined is just an ordinary metal ring without any function. This was the first time Ye Bufan knew that the martial academy's mission release stone had such a function. In fact, it is not only Ye Bufan, but all the students of the 3 major martial arts academies are the same. If Ye Bufan did not need a large number of soul rings, and if the 3 major martial arts academies had not made the soul ring refining method public, no one would have known that the refining process of the War Department's unique soul ring was so simple. In addition, you can also set the number of merits that the soul ring can obtain through the task release stone. There is no doubt that Ye Bufan has reset the number of merits that the soul ring can obtain. After all, according to the previous settings of the War Department, it is too difficult and too harsh to reach a high military rank. It cannot be completed in 1 or 2 months. It will definitely take 1 or 2 years, or even several years. The reason why Ye Bufan distributed soul rings was to select suitable members of the 7 killing army from the entire human race. To put it bluntly, this was just an assessment. Naturally, there is no need to set it to the same difficulty as the combat department. However, there is one thing. The reset soul ring is more demanding than the former war soul ring. That is, there is no merit for killing a demon or wild beast with lower cultivation than oneself, or the merit is only a few tenths of a point, which is absolutely pitifully small, or even non-existent. For example, if a person in the divine martial realm kills a demon or wild beast below the divine martial realm, he will not receive any merit. Only if he kills a divine martial master or a saint of the same level, he will receive merit. Except for the divine martial realm, all other realms are the same. Only by killing enemies of the same level or higher levels can you gain merit. Of course, after the soul ring was reset, the advancement of military rank was no longer as difficult as before. But it's not easy either. In addition, the rank of military officers has not changed, and it still ranges from private 9th class to private 1st class, and then from 1-star officer to 5-star officer, and finally to general and commander-in-chief. While all the divine warriors and saints of the human race went to the major cities to distribute soul rings, they also announced the military rank that each member of a different realm needed to have in order to join the 7 killing army. The lower the level of cultivation, the lower the required military rank. Conversely, the higher the level of cultivation, the higher the required military rank. Generally speaking, if you want to join the 7 Killings army, your military rank must be equal to your own strength, and you must be at least a 3rd-class soldier, and this is only the requirement for the transcendent realm. Of course, in order to prevent those family members from relying on the power of their family to help themselves gain merits, Ye Bufan asked all the gods and saints who were dispatched to make reminders in all the main cities. The content of the reminder was very simple. It was nothing more than informing everyone that this was only the first round of assessment for the 7 killing army, and there would be a 2nd, 3rd, and even a 4th and 5th round. If you don't want to lose your life in the other rounds of assessment, then just rely on your own strength to kill the monsters. Otherwise, if the merits you get don't match your own strength, then I'm sorry, you will definitely fail the next few rounds of assessments, and if you fail, you will die, and no one can save you. Because subsequent assessments are arranged based on the first round of assessments. That is to say, if you cheat in the first round, then in the second round, your assessment will be arranged based on your fake score. In this case, can it still pass? That's definitely playing with your own life. Ye Bufan believed that for the sake of their own worth and life, everyone would consider whether they could bear the consequences of cheating. Of course, we cannot completely prevent some people who are optimistic and will still take risks. For these people, Ye Bufan will let them know what despair is in the second round of assessment. As for what the second round of assessment is, no one knows except Ye Bufan. Also, for the sake of fairness, Ye Bufan forbids anyone from taking action against the demon and barbarian tribes unless everyone obtains the soul ring. Moreover, during this period, there would be no merit even if the monsters were killed, because the mission release stone of the Martial Academy had not yet been opened, or in other words, the soul rings had not yet been activated. The deadline is 3 days. 3 days later, the human race launched a full-scale counterattack against the demon and barbarian races. As for whether to fight or how to fight, that is everyone's own business. Ye Bufan will never interfere or ask, let alone force anyone. Everything is voluntary. At this moment, the vast majority of the human race are busy distributing or receiving soul rings. In the Kangchong Martial Academy, or rather in the Zhangtian Palace, Ye Bufan looked at the solemn and confused faces of the people and asked, "You really haven't seen Xiao Huor?" "Yeah, where's Xiao Huo?" "Xiao Huor. It seems I haven't seen him for a long time. I think I saw it once more than 2 years ago." In response to Ye Bufan's question, confused and disoriented voices rang out among the crowd. At this time, everyone remembered that there seemed to be a small fire in the Burial Heaven Palace. But now, looking at everyone's answers, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. For more than 3 years, Ye Bufan has been accepting Dao Wuya's inheritance in the god's tomb. After leaving the cemetery of gods and demons, he had no time to think about anything else because of the current situation of the Shenwu continent. If the Snow Wolf Demon King had not mentioned the Flying Dragon and the Netherworld Blood Phoenix when he contacted him earlier, Ye Bufan would have really forgotten about Xiao Huor, who was entrusted to him by the Netherworld Blood Phoenix. So, after finishing some necessary matters, Ye Bufan immediately entered the Burial Heaven Palace to look for Xiao Huor, wanting to see how Xiao Huor had been doing in the past 3 years. But what is the result? Ye Bufan searched the entire Burial Heaven Palace but couldn't find Xiao Huor. If it were just that, it would be fine, but now Ye Bufan asked everyone and the answers he got were all the same as his own. "I don't know." It would have been fine if Xiao Huor had disappeared for no reason, but for more than 3 years no one noticed. This Nima. It was as if millions of alpaca horses were galloping through Ye Bufan's heart in an instant. But think about it, during the 3 years or so in the cemetery of gods and demons, everyone, in addition to refining the crystals of inheritance, has been practicing and consolidating their own cultivation. Even the youngest, Ye Jingxuan, is no exception. In this case, who has time to care about Xiao Huor, the foodie? Of course, there are also people who are relatively free, such as Lang Ningsheng and Xiao Yezh. But Lang Ningcheng put all her energy on Xiao Yezh, so she didn't care about Xiao Huor at all. As for Xiao Yizhe, haha, when he was born, Xiao Huor was probably gone. Heaven burial. Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted. Zhangtian's childish voice slowly rose. "Master, that I don't know either." Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "Xiao Huor is in the Burial Heaven Palace, and the Burial Heaven Palace is your territory. You have the nerve to say that, you don't even know." Chapter 927, The Great and Noble Garden Steward. Xiao Huor is in the Burial Heaven Palace, and the Burial Heaven Palace is your territory. You have the nerve to say that, you don't even know. It would be fine if others didn't know how Xiao Huor disappeared, but as the spirit of the Zhangtian Palace, Zhangtian controlled everything in the Zhangtian Palace. In this situation, he didn't even know. This made Ye Bufan find it a little hard to accept. Looking at Ye Bufan, Zhangtian looked embarrassed and said, "Master, but maybe that guy didn't disappear in Zhangtian Palace. Didn't he disappear in the Burial Heaven Palace?" Ye Bufan was stunned. The same is true for everyone else. After a brief moment of distraction, 4 words came to everyone's mind: Cemetery of Gods and Demons. During these 3 years, the Heaven Burial Palace in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons has always been open. In this way, it is possible for the young man to enter the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan disappeared from the spot and went directly into the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. At the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, after Ye Bufan arrived, he released his spiritual sense and swept the entire Cemetery of Gods and Demons. After claiming ownership of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, everything here was under Ye Bufan's control. In just a breath of time, or even less than a breath, Ye Bufan had searched every corner of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. However, in the huge Cemetery of Gods and Demons, Ye Bufan did not find any trace of Xiao Huor. Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan came in front of the gravekeeper Feng Hen again. At this moment, the gravekeeper was sitting cross-legged, guarding, beside old man Yi. When he saw Ye Bufan coming, he immediately stood up and greeted him, "Palace Master." Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all and asked directly, "Uncle Feng, have you seen Xiao Huor?" Little fire. Feng Hen couldn't help but be stunned, a little confused. "It's a young Netherworld Blood Phoenix," Ye Bufan explained. "No." Feng Hen simply shook his head. "No." Ye Bufan frowned. Could it be that the boy really disappeared for no reason? "Palace Master, if the Netherworld Blood Phoenix you are talking about disappeared in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, then I might know where it is." At this moment, the gravekeeper suddenly spoke. Where? Ye Bufan asked instinctively. Star Beast Garden. The word gravekeeper came out of his mouth. Star Beast Garden. Ye Bufan was stunned. Yes, Star Beast Garden. The gravekeeper responded, that is a garden in the ancestral land of one of the three supreme beings, Supreme Master Shiyu. It is also a magical weapon. It is called the Star Beast Garden, also known as the Beast Taming Garden. It has the ability to cultivate and tame the strange beasts of heaven and earth. The three great ancestral lands. Master Yu the Supreme. The Divine Weapon Garden. The Beast Taming Garden. Taming the exotic beasts of heaven and earth. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned, and suddenly asked, how could Xiao Huor run into the god's tomb? It should be the work of the previous palace master. The gravekeeper smiled awkwardly. The Tao is endless. Ye Bufan was stunned, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. Yes, in the cemetery of gods and demons, who else could have the ability to take Xiao Huor away silently except Dao Wuya? Why did he take Xiao Huor to that Star Beast Garden? Ye Bufan suddenly asked again. After thinking for a while, the gravekeeper said, it should be that the previous palace master felt that this nether blood phoenix was worth cultivating, so he took it into the Star Beast Garden. Worthy of training. What does that mean? Ye Bufan was puzzled. The gravekeeper said, Palace Master, I have just said that this Star Beast Garden is also called the Taming Beast Garden. It can not only tame the strange beasts of heaven and earth, but also return them to their ancestral state. To put it simply, it can increase the concentration of their bloodlines, thereby improving their growth potential. For example, the netherworld blood phoenix you mentioned, it should be a descendant of the phoenix, with phoenix blood in its body, but the concentration of its blood is very low, which is very different from the real phoenix. The Star Beast Garden can help it increase its blood concentration, so it is not impossible for it to return to its ancestral roots and become a phoenix one day. Even if it cannot revert to its ancestral form, as its bloodline concentration increases, its strength will far surpass that of its peers. The previous palace master must have thought it had the potential and brought it into the Star Beast Garden. After all, as the innate divine weapon of Supreme Master Yu, before someone obtains Supreme Master Yu's inheritance and recognizes the Star Beast Garden as the master, the entire Star Beast Garden only has 3 chances to tame the beasts of heaven and earth. If it didn't have this potential, the previous palace master would never have wasted a chance on it. Ancestral bloodline. The natal magic weapon. Xiao Huor turns into a phoenix. 3 chances to tame exotic beasts from heaven and earth. Looking at the gravekeeper, Ye Bufan was horrified. According to what you mean, once someone obtains the inheritance of Supreme Master Yu, they can claim the Star Beast Garden as their master, and then they can tame and cultivate the exotic beasts of heaven and earth. That's the theory. What do you mean in theory? This palace master, let me put it this way. The Star Beast Garden itself does not have the ability to tame and train the exotic beasts of heaven and earth. Therefore, it is not enough to simply put the exotic beasts of heaven and earth into the Star Beast Garden. In addition to the Star Beast Garden itself, the exclusive secret technique of Supreme Master Yu is also needed to tame and train the exotic beasts of heaven and earth. Moreover, all the exotic beasts that enter the Star Beast Garden must be in their infancy. Adult exotic beasts of heaven and earth are not allowed. In addition, after a pause, the gravekeeper continued, even if both of these conditions are met, it is impossible to tame the beasts endlessly. The Supreme Master Yu only controlled 36 beasts back then. The other disciples of the Star Beast Garden, even the most outstanding ones, only controlled 8 beasts, and some could only control 1. Could it be that the secret technique you are talking about is the art of controlling souls? Ye Bufan was stunned when the gravekeeper finished speaking. Soul control technique. Shaking his head, the gravekeeper said, the soul controlling technique that the palace master mentioned is just an entry-level secret technique in the Star Beast Garden back then. It is only effective for beings below the Saint Realm, and has no effect on beings in the Saint Realm or the Divine Realm. After a pause, the gravekeeper continued, and the secret technique I'm talking about is the exclusive secret technique of Supreme Master Shiyu. Even the previous palace master doesn't know it. Of course, it's not because Supreme Master Shiyu doesn't want to pass on this secret technique, but this secret technique itself has only one secret technique, Fire Seed, which is born and accompanies the Star Beast Garden. Only by refining the Fire Seed in the Star Beast Garden at the same time can this secret technique be truly practiced. As for the others, although they can practice after this, they are just borrowing the power of the Star Beast Garden. They are not truly practicing this secret technique. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. According to what you said, if no one gets Shi Yu's inheritance in the end, then this Star Beast Garden will be useless, right? Yes. The Gravekeeper did not deny this. Ye Bufan was confused, and then he continued, then what about the 3 chances you just mentioned? Didn't you say that without the cooperation of that secret technique, this Star Beast Garden is incapable of taming and cultivating the beasts of heaven and earth? That was prepared by Supreme Master Yu for the next Palace Master, that is, you. For me, yes, when Supreme Master Yu died, he condensed 3 secret seeds, which are now left in the Star Beast Garden. With these 3 secret seeds, once a strange beast enters the Star Beast Garden, one of the 3 secret seeds will directly drive the Star Beast Garden to autonomously cultivate and tame the strange beast. At that time, the Palace Master only needs to complete the recognition of the Master. This. Ye Bufan was slightly distracted. According to what you said, doesn't it mean that I don't have to do anything and can directly own 3 powerful beasts of heaven and earth? Yes. After responding, the Gravekeeper continued, of course, the Palace Master still needs to find these 3 young beasts himself. Now he has 1. As for the remaining 2, I suggest that the Master should not use them lightly. Why? It's very simple. The higher the blood concentration, the greater the chance of reversion. If the Palace Master wants to use the remaining 2 chances, it is best to find a heavenly and earthly beast with a relatively high blood concentration. That way, the chance of obtaining a beast reversion will be greater. Blood concentration. Ye Bufan groaned and said, how do I know the blood concentration of these strange beasts? Palace Master, don't worry about this. The Star Beast Garden has special equipment to detect blood concentration. That's good. After responding, Ye Bufan continued, by the way, you just said that Master Yu controls 36 exotic beasts. Did all of these 36 exotic beasts successfully return to their ancestral state? How is that possible? The Gravekeeper gave a bitter smile and said, any beast that returns to its ancestral form will 100% grow into a Hongmeng God-level being in the future. Of the 36 beasts that Master Yu had, only 1 successfully returned to its ancestral form. After reverting to one's ancestral state, can one definitely grow to the level of Hongmeng God? This is too horrible, right? However, the chance of successfully reverting to one's ancestral form also made Ye Bufan feel extremely annoyed. Among the 36 exotic beasts, only 1 is a return to its ancestral form. With Supreme Master Shi Yu's strength, the exotic beast she was looking for must be one with an extremely high blood concentration, but even so, the 36 masters only succeeded once. It is conceivable how low the chance of successful reversion is. And what about yourself? There were only 3 chances in total, and one of them was wasted, by Dao Wuya. However, since Dao Wuya did this, Xiaohuo's blood concentration must be quite high. As for whether it will succeed, it all depends on Xiaohuo's own luck. Never mind. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan said, if it is destined to happen, it will happen. If it is not destined to happen, don't force it. No matter whether he succeeds or not, let's first check whether Xiaohuo is in the Star Beast Garden. If it's not here, all this is bullshit. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan disappeared from the spot and then entered the God's tomb. Now Ye Bufan already knows that the so-called God's tomb is your heavenly palace headquarters, but it was later refined into a magic weapon by Dao Wuya. It has to be said that Dao Wuya's power has reached an insane level. How big is the Tiangong headquarters? 108 outer halls, 72 inner courtyards, 18 sacred mountains, 3 ancestral sites, the central heavenly palace, the Tongtianwu Tower, the Hunyuanwu Pavilion, the inner palace treasury, the Star Beast Garden, the Tiandao platform, the Sacred Heart Pool. The entire Tiangong headquarters is comparable to the territory of a secular empire in the Shenwu continent, and is even larger. Such a vast territory along with countless buildings was actually refined by Dao Wuya into a magical weapon. Ye Bufan really couldn't imagine how Dao Wuya did it. With a flash of his body, Ye Bufan appeared directly at the Shi Yu ancestral land, one of the 3 ancestral lands. There are mountains, rivers, pavilions and towers here. There are birds singing and flowers blooming, and the scenery is pleasant here. Ye Bufan really couldn't imagine why this tomb of gods buried underground could still maintain such a pleasant scenery after millions of years. However, when he thought of Dao Wuya's strength, Ye Bufan felt relieved. The ancestral home of Shi Yu, the Star Beast Garden. Standing proudly in the air, looking at the vast and boundless garden below, Ye Bufan was slightly distracted. There is no trace of Xiaohuo here. Isn't Xiaohuo here? After searching for a while without any results, Ye Bufan landed somewhere in the Star Beast Park. Do you want to enter the secret realm of the galaxy? However, the moment Ye Bufan stepped into the Star Beast Garden, a solemn voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Who? The sudden voice startled Ye Bufan. He looked around but didn't find anyone else. Such a scene made Ye Bufan instinctively alert. I am the great and noble Tuonline steward. But at this moment, the voice sounded again. Garden manager. Still great and noble. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and then he looked around and asked, Who are you? Where are you? Fool, I've already told you that I'm a great and noble gardener. Well, great and noble gardener, may I ask where you are? Me, I'm everywhere. Do you want to know? Know what? Aren't you asking where the great and noble gardener is? Where are you? Give me 100 divine crystals, and the great and noble gardener will tell you where I am. What is a divine crystal? Stupid, it's one of those colorful crystal stones. Colorful crystals. What are those? Ah, you idiot, this is the divine crystal you use for cultivation. Divine crystal. I don't have any. Bullshit, Dao Wuya has already said that the only ones who can come in here now are his descendants. Since you are his descendants, then this entire heavenly palace belongs to you. How could you not have the divine crystal? Do you still know Dao Wuya? That's right. Back then, this old pervert often came here to flirt with my master and even tried to bribe me. But who am I? I am a great and noble garden steward. How could I be bribed by him? Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth again. He was messy and even mad. Dao Wuya, the old pervert. He came here to seduce your master. He wants to bribe you. Where the hell did this idiot come from? But Ye Bufan obviously didn't care about these. This is the territory of the Supreme Master Yu, and this Star Beast Garden is a magical weapon that belongs to Master Yu. If that is the case, and the other party calls Shi Yu the Master, then isn't his identity obvious? After all, there can't be any members of the Heavenly Palace here. Are you the spirit of the Star Beast Garden? Suddenly, Ye Bufan spoke up and asked in a deep voice. Weapon spirit. The voice immediately said, No, 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 everyone calls me the great and noble gardener. Isn't this still a spirit of the weapon? Ye Bufan was mad and said, Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, where are you? Give me 100 divine crystals, and the great and noble gardener will tell you where I am. I am your sister's elder and your uncle's taller. Hey, why are you still swearing? Are you human? Nonsense, the great and noble gardener, of course I don't think I'm really a human. Forget it, never mind. Does it matter whether the great and noble garden steward is a human being or not? What matters is that you want to see me. In that case, bring the divine crystal. No, you humph, you stingy guy. Without the divine crystal, you will never know where the great and noble garden steward, Damn it. Ye Bufan cursed in his heart, no longer paying attention to the stupid weapon spirit, and just left with that look. Hey, don't go. Come back soon, we can discuss anything. 99 divine crystals, is that enough? You 98, no less. Don't go too far. Asshole, don't you want to see the great and noble gardener? The Star Beast Garden's spirit called out again and again, but Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitching his lips again and again. Magical weapon spirit, this guy is just an idiot. Hey, come back soon. I want 1 divine crystal from you. Is that okay? As soon as the weapon spirit finished speaking, Ye Bufan, who had just reached the edge of the Star Beast Garden, stopped. Seeing this, the spirit of the weapon was overjoyed. Haha, isn't that right? Quick, give me a divine crystal. Brush. Ye Bufan turned around abruptly, then looked at the Star Beast Garden in front of him and said, You want the divine crystal? Of course. Do you know who I am? You. Aren't you the descendant of Dao Wuya? What else? Besides being the descendant of Dao Wuya, I am also the master of the Heavenly Palace. Oh, so what? How? Ye Bufan sneered. Since I am the master of the Heavenly Palace, I have the final say in everything in the Heavenly Palace. As the spirit of the Star Beast Garden, how dare you blackmail me? No, the great and noble gardener would never do such shameless things. This is a transaction, just a transaction. Trade your uncle, I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Are you going to come out or not? Humph, if you don't give me the divine crystal, I won't come out even if you kill me. You're not coming out, are you? Ye Bufan sneered and said angrily, very good, since you don't come out, then don't come out in the future. You, what do you mean? What do you mean? I'm going to close down your Star Beast Garden. What? Not only will I ban you, I will also destroy you. You can't do this. If you close the Star Beast Garden, how will the Heavenly Palace tame the exotic beasts in the future? Taming the exotic beasts of heaven and earth. When did I ever say I wanted to tame the exotic beasts of heaven and earth? Don't you want a powerful atavistic beast? Yes, but compared to the atavistic beast, I don't want to see a disobedient weapon spirit even more. But you are not my master. But I am the master of the Heavenly Palace. You are unreasonable. Reasonable. I am unreasonable. What can you do to me? Now the Star Beast Garden and my Tiangong headquarters have merged into one, transforming into the same divine weapon. In other words, Tiangong is the main weapon and you are the auxiliary weapon. Although I don't know where you are, I can use the main divine weapon to destroy your auxiliary divine weapon. What? You're going to destroy me? 3 seconds are up, you're not coming out, right? Well, bye. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan turned around and left. Bang! But at this moment, a figure fell in front of Ye Bufan, hugged his feet and said, brother, I was wrong. Chapter 928, 13 Spirits, in the Secret Realm of the Galaxy. Brother, I was wrong. A black figure came along with a shrill voice. Ye Bufan lowered his head in surprise at the sudden change. However, when he saw the weapon spirit under his feet, he couldn't help but be stunned. He said in surprise, are you the weapon spirit of the Star Beast Garden? A black dog. That's right, it's a completely black, the purest Chinese native dog. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the weapon immediately became furious. Asshole, who said I was a dog? I am great and noble. Ye Bufan's face darkened when the spirit of the weapon was halfway through his words, and he then murmured in a cold voice. The spirit of the weapon was stunned. Then he looked at Ye Bufan with an innocent face and said, okay, my true form is indeed a dog. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It's just a dog, but you're still a great and noble gardener. I am not the kind of person who looks down on dogs. However, Ye Bufan obviously did not bother with the weapon spirit. Instead, he looked at him and asked in a deep voice, what do you, a weapon spirit, need the divine crystal for? Can you still cultivate? I just like collecting divine crystals. Xing Beast Garden said with embarrassment. Yeah, Ye Bufan pretended to lower his voice and said with a look of disbelief and ill intention. Seeing this scene, the weapon spirit couldn't help but tremble and said, yes. Fart. Ye Bufan was furious. He shouted at the weapon spirit, if you don't tell the truth, I will immediately seal up your Star Beast Garden and keep you buried underground forever. Buzz. Hearing this, the spirit of the Star Beast Garden could not help but tremble. He did not dare to be negligent and immediately said, brother, I say, in addition to being used for cultivation, the divine crystals are also a kind of currency. I want the divine crystals to gamble. Gamble. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, it is. The Star Beast Garden spirit said tremblingly. Are you kidding me? Ye Bufan glared at the weapon spirit angrily, gambling. Who are you gambling with? And, with other spirits. Who? And other spirits. Other weapon spirits. Ye Bufan was shocked and confused for a moment. He looked at the Star Beast Garden spirit with an incredulous expression and asked, besides you, are there other spirits here? Yes. The Star Beast Garden spirit did not dare to be negligent. He responded repeatedly, besides me, there are also the spirits of the Inner Palace Treasury, the Tongtian Martial Tower, and the Hunyuan Martial Pavilion, a total of 13 spirits. 13 weapon spirits. Ye Bufan was shocked. He had never thought that there were 13 spirits in this divine tomb. What do the 13 spirit instruments represent? Those are 13 magical weapons. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan stared at the Star Beast Garden spirit for a moment, then asked, you just said that you used the divine crystal to gamble with other spirits. Can you leave the Star Beast Garden? Yes, sure. How is it possible? Can a weapon spirit leave the weapon's body? Or are you simply playing a trick on me? No, I'm not lying. The reason we can leave our main body is because Dao Wuya has melted everything here into one, which is equivalent to him recasting a magic weapon, and this magic weapon is shared by us, so here we are no longer restricted by our original body and can move around freely. Is this still possible? Ye Bufan was shocked. But think about it, since the Tiangong headquarters has been refined into a magic weapon by Dao Wuya, then these magic weapon spirits are equivalent to having a second body, a body that can be shared. In this way, it is natural for them to move around freely here. But what is this gambling thing about? Could it be that these 13 spirits often sit together, playing cards, mahjong, and betting on big or small? That picture. Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan felt extremely confused. Stopping thinking about it, Ye Bufan looked at the Star Beast Garden spirit and asked, what about the other spirits? Where are they now? Yes. The spirit of the Star Beast Garden lowered its head and stammered for a long time before saying only one word. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan frowned and said in a cold voice, it seems that you want to taste the feeling of being buried underground forever. No, brother, I said it's not possible. The Star Beast Garden spirit was very anxious, and he said quickly, they are all in the inner palace treasury now. The Imperial Treasury. Ye Bufan was stunned. What are they doing in the inner palace treasury? Gamble. The Star Beast Garden spirit lowered its head and said with embarrassment. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he looked at the Star Beast Garden spirit and said, then why don't you go? Explain. I just felt that someone came to the Star Beast Garden, so I came back temporarily. Well, this guy simply came here temporarily and wanted to cheat the gambling money from me. Damn, what kind of top-grade spirit weapons are these? It's totally outrageous. However, Ye Bufan doesn't want to deal with this group of lawless weapon spirits for the time being, because Xiao Huo'er has not been found yet. Immediately, he looked at the Star Beast Garden spirit and asked, have you ever seen a Netherworld Blood Phoenix? Netherworld Blood Phoenix. The spirit of the Star Beast Garden looked at Ye Bufan in shock. That's right, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice. Yes. The Star Beast Garden spirit responded a few times and said, the little fellow is now in the Star River Secret Realm. He was brought here by that old pervert Dao Wuya about 2 years ago. Call. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Huo'er was not lost, it would be fine. But, after taking a look at the Star Beast Garden spirit, Ye Bufan was truly speechless at the way he addressed Dao Wuya as an old pervert. Is Dao Wuya really that perverted? Obviously, Ye Bufan wouldn't care about these. Then he asked again, this is the second time you mentioned the Galaxy Secret Realm. What exactly is that place? The Galaxy Secret Realm is the internal space of the Star Beast Garden. Its function is to train and tame the exotic beasts of heaven and earth. The spirit of the Star Beast Garden did not dare to hide anything. Oh, Ye Bufan responded and said, in that case, take me in to have a look. Okay, the entrance fee is 1 divine crystal. The spirit of the Star Beast Garden said casually. What did you say? Ye Bufan was stunned and furious. Forehead. The Star Beast Garden spirit was also stunned, and then he quickly explained, brother, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, how dare I accept your divine crystal? This is purely a habit, so I just said it casually, please don't hold it against me. Habit becomes nature. Damn it, Ye Bufan was messy. There is no doubt that the spirit of the Star Beast Garden must have blackmailed many members of the Heavenly Palace in the past. Is this a spirit weapon? This is simply robbery. Call out. Before Ye Bufan could think more, he felt a darkness in front of his eyes, and then he appeared in a sea of stars. This is. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned and a little dazed. The vast expanse of space is full of shining stars. At this moment, Ye Bufan felt like he was standing proudly in the vast universe. This is the secret realm of the galaxy. But at this moment, the spirit of the Star Beast Garden appeared beside Ye Bufan and said with a smile. Is this the secret realm of the galaxy? Ye Bufan was stunned and pondered inwardly. Screech. Suddenly, behind Ye Bufan, a sharp voice suddenly sounded in the space. That's Feng Ming. Ye Bufan was stunned, then immediately turned around and looked. In the endless river of stars, a 3-meter-tall firebird was in the sea of fire. Purple flames, scorching temperature. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, Ye Bufan could still clearly feel the oncoming heat wave that seemed to burn him to ashes. It was conceivable how terrifying the temperature would be where the firebird was. However, bathed in the sea of fire, the firebird was not affected at all. Instead, it was still flying and playing happily, immersed in it, as if unable to extricate itself. Swish, swish, swish. Above the galaxy, fireballs fell from the sky and continuously hit the blood-red firebird. Every time a fireball falls, the sea of fire grows bigger and the temperature rises rapidly. Suddenly, the whole space turned cold. When the temperature of the flame reached its extreme, the falling fireball above the galaxy disappeared instantly, or rather the fireball turned into ice arrows, shooting down from the sky and directly attacking the firebird in the fire. In an instant, the temperature around dropped rapidly, and the entire space seemed to be frozen. Cry. The unexpected event caused a phoenix cry to come out of the firebird's mouth, and she looked up. Looking at the ice arrows falling from the sky, the firebird suddenly became furious. She is noble, she is proud, she cannot be desecrated, cannot be disobeyed. Cry. With an angry roar, the firebird's terrifying aura surged out, and the sea of fire around her swelled by 7 times. The power of thunder. The galaxy vibrates. Swish, swish. The firebird flapped its wings, and in an instant, a sea of fire rushed towards the endless ice arrows in the air. Fire raged wildly. Ice, frozen world. 2 elements clash. Ye Bufan could clearly feel the terrifying power of the firebird when it flapped its wings. That is definitely no less than the attack of a saint. However, that ice arrow is also not weak. That's why this scene made Ye Bufan slightly dazed. This can't be Xiaohua, right? Boom. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, ice and fire collided and the confrontation took place in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Ice arrows exploded and flames billowed. Call. In a flash, countless flames were frozen by the cold air of the ice arrows, and as the endless ice arrows attacked, the frozen flames also spread rapidly. Crack. In a brief moment, the firebird and the sea of fire were immediately frozen by endless cold air. Ice and fire. After a brief confrontation, Firebird was defeated. Chapter 929, Lawless Spirits. When Ye Bufan saw the Firebird being frozen, he was shocked and lost in thought. Is she okay? Won't. The spirit of the Star Beast Garden shook his head and said, the domestication and cultivation of the galaxy's secret realm already has a specific model. It is divided into 6 stages in total. Each stage is gradual. If you have not passed the previous stage, you cannot enter the next stage. This little fellow is now in the 2nd stage. Since it can enter the 2nd stage, it means that it already has the ability to survive in the 2nd stage. So, at most she would fail and be seriously injured, but she would not die directly. What if? Ye Bufan asked instinctively. Just in case. The spirit of the Star Beast Garden smiled calmly and said, with a great and noble garden steward watching over me, how could anything go wrong? That kind of situation is impossible. You watch over it. Ye Bufan glanced at the Star Beast Garden spirit, and asked with a twitch of his mouth, what were you doing just now? Gambling. The Star Beast Garden spirit said casually. You know you're gambling. Ye Bufan was furious and gritted his teeth and said, since you are gambling. Then how can you watch here? The spirit of the Star Beast Garden was suddenly speechless. Son of a bitch. Ye Bufan was furious. It was obvious that the spirit of the Star Beast Garden had deserted its post. Seeing Ye Bufan's terribly gloomy face, before he could say anything more, the Star Beast Garden spirit said, even if I'm not here, I can still control everything here at all times. There won't be any problems at all. Yeah? Ye Bufan asked with a look of disbelief. Certainly. Xing Beast Garden spoke confidently, but his eyes were slightly evasive. Then he changed the subject and said, besides, everything in this galaxy secret realm is made of divine crystals, just like the fireballs and ice cones you see now. Now it is in the 2nd stage, 1 divine crystal can turn into 100 fireballs and ice cones, and in this 2nd stage, 1 divine crystal is a reincarnation, which means after 100 ice cones fall, they will immediately turn into fireballs. Can this level of damage take her life? It's impossible. Are these flames and ice arrows all made of divine crystals? Ye Bufan was stunned. Certainly. The Star Beast Garden spirit said as a matter of course. Where do these divine crystals come from? Ye Bufan asked again. I brought my own. Do I have to pay for it as a great and noble gardener? I don't have any money. Xiaohua has a divine crystal. She definitely didn't have it. Those divine crystals were given to her by Dao Wuya. Where's the divine crystal? It's with me. No, it's in the galaxy secret realm. You embezzled a lot of money, didn't you? How is it possible? How could I, a great and noble gardener, do such a thing? How many divine crystals did Dao Wuya give you? 3 million fire god crystals, 3 million water god crystals. How much did you use? We are only in the second stage now, so we don't use much. The fire god crystals and water god crystals combined are only about 50,000. That's really a blessing for you. It's my duty, isn't it? Don't worry, whether we succeed or fail, I will definitely benefit from you. Real. Of course, I never lie. Then I want the divine crystal. No problem, but you have to keep an eye on it. No accidents can happen. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. By the way, how many divine crystals do you have left that Dao Wuya gave you? Here, let me take a look. And we still have more than 2.6 million fire god crystals, and a little more water god crystals, more than 2.7 million. The two kinds of god crystals combined are still about 5.4 million. Having said this, the Star Beast Garden Spirit seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan was furious. You dead dog, Dao Wuya gave you a total of 6 million divine crystals, and you just said that you only used more than 50,000. That means he still gave you more than 5.9 million divine crystals. How come there are only more than 5.4 million left now? Where did the other 500,000 go? Damn it, and you still say you didn't embezzle it. I. The spirit of the Star Beast Garden looked panicked. You what? Ye Bufan was furious. Tell me, where did those divine crystals go? Did you lose them all? Brother, don't worry, I will definitely win it back. The Star Beast Garden Spirit said in panic with cold sweat on his forehead. You really want to win it back? What if you lose? Ye Bufan became even angrier. This Star Beast Garden Spirit actually took Xiao Huor's divine crystal to gamble, and not only had he already lost 500,000, but he actually wanted to gamble again and want to win it back. This fact made Ye Bufan simply unforgivable. Bang! Feeling Ye Bufan's rage, the Star Beast Garden Spirit instantly fell to the ground and said tremblingly, Brother, I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again next time. And this can't be blamed on me. It was the spirit of the inner palace treasury who instigated me to do this. And he lost more than me. He has already lost more than 7 million god crystals. Compared with him, I am nothing at all. How much? Ye Bufan was stunned by what the Star Beast Garden Spirit said, more than 7 million. Where did he get so many divine crystals? Yes, he took it from the inner palace treasury. The Star Beast Garden Spirit did not dare to hide anything. At this moment, facing Ye Bufan, he was truly scared. After all, it was more than 500,000 divine crystals. He didn't want to be beaten into the ground by Ye Bufan and buried alive forever. More than 7 million divine crystals, taken from the inner palace treasury. Looking at the Star Beast Garden Spirit trembling in front of him, the anger in Ye Bufan's eyes reached its peak. The Imperial Treasury. Ye Bufan naturally knew what that place was. That was where all the supplies of the Heavenly Palace were stored. It's a pity that Dao Wuya had set up 3 levels of restrictions there. Since my cultivation has not reached the corresponding level, I cannot use any of the items there. Of course, with Ye Bufan's current cultivation level, it would be useless even if he took it out. Because the level is not high enough, it cannot be used. Now, as the master of the Heavenly Palace, before he even thought about taking possession of the treasury, the spirit of the weapon had already used it privately, and he had lost more than 7 million divine crystals. Although these divine crystals are still in the hands of other spirit weapons and will not flow out, Ye Bufan still cannot tolerate it. This is the spirit of the Star Beast Garden. The same is true for the spirit objects in the inner palace treasury. These spirits are simply outrageous, they seem to be rebelling. Boom! Before Ye Bufan could think about it, a huge roar suddenly sounded in the distance. Ye Bufan was stunned and turned his head to look. Bang, bang, bang. The ice layer that originally wrapped Xiao Huor exploded instantly, and purple flames on Xiao Huor's body shot up into the sky. Screech. The sound of a phoenix was heard, showing Xiao Huor's excitement at the moment. In the battle between ice and fire, fire wins. Uncle. At this time, Xiao Huor seemed to have discovered Ye Bufan. Her childish voice rang out and she flapped her wings, wanting to fly towards Ye Bufan. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could only stay where she was and could not move at all. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan looked at the Star Beast Garden spirit and asked in a cold voice. The spirit of the Star Beast Garden did not dare to be negligent and immediately said tremblingly, "That is because of the special restrictions of the Star River Secret Realm. Before a stage of domestication is successful, unless you give up or there are not enough divine crystals, the beasts being domesticated cannot be moved." Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly, then his figure flashed and appeared directly in front of Xiaohuo'er. No. Seeing this, the Star Beast Garden spirit was very anxious and said, "That flame is an imitation of the Phoenix divine fire." You. The spirit of the weapon originally wanted to say that Ye Bufan could not withstand this fire and asked him to leave quickly, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he stopped abruptly. Because, the fireball in the air hit Ye Bufan, but it did not have any effect on Ye Bufan. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, the spirit of the Star Beast Garden widened its eyes with an expression of disbelief. How could he know that Ye Bufan not only possessed a supreme divine body, but also had undergone the tempering of the chaos heart refining flame? At this moment, flames of this level could not hurt him at all. Uncle, Huor wants to eat the essence pill." Seeing Ye Bufan coming, Xiaohuo'er flapped his wings and said with excitement and eagerness. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Now he was 100% sure that the more than 3-meter-tall firebird in front of him was the little sparrow the size of a palm, because her greedy nature remained unchanged. It's no problem to give Huor the essence pill, but Huor has to agree to one condition from Uncle. Immediately, Ye Bufan looked at Xiaohuo'er and said with a smile. "What are the conditions?" Xiaohuo'er tilted his head and said. Ye Bufan glanced at the weapon spirit in the distance and said with a smile, "It's very simple. From now on, Xiaohuo'er will remember the number of times the sky fire descended. When Uncle comes next time, tell him how many times Xiaohuo'er experienced the baptism of sky fire during the time when Uncle was away." Hearing this, the spirit of the Star Beast Garden in the distance suddenly felt a chill. He had originally wanted to withhold some more divine crystals, but now it seems that there is no chance. Yes, little Huor responded. Huor has experienced 16,365 times of heavenly fire and 16,365 times of mysterious ice. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. 16,365 times of heavenly fire, 16,365 times of black ice. How many times in total? More than 32,000 times. In other words, in the past 2 years or so, Xiaohuo'er has only consumed more than 30,000 divine crystals. But the Star Beast Garden spirit just mentioned more than 50,000 pieces. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan once again glanced at the Star Beast Garden spirit in the distance. The spirit of the Star Beast Garden was stunned. Ye Bufan retracted his gaze, looked at Xiaohuo'er and asked, "How come Huor remembers it so clearly?" "The uncle who brought Huor here told Huor that. He asked Huor to write it down and report to him when he sees him again." Xiaohuo'er said so. Well, Dao Wuya had already made arrangements. "You are just a spirit of an instrument, do you think you can embezzle money without anyone noticing?" Dream. Immediately, Ye Bufan glared at the Star Beast Garden spirit, his eyes seemed to be saying, "What else do you have to say?" The corner of the Star Beast Garden spirit's mouth twitched. Feeling the hostility in Ye Bufan's eyes, he immediately cursed Dao Wuya and all his ancestors for 1,300 generations in his heart. Ye Bufan ignored him and took out the only essence pill he had and gave it to Xiaohuo'er. After Xiaohuo'er put away the essence pill, Ye Bufan looked at her and pointed at the spirit weapon in the distance and said, "Huor, did you see him? He will stay here to play with you. If he disappears one day, you must tell your uncle when he comes next time. Got it?" Hearing this, the Star Beast Garden spirit couldn't help but tremble, and wailed in his heart. Finished. Chapter 930, in the Imperial Treasury. Secret Realm of the Galaxy. Ye Bufan stayed for about half an hour, talked to Xiaohuo'er and left. As for the spirit of the Star Beast Garden, Ye Bufan gave him the order that from now on, he was not allowed to leave the Star Beast Garden without his permission. If not, he will be in trouble. With Xiaohuo'er in charge of supervision, Ye Bufan believed that for a long time to come, the spirit of the Star Beast Garden would never dare to disobey him and leave the Star Beast Garden without his knowledge, unless he wanted to be buried alive by him. After leaving the Star Beast Garden, Ye Bufan went directly to the inner palace treasury, not for any other reason, but because the Star Beast Garden spirit had said before that the other 12 spirits were all gathering in the inner palace treasury to gamble. Ye Bufan wanted to see to what extent these spirit weapons were lawless. Unlike the Star Beast Garden, which is located in one of the 3 ancestral lands, the inner palace treasury is between the 108 outer halls and the 72 inner courtyards. It can be said that in the entire Heavenly Palace headquarters, the inner palace treasury is in a relatively peripheral location. Of course, there is a reason why the inner palace treasury is located in this location. The 108 flag masters, 72 concubines, 18 divine generals, and 3 supreme beings in the Heavenly Palace correspond respectively to the 108 outer halls, 72 inner courtyards, 18 sacred mountains, and 3 ancestral lands. Within the Heavenly Palace, the 108 banners are undoubtedly of the lowest status. They are not qualified to enter the 72 inner courts, let alone the 18 sacred mountains and the 3 ancestral lands. The inner palace treasury is where all Heavenly Palace members can exchange materials with their own contributions. If it were placed in the 72 inner courts, or the 18 sacred mountains and the 3 ancestral lands, then the members of the 108 banners would not be able to exchange the materials they need in the inner palace treasury. Therefore, the inner treasury was placed between the 108 outer halls and the 72 inner courtyards. The entire inner treasury covers an area of several thousand square meters and is more than 20 meters high. The exterior is extremely luxurious, and the interior is divided into 3 floors, which correspond exactly to Dao Wuya's triple restrictions. However, Dao Wuya's ban only temporarily prevented Ye Bufan from using the resources in the Tiangong treasury, but it did not prevent Ye Bufan from entering the inner palace treasury. After arriving here, Ye Bufan went directly into the inner palace treasury. As the master of the Heavenly Palace, now that he has taken control of the entire Heavenly Palace headquarters, it is not difficult for Ye Bufan to hide from the spirit of the weapon and enter the inner palace treasury quietly. So when Ye Bufan entered the inner palace treasury, he did not alarm the spirits of the instruments in the inner palace treasury. A magnificent palace with decorations that are luxurious to the extreme. After entering the first floor of the inner palace treasury, the first thing Ye Bufan saw was a corridor that was 7 or 8 meters wide and extended inwards with no end in sight. At the beginning of the aisle, that is, after entering the palace, there are 4 pairs of tables and chairs on each side of the palace door, a total of 8 pairs of tables and chairs, lined up in a row from the outside to the inside. On both sides of the aisle are cabinets similar to shelves. These cabinets are made of white jade. Each one is about 2 meters apart and is spread across the first floor of the palace. Each white jade cabinet is divided into 6 to 10 layers, and each layer is filled with a dazzling array of items shining with 7 colors. There is no doubt that if each of these items were placed in the Shenwu continent, they would be priceless. However, at this moment, these items in the white jade cabinets were all covered with a layer of golden light. Undoubtedly, this was the restriction set by Dao Wuya, which caused Ye Bufan to see these treasures but could not get them or use them at all. Of course, Ye Bufan didn't care about these at the moment, because compared to these neatly arranged white jade cabinets and countless treasures, some things in the aisle of the hall in front of him were obviously more attractive to Ye Bufan. A burly, shirtless, bald man. A palm-sized green elf with a pair of wings. A monkey with a golden body and long hair. The magical koi with 7 colored scales is still leaping for joy even without water. One after another strange creatures appeared before his eyes, and Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment. At this moment, these creatures were gathered together in a group, obviously not noticing Ye Bufan's arrival. There were exactly 12 of them, no more and no less. Obviously, these are the other 12 spirits inside the Heavenly Palace that the Star Beast Garden spirit mentioned. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the noisy voice in front of him had already reached his ears. What the hell is that housekeeper doing? Why hasn't he come back after being gone for so long? Why do you care whether he comes back or not? We just have our fun. In my opinion, he must want to take advantage of this opportunity to make a killing from that guy. After all, he has lost a lot during this period of time. It must be more than 1 million, right? 1,370,000. That's it. 1,370,000. I'm afraid that all his savings over the years have been lost. If I don't make a killing from that guy, will he let it go? 2. However, I don't think he can fool many people. After all, the place Dao Wuya chose in the end was a barren land far away from the god's domain. It is still a question whether there are god crystals in this place. The guy may even be a country bumpkin. He may not even know what god crystals are. Is it bad for us to say this about him? After all, if he hadn't recognized the heavenly palace as his master, we wouldn't have woken up so quickly, and we don't even know how long he would sleep. Sister Qingyu, what you said is not right. He has taken advantage of the heavenly palace. Should we thank him for this? But he is the lord of the heavenly palace after all. What's wrong with the lord of the heavenly palace? Isn't Dao Wuya also the lord of the heavenly palace? Isn't he polite to us? But Dao Wuya is easy to talk to. What if there are so many things? Besides, he still relies on us to maintain the 13 main buildings in the heavenly palace. Can he really wipe us out? That's right. Okay, whatever he does, place your bets quickly, big or small. Butler, are you anxious? Urgent. Why should I be in a hurry? In the past 2 years, you have lost more than 9 million divine crystals, of which more than 7 million were taken privately from the inner palace treasury. You are urging us every day now, isn't it, to win back the principal and interest, so as to fill the deficit of the inner palace treasury? After all, how many things are in the inner palace treasury are all recorded. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you still going to play or not? Play, why not? 100,000 divine crystals, I'll bet on the smaller one. 3 million, I'll buy the big one. Little sister Qingyu, you are getting more and more ruthless. 3 million, you just said that it was not a good idea for us to do this. Humph, what do you know? Since the heavenly palace has already recognized its master, it will be open to the public soon. By then, there will definitely be a lot of people coming in. If I don't win more now, how can I get them to buy me delicious food? You've already won over 10 million, isn't that enough? All the money the butler lost fell into your hands. If you want me to take care of it, I'll bet 3 million. Brother manager, tell me whether you'll take it or not. Take it, take any amount. Looking at the 12 weapon spirits gathered in a group in front of him and listening to their conversation, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth again and again, and the anger in his heart rose rapidly. Bumpkin, want to make a killing from me? How can I treat you? He also secretly took the divine crystals from the inner treasury, resulting in a deficit of more than 7 million. This is fucking. At this moment, Ye Bufan didn't know what to say. If I hadn't discovered that Xiao Huar was missing, if I hadn't entered the god's tomb palace again by chance, if I hadn't caught the Star Beast Garden's weapon spirit, if the Star Beast Garden's weapon spirit hadn't let the cat out of the bag, I wouldn't have known until now that there were actually 12 weapon spirits hidden in the heavenly palace headquarters, and that these weapon spirits had been gathering together to gamble for 2 years since they awakened. It was a gamble, but damn, the spirit of the weapon in the inner palace treasury actually lost more than 7 million divine crystals in the treasury. Moreover, the current situation clearly shows that he has lost everything. If this continues, I am afraid that the entire inner palace treasury will be lost by him. This is intolerable. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Call out. Ye Bufan dodged and instantly came behind the golden-haired monkey. At the same time, he also saw the gambling table with 2 words, one big and one small, placed in the middle of the 12 spirit weapons. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan shouted coldly, I'm betting on the lives of the 12 of you weapon spirits. Bet small. Chapter 931, Intimidation, Deterrence, and Subjugation. I'm betting on the lives of the 12 of you weapon spirits. Bet small. The sudden sound startled all 12 weapon spirits. Oh my god, who are you? The golden monkey in front of Ye Bufan was so frightened that it jumped to the side and looked at Ye Bufan tremblingly. The other 11 weapon spirits also looked stunned. Who I am? Ye Bufan sneered, and said as he glanced at the 12 weapon spirits, I am the current master of the heavenly palace, the one you were talking about, the bumpkin. Buzz. Hearing this, the 12 weapon spirits couldn't help but tremble. You. The inner palace treasure spirit that was holding the dice cup in both hands opposite Ye Bufan and somewhat similar to a panda was also stunned. Then he said tremblingly, You are that bumpkin? No, the new palace master. Why, doesn't it look like that? Ye Bufan glanced at the other person, then said with a playful look, I heard that you seem to have tampered with the treasury and lost more than 7 million divine crystals. Is this considered embezzlement? Bang. Upon hearing this, the dice cup in the hands of the spirit of the inner palace treasury immediately fell to the ground. He was stunned and dumbfounded. Then he knelt on the ground, grabbed his ears, and said tremblingly, "Palace Master, I know I was wrong. I will definitely win back these divine crystals." Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. He really didn't know whether he should cry, laugh, or be angry. This guy still wants to gamble. And win it back. After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at the inner palace treasure house spirit and asked in a deep voice, "What if you can't win it back?" Can't win back. The spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury was stunned. "Yeah, what if I can't win back?" Snort. Without waiting for the inner palace treasure spirit to think more, Ye Bufan snorted coldly, looked at him and shouted in a deep voice, "The entire heavenly palace belongs to me, which naturally includes you. If that's the case, then what's the point of you winning or not?" Hearing this, the inner palace treasure house spirit was stunned at first, and then said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, we all belong to the palace master, it doesn't matter whether we win or not." As he spoke, the spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "It turns out that this new palace master is very easy to talk to, even easier than Dao Wuya." Even other spirits had the same idea. Unfortunately, the next second Ye Bufan changed the subject and said in a cold voice, "Although it makes no difference whether you win or not, but who allowed you to privately embezzle the divine crystals or even other materials from the inner palace treasury?" Boom. Hearing this, the spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury was shocked, and his mind went blank in an instant. Looking at Ye Bufan, he didn't know how to respond for a moment. And Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to the inner palace treasure house spirit, but looked at the other 11 spirits and asked, "Who allowed you to gather here to gamble?" In an instant, the 11 weapon spirits lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Although in their previous words they had shown that they did not take Ye Bufan seriously at all, but now, they clearly felt that Ye Bufan was not someone who was easy to mess with, at least not as easy to talk to as Dao Wuya. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. What's more, they are just spirits of weapons. The entire heavenly palace, and even the 13 magical weapons are under Ye Bufan's control. How dare they disobey Ye Bufan? Seeing this group of weapon spirits in silence, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He originally thought that it would be difficult to subdue this group of weapon spirits, but he didn't expect that these guys were simply bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. But think about it, the entire Tiangong headquarters was refined into one by Dao Wuya. If he controlled the Tiangong headquarters, it would be equivalent to controlling them. In this way, it would be natural that they would not dare to disobey him. Of course, if my previous attitude had not been so tough, the situation might have been different. But none of this matters anymore. Ye Bufan immediately spoke again, "Don't you like gambling? Then continue. I'm going to bet on the lives of all 12 of your weapon spirits. All of them will bet on the smaller amount." Hearing this, the 12 weapon spirits were stunned again. The weapon spirit in the inner palace treasury even raised his head and looked at Ye Bufan tremblingly and said, Palace Master, how do we bet our lives?" "It's very simple. If I lose, I will wipe you all out," Ye Bufan said directly. "What?" Hearing this, the 12 weapon spirits were all shocked, even terrified. Directly wipe us out?" The inner palace treasure house spirit couldn't help but ask. "Then, what if you win, Palace Master?" "1. If I win, then you lose. Then I will kill you as well," Ye Bufan said without hesitation. Boom. In an instant, the 12 weapon spirits were shocked and frightened. "If you win, you must erase it. Even if you lose, you will be wiped out. Doesn't that mean that no matter whether they win or lose, they can't escape death?" Ye Bufan sneered. "Since we want to subdue these spirits, we must make them obey us all at once. Otherwise, who knows how they will pretend to obey us and then secretly disobey us in the future. What are you still standing there for? Start gambling." Immediately, Ye Bufan glared at the spirit of the weapon in the inner palace treasury and shouted harshly. Buzz. The spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury trembled. "I bet your sister. If I really make this bet with you, then won't we all be doomed?" Ye Bufan did not give them room to retreat. He immediately picked up the dice cup that had fallen to the ground and said, "Since you don't want to be the banker, then I will be the banker." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately placed the dice cup on the gambling table, looked at the 12 weapon spirits, and asked in a cold voice, big or small? The 12 spirits were terrified. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, they all knelt on the ground, and the 7-colored koi couldn't help but tremble and said, Palace Master, you can't kill us. Why? Ye Bufan glanced at the 7-colored koi and asked in a deep voice. Because if they kill us, the gods and divine weapons in this heavenly palace will be useless. The 7-colored koi said tremblingly. Yeah. Ye Bufan chuckled, looked at the other party and asked, which magical weapon spirit are you? I am the spirit of the Sacred Heart Pond. The 7-colored koi did not dare to hide anything. Sacred Heart Pool, right. Then I want to ask you, if I kill you, will the Sacred Heart Pool still exist? In other words, will the function of the Sacred Heart Pool be affected without you? Boom. Hearing this, the 7-colored koi couldn't help but tremble. Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, the magic weapon is pregnant with spirits, and the spirit cannot be separated from the magic weapon, but the magic weapon is still a magic weapon without the spirit, and the grade will not be reduced because of this. At most, the power will be reduced by a few points. But, compared to a disobedient and uncontrollable weapon spirit, even if the power of the magic weapon is weakened, what does it matter? Besides, you are all just auxiliary magic weapons. Without the weapon spirits, I have found other people to replace you. Although they can't do it as well as you do, it shouldn't be too bad, right? The 12 weapon spirits were powerless to refute. Because what Ye Bufan said was right, the magic weapon had no spirit, so although its power would be greatly weakened, but the magic weapon was still a magic weapon. Generally speaking, if you want to kill the spirit of the weapon, you must first destroy the magic weapon. After all, the magic weapon is outside and the spirit of the weapon is inside. If the outside is not destroyed, how can the inside be destroyed? But the situation is different now. Dao Wuya melted the Heavenly Palace headquarters and the 13 magic weapons into one. Although he gave the 13 weapon spirits the ability to leave the magic weapon bodies, after Ye Bufan recognized the Heavenly Palace as his master, he also indirectly controlled their life and death. As long as Ye Bufan is willing, he can kill any weapon spirit without destroying the magic weapon. If it really doesn't work, or if these weapon spirits hide in the magic weapons and don't show up, Ye Bufan can still seal the magic weapons as he said to the weapon spirits in the Star Beast Garden before, and then bury them underground forever, so that they will never see the light of day again. Looking at Ye Bufan, the 12 weapon spirits were truly scared. They were trembling with fear and were really worried that Ye Bufan would kill them directly. Are you still going to gamble? But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted sternly. No, no more gambling. The 12 weapon spirits said tremblingly. Still gambling. They don't want to die. Looking at the 12 weapon spirits who were filled with infinite fear, Ye Bufan smiled knowingly, and then said, actually, if you want to gamble and play, it's still okay. I'm not the kind of unreasonable person. Ah. Hearing this, the 12 weapon spirits were stunned. They looked at Ye Bufan with a confused face. Ye Bufan smiled and said, I also know that there are only 13 of you weapon spirits in the Tiangong headquarters. If you don't find something to kill time, it will be a bit boring. So, I don't want to stop you from taking some divine crystals for entertainment, but... Ye Bufan changed the subject and said in a deep voice, there is no order without rules. You must obey, especially you. As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at the weapon spirits in the inner palace treasury and said, I will forgive you for using more than 7 million divine crystals from the treasury privately. I don't need you to return those divine crystals. But if you do it again, even if you only take one divine crystal, I will not give you another chance and will directly wipe you out. Do you understand? After a beating, give a sweet date. What Ye Bufan wanted was not for these weapon spirits to fear him, but for them to submit to him. Chapter 932, The Most Fierce Bandit in the World, Dao Wuya. Understood. Looking at Ye Bufan, the spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury did not dare to hesitate at all and responded repeatedly. That's more than 7 million divine crystals. If he were really asked to pay it back, there's no telling when he'd be able to pay it back. In other words, as an artifact spirit with no income, he simply can't pay it back, and he can't pay back so many divine crystals. Fortunately, he doesn't have to pay it back now. At this moment, the spirit of the inner palace treasury was extremely grateful to Ye Bufan. It is not an exaggeration to say that Ye Bufan is his adoptive parent. Ye Bufan nodded, remember, small gambling is good for your mood, big gambling is harmful to your health. You can play in the future, but don't overdo it. Then he shook his hands and said, now, let's all go. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all 12 weapon spirits, without exception, disappeared before their eyes. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Am I really that scary? Then he looked at the inner palace treasury in front of him and said, I asked them to leave, but I didn't ask you to leave too. Come out and tell me about the inner palace treasury. Call out. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the spirit of the inner palace treasury appeared in front of him again, and looked at him respectfully and said, yes, 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 I am sorry for being rude. I wonder what does the palace master want to know? Just tell me what's inside this inner palace treasury. Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said, okay, palace master. The inner palace treasure house spirit responded, and then continued, reporting to the palace master, this inner palace treasure house is divided into 3 floors. The first floor, which is the floor we are in now, has been restricted by Dao Wuya, so the items on this floor require the palace master to reach the peak of demigod to break the restriction and use the resources here. And this first layer contains some resources that can be used by those below the level of the God King. Among them, there are 54,290,764 sets of Saint-level armor and 51,096,532 sets of Saint-level combat weapons. Wait, how many holy soldiers are there here? Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask. Reporting to the palace master, there are 54,290,764 sets of Saint-level battle armor and 51,096,532 sets of Saint-level combat weapons here. The spirit of the inner palace treasury repeated it. Ye Bufan was shocked and even more confused. More than 50 million Saint soldier level armor, more than 50 million Saint soldier level combat soldiers. This adds up to hundreds of millions of holy soldiers. In the Shenwu continent, even if there is only one holy weapon, it is an extremely precious and rare existence. But here, there are hundreds of millions of holy weapons. Here, the holy weapons are almost no different from cabbages. Ye Bufan didn't know that the heavenly palace treasure house was not simple, but now, it is not just simple, it is simply a terrifying and shocking treasure. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan frowned and couldn't help asking, I can use these holy weapons now. If that's the case, why do we have to wait until we become a demigod to break the restrictions and use them? Hundreds of millions of holy soldiers. With these holy soldiers, Ye Bufan can now directly equip an army of more than 50 million. When the time comes, no matter whether they are monsters, wild beasts, or demons, he can directly dispatch an army of 50 million holy soldiers to surround and destroy them in minutes. Facing Ye Bufan's question, the spirit of the inner palace treasury said without hesitation, the man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing the treasure. According to Dao Wuya, if you don't have enough strength, exposing these holy weapons will only bring you disaster. Well, the man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. But will anyone die if you advance hundreds or thousands of sets? Ye Bufan was in a mess, and could only say helplessly, forget it, just continue talking. Okay, palace master. In response, the inner palace treasure spirit continued. In addition to these holy weapons, there are 542,107 sets of pseudo-divine weapon armor and 328,943 pseudo-divine weapons on the first floor. Above the holy soldiers and below the divine soldiers, pseudo-divine soldiers. Not to mention the hundreds of millions of holy weapons, there are even nearly a million pseudo-divine weapons. Ye Bufan really didn't know what to say. He could only say that the heavenly palace was extremely rich back then. The spirit of the inner palace treasury did not stop, and continued, in addition to these battle weapons and armor, there are 1,743,289 kinds of third-grade magical powers, 264,321 kinds of secret arts, 19 kinds of strange fire ranked below 50, 7 third-grade starry sky battleships, 85,421,096 bottles of various elixirs, 69,218,532 plants of heaven and earth divine materials. The spirit of the inner palace treasury was speaking, and Ye Bufan was listening. However, it was fine at the beginning, but in the end, Ye Bufan was completely confused, because many of the things that the spirit of the inner palace treasury said were things that Ye Bufan had never even heard of. 2 hours later, The spirit of the inner palace treasury slowly said, "There are about 15,286,432,198 pieces of unsorted miscellaneous items left. This is all the supplies on the first floor." "Is that all?" Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "You said we have been talking for more than 2 hours. Do you still think there are not enough things here? You know, the inner palace treasury is divided into 3 floors, and this is only the first floor." Suddenly, Ye Bufan seemed to have thought of something. He was stunned and looked at the inner palace treasure house spirit and said, "Wait, what are the sundries you just mentioned? Why are there sundries in this treasure house? And there are more than 10 billion of them." "Yes," the inner palace treasure house spirit responded, saying, "There are a total of 15,286,432,198 pieces of miscellaneous items. These are what was left after Dao Wuya snatched them, and I sorted them into categories. Among them are clothes that have been worn by others, some used utensils. In short, these are ordinary things and can only be treated as miscellaneous items." "What did you just say?" "These sundries were all stolen by Dao Wuya." As soon as the spirit of the inner palace treasury finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at him in disbelief. "No." The spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury immediately rejected it. "Call." Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He almost really mistook Dao Wuya for a robber. If that was true, Ye Bufan would find it a little hard to accept it. After all, no matter how he looked at Dao Wuya, he didn't think he was that kind of person. But at this moment, the spirit of the inner palace treasury continued. "To be exact, apart from these sundries, more than 8/10 of all the items on the first floor of the inner palace treasury were snatched from others by Dao Wuya back then." Puff. Ye Bufan almost couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of hot blood. On the first floor of the inner palace treasury, more than 8/10 of the items were looted by Dao Wuya. "Your sister." Originally Ye Bufan felt that Dao Wuya didn't look like a robber at all, but now it seems that that gentle and refined Dao Wuya is even worse than a robber. With so many resources, how many people would it take to compete? However, Ye Bufan still found it a little hard to believe. "Is what you said true? How do you know that these things were taken by Dao Wuya? Did you see it with your own eyes?" "I didn't see it, but Dao Wuya said it himself." The spirit of the weapon said slowly. Ye Bufan was stunned. "Did he say that himself?" "Yes." The spirit of the inner palace treasure house said, "As a matter of course. After the defeat in the war that year, Dao Wuya was seriously injured. He knew that his time was up, so he robbed all the forces in the divine domain and the surrounding star domains that did not have the Hongmeng god in charge. Whether it was the ancestral land of the race or the base of the alliance, even some star families, he did not let them go. Wherever he passed, he did not kill anything, and left nothing behind. In the year before his death, he robbed a total of 283 races, ancestral lands and 32,753 alliance bases. As for the star family, he couldn't even count them all, not to mention the races and creatures he encountered along the way. In short, Dao Wuya robbed almost everything that could be robbed back then." Ye Bufan listened and became shocked, confused, and crazy. Who is Dao Wuya? That is the lord of the heavenly palace. But this is not the point. The point is that Dao Wuya himself is a super powerful man in the 8th level of Hongmeng. With his strength, it is no exaggeration to say that he was the strongest person in the divine realm at that time. How terrifying is a powerful Hongmeng 8th level warrior who is about to fall. That is definitely an existence that no one dares to provoke. Even the mortal enemy of Heavenly Palace back then would not dare to provoke Dao Wuya at this time, right? What's more, Dao Wuya may not fight with them again. In this situation, who can stop Dao Wuya from robbing with impunity? More than 200 races. More than 30,000 alliances. Countless star families. Dao Wuya's robbery had definitely reached a level of insanity. His feat was unprecedented, although it may not be unprecedented. It's probably not an exaggeration to say that he is the most fierce bandit in the world. Chapter 933 Divine Crystal. In 1 year, he robbed more than 200 races, more than 30,000 alliances, and countless star families. Ye Bufan could never have imagined that Dao Wuya back then had such great achievements. But think about it, Dao Wuya knew that his time was coming to an end, and he had already left a way out for the Heavenly Palace. So under such circumstances, it would be reasonable for him to do such a crazy thing. But, more than 200 races, more than 30,000 alliances, countless star families. Dao Wuya's crazy behavior back then has definitely offended these people. It is no exaggeration to say that Dao Wuya now has enemies all over the world. However, Dao Wuya no longer exists, so these people naturally have no way to cause trouble for him. But what about yourself? The son pays for the father's debt. Although I am not a descendant of Dao Wuya, I am his successor. If these people know my identity and the relationship between me and Dao Wuya in the future, what will they do? Hiss. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but shiver. He swore that in the future, until he had absolute strength and power, he would never let anyone know about his relationship with Dao Wuya and Tiangong. Otherwise, haha, I'm afraid he would have been beaten to death as soon as he set foot in the divine realm. After calming down, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about these things. After all, these were still too far away. Then he looked at the inner palace treasure house spirit and said, "What are placed on the second and third floors?" Reporting to the palace master, the second floor is. Forget it, you better stop talking. The inner palace treasure vault spirit was about to speak when Ye Bufan stopped him. Then Ye Bufan shook his head and said helplessly, "Although the treasure is good, I can only look at it and not touch it. Instead of this, it is better to know nothing and understand nothing." Hundreds of millions of holy soldiers. Nearly 1 million pseudo-divine soldiers. There were also various treasures that he knew about or not, but Ye Bufan couldn't contain himself just by listening to them. And this is only the first layer. The second and third layers are bound to be even more amazing. Who can resist that kind of? Since you can't get it, it's better not to know it. Changing the subject, Ye Bufan continued, "Let's not talk about other treasures, let's talk about the divine crystal now." Buzz. Hearing this, the inner palace treasure house spirit could not help but tremble. Then he looked at Ye Bufan, grabbed his ears with both hands as before, and said hurriedly and tremblingly, "Palace master, I will never dare to use the things in the treasure house privately again. Please forgive me." Seeing the frightened look on the inner palace treasure vault spirit's face, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Do you think I am untrustworthy and want to settle the score with you later?" The spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury was stunned. "Isn't it?" Ye Bufan shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I said I will let bygones be bygones, so I will definitely not embarrass you. The matter of the 7 million divine crystals is in the past. You don't have to worry about it, and you don't have to keep it in mind." Real. The spirit of the artifact in the inner palace treasury confirmed with some disbelief. Real. Ye Bufan smiled knowingly. Call. Seeing that Ye Bufan didn't seem to be joking, the inner palace treasure spirit finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Ye Bufan carefully and said, "Then palace master, what do you think the divine crystal is? I am very curious. Since Dao Wuya has set up restrictions in the inner palace treasury, it means that even you cannot touch these things. After all, if you can ignore these restrictions, then there is no point in him setting these restrictions. In this case, why are you able to steal the divine crystals in the treasury, as much as 7 million? Ye Bufan directly expressed his doubts. This. After a pause, the inner palace treasure spirit said, "In the entire inner palace treasure house, everything has been restricted by Dao Wuya, but these divine crystals have not been restricted." Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. He looked at the inner palace treasure house spirit with some surprise and said, "The divine crystal is not restricted." Yes. Why? Is it possible that the divine crystal cannot be sealed? No, according to Dao Wuya, the divine crystal is reserved for you, the palace master, to use for cultivation. Can't you use the divine crystal only after you enter the divine realm? No, although the divine crystal is an auxiliary training item after the divine realm, it can actually be used by the saint realm as well. After all, Saint Realm warriors have already achieved spiritual perfection and have begun to practice the elements, and the divine crystal itself is condensed from the elements. It's just that Saint Realm warriors have just come into contact with the elements, so it is more difficult for them to absorb the elements from the divine crystal, but it is not impossible. I see. So, as long as I advance to the level of a saint, I can use divine crystals to practice. Palace Master can do it now. Right now. Yes, Dao Wuya has already explained that the divine flame devouring heaven art can directly refine the divine crystal and transform it into Yuanli with the power of the strange fire, so the Palace Master can use the divine crystal now. Moreover, compared to Yuanshi, the divine crystal can increase the Palace Master's cultivation speed and help the Palace Master to become a saint and a god as soon as possible. Did Dao Wuya tell you all this? Then why didn't he tell me? This he has already told me that as long as the palace master comes to the inner palace treasury, I will naturally tell the palace master these. As for why he didn't tell the palace master, maybe he forgot. Forgot. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Doesn't that mean that if I hadn't caught you because of Xiao Huo's matter, then before I reached the peak of demigod, at least before I came to the inner palace treasury, I could only rely on Yuanxi or other things to practice stupidly? The spirit of the inner palace treasury nodded. Ye Bufan was messy. He really wanted to say one more thing. Dao Wuya, can you be a little more deceiving? Besides these, does Dao Wuya have any other explanation? Ye Bufan immediately asked while looking at the spirit of the inner palace treasury. He was really afraid that Dao Wuya had forgotten something again. There is none left. The inner palace treasury shook his head. Are you sure? Ye Bufan confirmed. Sure. The inner treasury has unlimited confidence. All right. Ye Bufan responded and said, if that's the case, then bring a few divine crystals over so that I can try to see how it feels to practice with divine crystals. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the spirit of the inner palace treasury stretched out his right hand and immediately took out 5 crystals. These 5 crystals are similar to the Yuan stones, but they have different colors. At this time, the spirit of the inner palace treasure house slowly said, Palace Master, different colors represent different divine crystals. Red is the fire divine crystal, gold is the gold divine crystal, green is the wood divine crystal, blue is the water divine crystal, and brown is the earth divine crystal. Different divine crystals contain different elements. The palace master is not yet in the saint realm, so he cannot cultivate the elements. However, the divine flame devouring heaven art itself is based on strange fire. Although it is not a pure fire attribute martial art, if the palace master uses the fire divine crystal to cultivate it, the effect will be better than using the other 4 types of divine crystals to cultivate it. Yeah, Ye Bufan responded and directly took out a fire god crystal. As soon as he got the fire god crystal, he felt a warm feeling immediately. There was no doubt that this was definitely due to the fire element. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan took the fire god crystal and sat down cross-legged. Then, the divine flame devouring heaven art. Boom. As the martial arts techniques were activated, purple chaos heart refining flame surged out from Ye Bufan's body. Ye Bufan drove the strange fire, which instantly enveloped the fire god crystal in his hand. Suddenly, Ye Bufan could clearly feel that the fire god crystal was slowly melting. Although the speed was very slow, it was undeniable that as the fire god crystal melted, a trace of heat was constantly merging into the chaos heart refining flame. Others, even those who are strong in the god realm, when they use the god crystal to practice, they only absorb the elemental power inside the god crystal. They will never and cannot directly dissolve a fire-type god crystal like Ye Bufan did. It is conceivable how powerful and domineering the divine flame devouring heaven art is. Only a martial arts technique like the divine flame devouring heaven art can allow Ye Bufan to use divine crystals in the Jodian realm. If it were someone else, without special and powerful martial arts techniques, below the saint realm, even if one obtains the divine crystal, it will be of no use. To put it bluntly, one can only look at it but not use it. Chapter 934 The battle begins. An hour later. Call. Ye Bufan exhaled a breath, stopped practicing, and there was a hint of shock in his eyes. You know your own situation. Although Ye Bufan has only reached the 8th level of Jodian cultivation, the amount of energy he needs to absorb for each breakthrough is more than 100 times that of others. To put it bluntly, the difficulty of Ye Bufan's advancement from the 8th level to the 9th level is no less than that of a divine warrior advancing to a saint. The supreme divine body is basically a bottomless pit. That is why, even with such a powerful martial art as the divine flame devouring heaven art, Ye Bufan's training speed is still not fast, even very slow. According to Ye Bufan's calculations, if he wanted to advance from the 8th to the 9th revolution, it would take at least 7 days. It took only 7 days to advance from the 8th to the 9th revolution of the Jodian. If it were anyone else, they would have fainted from excitement. After all, it may take ordinary people several years to break through and advance. But in Ye Bufan's opinion, this speed is far from enough. A breakthrough once every 7 days. 7 breakthroughs a day is about right. Just now, Ye Bufan relied on the fire god crystal to cultivate for only 1 hour. Although he did not break through directly, his cultivation level improved significantly. And at this speed, Ye Bufan guaranteed that he could definitely advance from the 8th to the 9th level within 1 day. It originally took 7 days, but now it has been shortened to 1 day. The speed has increased 6 times. The most important thing is that the fire god crystal in Ye Bufan's hand has only shrunk by 1/3, which means that this fire god crystal can support him in practicing for 3 hours. What is the divine flame devouring heaven art? That's definitely an energy grabber. If it were replaced with yuanxi, Ye Bufan could devour just 1 yuanxi in a breath. But a divine crystal of the same size could actually support Ye Bufan's cultivation for 3 hours. It is conceivable how terrifying the elements, or energy, contained in the divine crystal are. 1 divine crystal every 3 hours. There are 12 hours in a day, so 4 divine crystals are needed. Ye Bufan can now break through in about a day, which means that as long as he has 4 divine crystals, it will be enough to support him to advance to another small realm. You know, the energy Ye Bufan needs for a breakthrough now is more than 100 times that of an ordinary person. 4 divine crystals can allow Ye Bufan to advance, but what about someone else? It's unimaginable. Of course, it now seems that 4 divine crystals can allow Ye Bufan to advance within 1 day. This efficiency is absolutely incredible, but Ye Bufan himself knows that this situation is only temporary. The divine flame devouring heaven art plus the supreme divine body, this is cheating in itself, and the divine crystal is a high-level energy, the 3 combined into 1, it is natural for this situation to occur. After all, this is equivalent to the results of an hour of practice by a divine realm warrior being transferred to Ye Bufan. How much can a martial artist in the divine realm improve after practicing for 1 hour? This kind of improvement is naturally not worth mentioning in the divine realm, but it is different in the Jodian realm. This is like pouring a pot of water into a large tank of water and then pouring it into a cup. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan's cultivation is at the divine realm, but what is improved is the cultivation level of the Jodian realm. Under such circumstances, how could his improvement not be fast? Of course, this is only temporary. As Ye Bufan's cultivation level increases and as he gets closer to the divine realm, this advantage will slowly disappear. Moreover, because of his supreme divine body, Ye Bufan's cultivation in the future would definitely be slower than that of others. At least, according to the normal way of cultivation, that would definitely be the case. But that is all matter for the future, Ye Bufan won't care about it now. Since the divine crystal can quickly improve one's cultivation, why not use it? If you don't use it, you're stupid. After all, strong personal strength is the foundation for a safe and secure life. However, Ye Bufan did not continue to practice. After all, he had entered the god's tomb for some time in search of Xiaohua, so he had to go out and tell Langning Sheng and others to let them know that Xiaohua was fine. Moreover, the god's tomb is not suitable for him to practice. The previous battle in which the human race killed 40 saints had intimidated the 3 races to a certain extent, making it so that their saintly masters would definitely not dare to launch a large-scale invasion of the human race in a short period of time. But there is always a chance of something happening. If they ignore this and still invade the human race on a large scale, how should the human race respond? Therefore, Ye Bufan must stay in the Shenwu continent so that at least people can contact him at any time. But this is not possible in the god's tomb. After all, the god's tomb is located in another space of the Shenwu continent, and people on the Shenwu continent cannot contact him at all, not even through the mother and child true essence stones. So after asking for some divine crystals from the spirit of the inner palace treasury, Ye Bufan left the tomb of the gods directly. The outside world, the Shenwu continent. The death of 40 saints from the 3 tribes had a significant impact on everyone, and the powerful arrival of Ye Bufan and Qi Shao also brought about tremendous changes in the landscape of the Shenwu continent. But some things don't change. During the day, the human race was still actively preparing for war, ready for a counterattack 3 days later. But the demon and barbarian tribes couldn't wait any longer. About half an hour ago, Han Feier from the demon tribe and the first barbarian lord of the barbarian tribe gave orders at the same time, urging the armies of both the demon and barbarian tribes to launch an all-out attack and do their best to attack the human fortress. Not only that, both the demons and wild beasts changed their previous style of being separated in different places, and a large number of demons and wild beasts began to gather and unite into one place. Of course, the so-called gathering of troops does not mean that all the demon beasts and wild beasts are gathered together to attack only one city. Instead, the demon beasts and wild beasts in each area are gathered together, and the armies of the two tribes in the same area only attack one city. Whether it was Han Faer or the first barbarian lord, they did this with only one purpose, which was to capture the human main city in the shortest possible time. Because Han Faer needs a large number of corpses to refine essence pills, in order to cultivate more divine martial realm demon gods in the shortest time possible, and thereby strengthen the strength of the demon clan. So for her, the more brutal the battle, the better, because only in this way can she obtain a large number of corpses. If you want a fierce battle, you can only attack the city. But the first barbarian lord is different. He has already reached a cooperation agreement with the heavenly demon clan and needs to capture a large number of humans alive to increase the number of powerful saints to be satisfied. If he wants to capture humans alive, he must first break through the city. Han Faer and the first barbarian lord, one wants to cultivate the divine martial realm, and the other wants to replace the saint. Same purpose, different approach. But no matter what they have to do now is to fight and attack the city. For a while, following yesterday's battle of saints, the Shenwu continent was once again in turmoil. The armies of the demon and barbarian tribes rushed to the major cities of the human race from various regions. In less than half a day, the armies of the two tribes were already at the gates of the city. Without any hesitation or pause, the armies of the two tribes attacked the city directly. At this point, the battle begins. Chapter 935 Qin Tian, Niyun, the Great Qin's 15 million strong army, go to battle. Kamikaze Empire, worry-free city. A day ago, thousands of miles away from Wuyu City, more than 100 saints of the human race came and slaughtered 40 saints from 3 tribes. From then on, the human race revived. Men should fight to the death, how can they be trapped in the city? Ye Bufan's words were even more inspiring, awakening the fighting spirit that had long been lost among the vast majority of human race members. Today, only one day has passed since the 40 saints of the 3 tribes were slaughtered, but the demon army has already launched a massive attack and is at the gates of the city. Outside Wuyu City, looking around, there are densely packed members of the demon clan everywhere. The number of demons besieging the city was no less than 1 million. In Wuyu City, countless human warriors gathered on the tower, most of them were residents of Wuyu City. Of course, there were also many warriors who had escaped from other places in the past 3 years. But no matter what, they are all members of the human race. The thick city walls and the indestructible eternal barrier, although there are many warriors gathered on the tower of Wuyu City, they are no match for the demon army outside the city. After all, the demon army has millions of people, while Wuyu City has less than 400,000 people. In terms of numbers on both sides, the demon race is far superior to the human race. But even so, the hundreds of thousands of human warriors on the tower of Wuyu City still did not show any fear on their faces. On the contrary, each of them showed a trace of desire on their face, a desire for battle, a desire for revenge. 3 years. During these 3 years, hundreds of human saints have fallen, countless cities have fallen, and countless human members have been killed by the 3 races. For the human race, these 3 years have been a suffocating nightmare. They were angry, they didn't dare, but they were helpless, with only fear in their hearts. Not for any other reason, but because the 3 tribes are so powerful. Go out of the city and fight back. Such actions have occurred during the 3 years of bloody battles. However, as long as humans leave the city, as long as humans fight against monsters, then a powerful saint will inevitably descend on one of the 3 tribes. Facing a saint, how can humans resist? Unable to resist, they can only retreat to the major cities and rely on the eternal barrier to seek a glimmer of survival. But now it's different. Ye Bufan arrived, and the 7-killing army descended, forcefully slaughtering 40 saints from the 3 tribes. The battle for human revival is imminent. At this moment, in this situation, why should we humans be afraid of you, the barbarians? If you want to fight, I will fight. You have saints, and I have saints too. Moreover, the saints of my human race are stronger than the saints of your 3 races of demons, barbarians and devils. If you 3 saints dare to take action, I, the saint of the human race, will make sure you never return. Kill. On the city wall of Wuyu City, every human warrior looked at the densely packed demon clan members below with murderous intent in their eyes and a terrifying fighting spirit on their bodies. But they did not go out of the city to fight. It's not because of fear, but because the enemy outnumbers us. A head-on confrontation like this would be extremely disadvantageous for the human race, and it would be tantamount to committing suicide. So they were waiting until the demon army was exhausted before going out of the city to deliver a thundering blow. Bang, bang, bang. Boom 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 boom. Countless demon armies surrounded Wuyu City. Every demon beast was madly crashing into Wuyu City. Of course, while they were crashing into Wuyu City, they were also attacking the Eternal Barrier. After all, the Eternal Barrier was not only above the main city, but covered the entire main city. Countless monsters crashed into the city walls, and the Shenyuan, Zhoutian, and Shenwu realm monsters directly took to the air to attack the indestructible Eternal Barrier above the fortress. The demon clan's offensive is in full swing, and they have only one goal, which is to break through the Eternal Barrier. In Wuyu City, although the human warriors have not yet left the city to fight, they will not sit and wait for death. On the tower, release the arrow. With an order, countless sharp arrows were shot outside the city, killing the members of the demon clan. With the Eternal Barrier protecting them, humans naturally don't need to worry about the demon army before the city is broken. What if there are not enough arrows? Then set fire to it. What should we do if there is not enough kerosene, or if the fire is put out by the monsters in an instant? Then throw stones at them. What if there are no stones? There are countless houses in Wuyu City. If there are no stones, then they will tear down the houses and look for stones. In short, with the protection of the Eternal Barrier, the human race began a frenzied counterattack against the demon race. Eternal destruction, the fall of the city. So what? Even if the city is breached, I will make sure that more than half of your demon tribe is killed before the city is breached. The attack of the demon clan. The human race strikes back. The entire Wuyu City instantly turned into a tragic battlefield. The demons attacked the city, and the humans defended it. This is the case with Wuyu City, and it is the same with other peripheral cities. The battle is destined to be brutal and the fighting is destined to result in rivers of blood. This was a shocking war among the three tribes, and it was also a feast of death. Life here is infinitely fragile. Life is worthless here. The Qin Empire, the imperial capital. For more than 3 years, because the Great Qin Empire was located in the central area of the human territory and the offensive of the three tribes was from the outside to the inside, the Great Qin Empire was not affected by the demon army. However, unlike the vast majority of people who retreated to the major cities and dared not go out because they were afraid of the strength of the three tribes, the Qin Empire not only did not avoid the war, but took the initiative to attack. Even the Qin dynasty was not affected. All this is because the Qin Empire has an emperor who is completely different from other empires. He is Qin Tian, an iron-blooded and crazy emperor, and also an emperor who is absolutely supported by the people. In Dakan, if you dare to say a bad word about Qin Tian, there is no doubt that you will be attacked crazily by the people of Dakan, and it will be an attack that will not stop until you are dead. Throughout history, there were definitely not many emperors who could do what Qin Tian did, or perhaps none at all. At this moment, outside the imperial capital of the Great Qin Empire, as far as the eye can see, it is a sea of people. In front of the crowd, Qin Tian stood proudly in a black dragon robe. Next to him was a man with a broken leg sitting in a wheelchair. Dead silence. 15 million black armored soldiers. This is all of the Great Qin Empire, and it is also the limit of what Qin Tian has been able to achieve in the past 3 years. Among them, the worst ones are at the 8th and 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, the vast majority are at the Condensation Yuan level, and there are quite a few at the Return Yuan level. Even at the Divine Yuan level there are thousands of them, and there are over 1,000 at the Zhou Tian level, and there is also one at the Divine Martial level. And this one and only Divine Martial Venerable was cultivated by Qin Tian with the help of the essence pill given by Ye Bufan. Among those Zhoutian warriors, many also took the essence pill. But this is not the point. The point is that these 15 million soldiers are all men in their prime, and each of them has infinite determination on their face. 3 years ago, when the war between the 4 tribes broke out, after the failure of the first expedition of the Qin Empire, Qin Tianyi issued a conscription order, and the number of people who signed up throughout the Qin Empire reached billions. Almost everyone in the empire who was still able to move signed up to join the army. This alone is enough to show Qin Tian's prestige in the Qin Empire. In Dakan, as long as Qin Tian said a word, the people of Dakan were willing to give their lives for him. This kind of persistence does not require any reason, no excuse, and even less does it require distinguishing between right and wrong. Because he is Qin Tian, their emperor. However, faced with billions of people joining the army, Qin Tian finally only selected 15 million of them, and all of them were men in their prime. It's not that Qin Tian doesn't want everyone to be a soldier, but the national strength of the Qin dynasty is limited and it is simply unable to do so. In other words, a country as poor as the Qin dynasty simply does not have the resources to train a strong army. Even the birth of the 15 million black armored soldiers in front of him was all because of the man with a broken leg beside Qin Tian. That's right, it's because of the man with the broken leg. If Ye Bufan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize this man's identity at a glance. The former commander of the Tianshui Combat Division of the 81st Combat Division, Ni Yun. It's a pity that Ni Yun's legs are broken now, and he has undoubtedly become a disabled person. 3 years ago, the demon army came out in full force to attack the human race. The 81 combat units defended the border to the death, buying time for all humans to retreat. It was in that battle that Ni Yun was besieged by the demons and had his legs bitten off. In that battle, the 81st Combat Division suffered heavy casualties and was even close to being annihilated. Even so, the 81st Combat Division did not retreat a single step. It can be said that in that battle, the Zan tribe became the biggest victim of the human race. But even so, the members of the combat department still have no regrets, because for them, this is their duty. It was not until the human saint was defeated and Tang Zi ordered everyone to evacuate and save their lives before he self-destructed that the 81 combat units evacuated one by one. Ni Yun also escaped death because he was forcibly tied up by several combat unit soldiers. The fighting troops fled in all directions, and the demon army naturally chased them everywhere. Ni Yun didn't know how many people in the War Department survived that battle. He only knew that not long after his group of 8 fled into a frontier city, the city was breached by the demon army. When the city was broken and the two sides were fighting, Qin Tian arrived with the 5 million Qin troops. Without saying a word, the Qin side directly started fighting with the monster army. Bloody, tragic, crazy. Although the Qin army of 5 million is not strong, each of these people will fight to the death and are not afraid of death. Their ferocity is definitely not inferior to that of the combat troops. Even in Ni Yun's opinion, these people are more ferocious than the members of the combat department. After all, the War Department is stationed in the monster battlefield all year round, and the fighting with the monsters has never stopped. Therefore, the ferocity of the War Department is completely built up through years of fighting and killing. But what about the 5 million Qin troops? Obviously, they have no such experience, but they can still do it. This alone makes them stronger than the soldiers in the combat department. It was also at that time that Ni Yun met Qin Tian, and he understood that the ferocity and fearlessness of the Qin army were all due to Qin Tian. If one soldier is incompetent, the whole general will be incompetent. Qin Tian is the military soul of the Qin dynasty, and his style has influenced everyone in the Qin army. When Ni Yun found out that Qin Tian was the king of a country, he was even more shocked. The monsters attacked and everyone was running for their lives, but Qin Tian, as the king of a country, did not choose to retreat. Instead, he led his army to attack the human border. This is simply seeking death. But we have to say that this heroism and courage are worthy of everyone's admiration. And, when he asked Qin Tian why he took the initiative to attack, what Qin Tian said, Ni Yun still remembers it clearly to this day, even as if it happened yesterday. If you don't think about the future, you will have immediate worries. I don't want to wait until the demon army sets foot on the territory of our great Qin before I resist. I want to strangle them before they set foot on the great Qin. Although my great Qin is very weak, if I kill one more enemy today, my people may have a little more hope of survival in the future. This is the only thing I can do for them. Even if I die, I will die before them. Besides, I am also a member of the human race. The human race is in great trouble, and the demons are coming. As a member of the human race, how can I stay out of it? If he wants to fight, I will fight. The battle will not end until the blood is shed and the people die. These are Qin Tian's original words. It was also because of his words that Ni Yun persuaded Qin Tian to retreat, and he eventually stayed in the great Qin Empire. It was also he who helped Qin Tian train the 15 million strong army. Of course, the resources used to train an army of 15 million also came from Ni Yun. However, these resources did not belong to Ni Yun, but came from the 3 major martial arts academies. Ni Yun asked for them in the name of the commander of the War Department. At that time, Ni Yun only said one sentence to the 3 major martial arts academies: In this battle, my 81st War Department was almost wiped out, but I don't blame you, because this is the responsibility of my War Department and our mission. Now, I need a large amount of resources to train a combat-ready army for my human race. Will you, the 3 major martial arts academies, give it to me or not? In the end, the 3 major martial arts academies gave Ni Yun a large amount of training resources, and Ni Yun used these resources to train the 15 million strong Qin army. 3 years is a limited time. Perhaps this 15 million strong army is not strong, but because of the national style of the great Qin and Ni Yun's training, it is definitely a group of tigers and wolves. No, it should be said that this is an army born for killing. Only Ni Yun knows their madness. When 2 armies of the same level and number fight each other, Ni Yun is 100% sure that he can annihilate the enemy in minutes. Even if the enemy outnumbers us, Ni Yun has absolute confidence that the Qin Iron Army will let the opponent know what terror is. Born to kill. Die for the kill. These are a group of devils who are willing to sell themselves to the devil in order to protect him. After 3 years of sharpening the sword, today, it is unsheathed. Without any extra words, Qin Tian looked at the 15 million troops in front of him and waved his hand, saying in a loud voice, "All troops, move out." Chapter 936 Humans, Fight. All troops, move out. With Qin Tian's order, the 15 million strong Qin army set out. Qin Tian and Ni Yun were no exception. They walked in front of the army and went into battle with them. Especially Ni Yun, although he was in a wheelchair, his ability to move was not restricted at all. After 3 years, he has become familiar with this feeling, and his body even seems to be connected to the wheelchair, which makes his fighting power increase instead of decrease. The army set out. On the city wall of the imperial capital, countless Qin citizens looked at the Qin army that was leaving, with a hint of reluctance in their eyes. Because he was their husband, their father, their son, and their friend. The wind is whistling and the Yi River is cold, the hero never returns. After this battle, no one knows how many people will come back alive. But no one tried to stop him. Because these 15 million troops are not only their relatives, but also their pride, the pride of Dakan, and they should be proud of them. We humans should slay demons and slaughter barbarians. On the city wall, among the crowd, a pretty woman in her 20s was holding a 1-month-old baby in her arms, and like everyone else, she watched the army leave. Her name is Mu Qingshe. She is Qin Tian's wife and the current imperial concubine of the Qin dynasty. Dead silence. Time passes by every second. It was not until the Qin army went far away and finally turned into a small black dot and disappeared from his eyes that Mu Qingshe whispered softly, "Your Majesty, take care." The Qin army of 15 million set out. At the same time, countless members of the human race also rushed to the outskirts of the human territory. Among them are those who have transcended the mortal realm, condensed the primordial essence, returned to the primordial essence, and attained the divine essence, and there are also many who have attained the Zhodian and Shenwu realms. Billions of people. Some travel alone, and some travel in groups of 3 or 5. For 3 years, the entire human race has been suppressed by monsters and demons. These 3 years have undoubtedly been a nightmare for every member of the human race. They lost their appetite and could not sleep at night. They wanted to resist, but they were powerless. They are in pain and they are suffering. But now, 3 years of repression were released in one day, causing most people to fall into a state of madness. It was like an ancient ferocious beast awakening from its slumber. They want to fight, they want to kill, they want to retaliate. Therefore, even though many people have not received their soul rings yet, and even though the counterattack 3 days later has not yet begun, they still chose to fight impatiently. Of course, part of the reason is that they are quite far away from the outskirts of the human race. If they want to counterattack in 3 days, they really need to set off in advance. But none of that matters anymore. At this moment, the demon and barbarian tribes withdrew their forces and concentrated on attacking the city outside the human territory, while among the human race, countless people rushed from outside to the border. These people gradually formed a large army and turned into a crowd. The war will not stop until the blood is shed and the people die. The empire, aristocratic families, martial arts academies, the entire human race, countless people rushed to the border area. The outer territory of the human race. Kill, kill, kill. The armies of the demon and barbarian tribes attacked the city frantically, while the human race fought back frantically. Because of the eternal barrier, this was essentially a one-sided massacre. After all, before the eternal barrier was broken, the monster and barbarian races could not attack the human race at all, while the human race members could launch various counterattacks on the city walls. Although such counterattacks could not be fatal, they were constantly weakening the strength of the monster and barbarian races. By incurring zero casualties in exchange for the losses of the demon and barbarian races, the human race definitely gained the upper hand. Both the demon and barbarian tribes are naturally aware of this, but they have no choice. They have been doing this for 3 years. Once the barrier is broken, the human race in the main city will no longer be able to contend with them. The eternal barrier is the only thing that the human race can rely on. If it is broken, the human race will have nothing to fear. It's a pity that times have changed. During the 3 years, due to the intimidation of the saints of the 3 tribes, every main city of the human race was completely isolated. Even if a city was breached by the 3 tribes, no one came to support. But now it's different. Time passes by inadvertently. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and together with the previous day, it was exactly 3 days. The light of dawn awakens all sleeping things. A new day is coming. In the outer territories of the human race, the siege by the monster and barbarian tribes is still in full swing. In 2 days, both the demon and barbarian tribes suffered countless casualties, but the eternal barrier that they attacked had already shown more or less cracks. If we continue at this pace, I believe it won't be long, half a day at most, before the first main city is breached by the 2 tribes of monsters and barbarians, and then countless main cities will be breached one after another. At the same time, during this period, the vast majority of human race members have received new soul rings. Even those members who headed to the outer territories have obtained soul rings in the main cities they passed by. Everything is ready, 3 days have arrived. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the 10,000 things heaven-slaying array reappeared, and Ye Bufan's stern voice instantly resounded throughout the Shenwu continent. 3 days have passed, the soul ring is activated, and the human race can leave the city at any time to fight and counterattack. Of course, everything is voluntary. Kill the demons and barbarians, earn merits, and if your corresponding cultivation reaches a certain military rank, you can join my 7 killers. Humans, fight. Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a red light appeared from the soul rings worn by everyone, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soul rings, all activated. Kamikaze Empire, worry-free city. General Wu, the time has come. Shall we go out of the city and fight? The moment Ye Bufan's voice died, countless people in Wuyu City looked at a middle-aged man in armor, and some of them couldn't help but ask. The man was none other than a 3-star general from the former 81st War Department. When the demon tribe attacked the city 2 days ago, it was he who organized the residents of Wuyu City to fight back. No. Looking at the densely packed demon army below, General Wu said decisively, now is not the time yet. Continue to rely on the city and fight back. Although more than 100,000 of the demon army, which numbered over 1 million, were killed in 3 days, there were still 1 million of them. If they went out of the city to fight at this time, it would be tantamount to seeking their own death. What's more, the eternal barrier has not been broken yet, so there is no need to fight to the death with the demons. At least before the city is broken, the human race still has an absolute geographical advantage. Since there are such advantages, why not use it? General Wu's words stunned everyone on the city wall, but then they all understood what he meant. Indeed, with the advantages of Wuyu City, now is not the time to confront the demon clan head-on. Kill. But at this moment, a deafening roar sounded in the distance. The voice was solemn. The voice was cold. The sound resounded throughout the heavens and earth, shocking everyone present, whether they were demons or humans. Then they all instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. Looking at the scene in the distance, everyone in Wuyu City was stunned again. Black Torrent. The Qin army of 15 million came in a mighty force, marching rapidly like a black ferocious beast. Kill. Qin Tian said a word, and the 15 million troops of the Qin dynasty shouted in unison. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of metallic weapons clashing merged into one, resounding through heaven and earth. 300 meters away, the Qin soldiers drew their swords. Black armor, long sword, running all the way. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Boom. In a breath, the 15 million strong Qin army collided with the demon army under the city. No hesitation, no faltering. The 15 million strong army surrounded Wuyu City in an instant. No, it should be said that it surrounded the demon army outside Wuyu City. Then, the long swords in their hands slashed out frantically. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere and flesh was separated. The Qin army has 15 million, while the demon army has 1 million, a gap of 15 times. In just one encounter, 100,000 of the demons were killed. Absolute violence, absolute bloodiness. Gurgle. On the city wall, everyone couldn't help but swallow. Shocking, dead silence. Chapter 937 5,000 Masked Gods. What does an army of 15 million mean? 15 million troops encircled and suppressed 1 million demons. What kind of picture would that be? This was simply a one-sided massacre, a massacre of the demon race by the Qin dynasty. Bang! In less than a minute, the last monster fell to the ground. The battle had just begun, but it was already over. The Qin Empire wiped out the million-strong demon army with 0 casualties and won a complete victory. The scene was filled with corpses all over the ground and the air was filled with a thick and pungent smell of blood. Gurgle. On the city wall, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They were shocked and trembling. 15 million against 1 million, although it was a battle without suspense, the battle was over in less than a minute, and it ended with 0 casualties. This alone was enough to show the ferocity of the Qin dynasty's 15 million iron troops. Who are these people? Where are they from? Looking at the black torrent below the city and the Qin soldiers who were like gods of death, every resident of Wuyu City on the city wall couldn't help but think of it. Not only them, but also General Wu, who was a 3-star general in the War Department in the past, is the same. Dead silence. All troops, rest where you are. Ignoring the human members on the city wall and the corpses of the demons on the ground, Niyun shouted loudly. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless Qin soldiers fell to the ground, and many of them fell asleep. In 2 days, starting from the capital of the Qin Empire, the 15 million troops traveled day and night without stopping at all. This kind of high-intensity consumption would be no problem for high-level warriors, but the 15 million troops of the Qin Empire were not all high-level warriors, and most of them were low-level warriors. They were already exhausted. Seeing the scene of 15 million Qin soldiers falling asleep on the ground, and even snoring, the residents of Wuyu City on the city wall were completely stunned. Fell asleep already. Ignoring the thoughts of the people on the city wall, Niyun looked at Qin Tian beside him and said, Your Majesty, the Kamikaze Empire is located outside the center of the human race. This is not the real periphery, so in comparison, there are not too many monsters and wild beasts here. But once we continue to move forward, the number of monsters and wild beasts we encounter will definitely increase, and it is not impossible that there will be an army of more than 10 million. That will be a real fierce battle, and this battle will not be over in 1 or 2 days. Now that we have entered the battlefield area, there is no need to rush. It is not too late to fight again after recuperating. So, Your Majesty, you should take a rest first. Uncle Ni, I'm fine. Qin Tian waved his hand, then walked towards the city. Looking at the people on the tower above, he clasped his fists and said, Everyone, I am Qin Tian, the Emperor of the Great Qin. My soldiers have been marching for 2 days and 2 nights, and we have only eaten dry food during this period. After that, we have to continue to go deep into the battlefield, so can you please help me deal with these monsters so that my soldiers can have a good meal when they wake up? Hearing this, everyone on the city wall was stunned. No sleep, no rest, no pause, no march for 2 days and 2 nights. These lunatics. No wonder these people fell asleep as soon as they fell to the ground. However, because of this, they naturally would not refuse Qin Tian's request. Roasting the monster is just a piece of cake. This was the first time that the Qin Iron Army appeared on the battlefield, but it left an unforgettable impression on everyone in Wuyu City. And this is just the beginning. In Wuyu City, the Qin Iron Army arrived, and in other places, countless human members also came to reinforce, but the number was not as terrifying as that of the Qin Empire, so the battle could not be over in such a short time. Izumo Empire, Karama City. Here, it is also experiencing the crazy attack of the demon army, but the attackers here are not demons, but wild beasts, and their number is even greater than that of the demons in Wuyu City. In just 2 days, cracks had already appeared on the eternal barrier of Wuyu City. It was only a matter of time before it broke. Here, although there was no general in command, no one went out of the city to fight. It's not that I don't want to, but the time is not right. After all, with the protection of the eternal barrier, before the city is broken, the human race can take advantage of the city to weaken the strength of the wild beasts to the greatest extent. Moreover, human warriors have begun to arrive outside Moyu City one after another. Although these warriors are not numerous, most of them are at Guiyuan and Shenyuan level, and there are even a few Jodian warriors. Although the Shenyuan and Jodian warriors could fly directly into the city by bypassing the barbarian army, they, like the Guiyuan warriors, did not enter the city. Instead, they harassed and attacked the barbarian army from the outskirts. The barbarians would naturally not sit idly by and wait for death, and the strong men in the barbarian army took action one after another. Unfortunately, as soon as they moved, the human warriors turned around and ran, not giving them any chance for a head-on confrontation. If the barbarian Shenyuan realm warriors chased and killed the human Guiyuan warriors, then other Shenyuan warriors would definitely help. Once the Guiyuan warrior escapes, the human Shenyuan warrior will no longer pester him and continue to escape or kill the enemy. And so on. The barbarians had no way to deal with these human warriors and could only become furious. After this situation lasted for half an hour, the barbarians finally went berserk. Chase him until he dies. In the army, the furious roar of the barbarian leader could not help but be heard. Swish, swish, swish. Before the barbarians could take any action, figures suddenly appeared in the air in the distance and quickly flew over. In an instant, they appeared above the barbarian army. No more, no less, exactly 5,000 people. However, it was these pitiful 5,000 men that caused the entire battlefield to become dead silent in an instant, not for any other reason but because of the cultivation these people released. Above the Jodian, there is the divine martial lord. Without exception, all of the 5,000 people are powerful warriors in the divine martial realm. What does it mean to have 5,000 people in the divine martial realm? It's unimaginable. What is most puzzling is that these people are still covering their faces. What are they doing with their faces covered? Are you too ugly to be seen? Kill. Without waiting for the barbarians and humans to think too much, the leader among the 5,000 divine warriors shouted in a cold voice. In an instant, 5,000 powerful warriors rushed out. Buzz. Seeing this scene, all members of the barbarian army couldn't help but tremble in their bodies and even their souls. What is the concept of 5,000 divine warriors? Although they have an army of 1 million, they are no match for these 5,000 divine martial realm warriors. Run. Without any hesitation, the leader of the barbarian army ordered a retreat. It's a pity that the 5,000 powerful gods will not let them go easily. A wolf among the sheep. Puff, puff, puff. After the 5,000 divine warriors entered the barbarian army, they immediately started a bloody massacre. With their fierce killing moves, every time they made a move, 3 to 7 barbarian beasts would be killed directly, and the corpses of these barbarian beasts disappeared the moment they fell to the ground. It's a pity that at this moment, no one cares or notices this. In the first encounter, the barbarian army suffered over 10,000 casualties, and all the beasts fled in all directions. The army was completely defeated. 5,000 divine warriors rushed out to chase and kill. In just over a minute, 5,000 powerful warriors in the divine martial realm slaughtered hundreds of thousands of wild beasts. Walk. At this time, the leading divine martial realm expert suddenly shouted. Afterwards, the 5,000 powerful warriors in the divine martial realm stopped chasing the barbarians and flew away together. They come and go in a hurry. This strange scene stunned the barbarians who were fleeing everywhere, and also the humans on the city wall. What's the meaning? This, you're leaving now. 20 minutes later, these 5,000 divine martial lords appeared in another city. Similarly, this city was also suffering from the crazy attack of the barbarians. Without any hesitation, they rushed directly into the barbarian army and slaughtered them indiscriminately. After killing hundreds of thousands of wild beasts, he flew away with their corpses. The third city, the fourth city, the fifth city. 5,000 divine martial lords swept through 8 cities one after another. They stayed in each city for no more than 2 minutes, but they slaughtered more than 2 million wild beasts during that time. All the bodies of these wild beasts were carried away by them without exception. Chapter 938, Holy Land, is it just the beginning? The 5,000 divine warriors were rampant and wantonly slaughtering members of the 2 tribes, the demon and the barbarian, on the battlefield. They never got too entangled with the demon and barbarian armies. Every time they rushed in, they killed a lot and then left and moved to another location. Fire a shot and move to another place. This extremely despicable and shameless tactic made the two tribes of demons and barbarians both angry and helpless. Faced with these 5,000 divine warriors whose whereabouts were elusive, the demon and barbarian tribes could not encircle and suppress them even if they wanted to. They could only watch them slaughter members of the two tribes. Unless they withdraw their troops or send a saint to take action. But asking them to withdraw from the human territory is impossible no matter what. After all, today's victory was hard won. But if the saints were dispatched, the two tribes would be afraid of being surrounded and killed by the saints of the human race. Because of this, the two tribes of demons and barbarians were unable to advance or retreat for a while, and they were completely caught in a dilemma. On the other hand, the human race. As time went by, more and more human race members came to the outskirts of the human race territory and joined the melee and fighting between the two sides. As the number of participants increased, the battle became more and more intense. Coupled with the harassment of the 5,000 divine warriors, the human race side even began to gain the upper hand. Human race, Kangchong Martial Academy. At this moment, the soul rings have been distributed. More than 10 saints who were left behind by the human race gathered together. They looked at Ye Bufan excitedly. One of the saints couldn't help but said excitedly, "Brother Ye, I didn't expect that you still have 5,000 divine martial lords in your hands. That's great. According to the current situation, I believe it won't take long before we can drive the armies of the monster and barbarian tribes out of our human territory." The others also nodded. There are more than 100 saints and 5,000 divine warriors. They don't know where Ye Bufan found so many powerful people, and they don't want to ask more. They only know that Ye Bufan is the lucky star and savior of the human race. As long as he is in the human race, the two tribes of monsters and barbarians, even if the heavenly demon tribe is added, will never be able to annex the human race. Sitting upright in the main seat, looking at the dozen or so saints below, Ye Bufan put down the teacup in his hand, shook his head, and said, "You may have misunderstood. These 5,000 divine martial venerables are not my people, and I don't have that many divine martial venerables in my hands." Well, Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone. One of them even laughed and said, "Young Master Ye, are you kidding me?" Joke. Ye Bufan shook his head, "I am not kidding, they are definitely not my people." This. Everyone was shocked. "Mr. Ye, are you telling the truth?" One of them looked at Ye Bufan and confirmed. Ye Bufan nodded. In an instant, all the saints were even more shocked and confused. They couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Since they are not young Master Ye's people, then where did so many divine martial honored ones of our human race come from? That's a full 5,000 people. Who said they must be members of my human race? Ye Bufan said with a smile. The saints were stunned and puzzled. What does Ye Xiao mean? If I'm not mistaken, they should be members of the demon clan. Ye Bufan said. In fact, there was no need to guess. Ye Bufan knew that these 5,000 divine warriors belonged to the demon clan, and they were all members of the wolf clan. After all, the Snow Wolf Demon King had already greeted him in advance. The reason why he didn't tell the people in front of him directly was because one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be on guard against others. Who knows if anyone among these people is secretly colluding with the monsters, wild beasts, or the demons? If they knew the identity of the Snow Wolf Demon King, it would be equivalent to harming the Snow Wolf Demon King. Therefore, for now, the fewer people who know the identity of the Snow Wolf King, the better. Demon Tribe. Ye Bufan's words shocked everyone. Where did the Demon Tribe get so many divine warriors? Also, if they are really Demon Tribe, why would they attack their own people? It's very simple. Ye Bufan smiled and said, because of the Essence Pill. Essence Pill. The saints were stunned again. Ye Bufan said, if I remember correctly, the opportunity that Han Feier obtained in the God's Tomb was the Tianyan Gai Ju that I practiced before, and after reversing this martial art, one can refine one's own energy into Jingyuan Dan. As for the effects of the Essence Pill, I don't think I need to explain it further. You should all know it. The reason why the demon race has so many demon gods in the divine martial realm should be due to the Essence Pill. And now the demons are suddenly attacking the barbarians. It should be for the essence pills, because the heavens evolution return to oneness technique can directly refine corpses and transform them into its own energy. As long as there are enough corpses, Han Feier can refine a large number of essence pills. Our human race has suddenly risen, and Han Feier must be anxious, so she wants to cultivate a large number of divine martial venerables. The reason why she didn't even let go of the demon race is probably because she wanted to conceal the identities of these 5,000 divine warriors. After all, if these 5,000 divine warriors attacked the demon barbarians at the same time, they could only be members of our human race. The reason why they wore masks was probably to hide the demon patterns on their faces. Boom, boom, boom. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, all the saints present could not help but be shocked again and again. Han Feier, Tianyan Gai Ju, Jingyuan Dan, and a large number of Shenwu realm demon gods. This information made every saint frightened and tremble in their souls. One divine warrior is not scary, but what if there is a group of divine warriors? If there are too many ants, they can kill an elephant. Moreover, compared with a saint, a person in the divine martial realm is no longer an ant. Immediately, someone looked at Ye Bufan and suggested, "Young Master Yi, if that's the case, shouldn't we take advantage of the fact that these demon gods are in our human territory and annihilate them in one fell swoop?" Need not. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "They are just mere divine warriors. Let alone 5,000, even if there are 50,000, I have a way to kill them instantly. Let them fight each other now, which will help reduce casualties among our human race." 50,000 divine warriors, killed instantly. All the saints couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Even if more than 100 saints attacked at the same time, although they could kill these powerful demon gods, they couldn't kill them instantly, right? Not only that, there might even be casualties on the saints' side by then. But Ye Bufan. At this moment, looking at Ye Bufan's confident look, the saints couldn't help but think in their hearts. He still has a trump card in his hand. Of course, Ye Bufan would definitely not tell them that these wolf demon gods had already surrendered to him, so he didn't need to kill them at all. As long as he gave the order, they would immediately turn against him and kill the two demon and barbarian tribes. If that's the case, why kill them? Alright. Without waiting for the saints to think about it, Ye Bufan stood up, looked at the saints and said, "Don't pay attention to these 5,000 divine warriors for the time being. Now, according to our previous discussion, please leave for the front line immediately. Firstly, having a saint here can boost the morale of our human race. Secondly, we can guard against the saints of the three tribes taking action. Once any of you finds that a saint from the three tribes has entered our human territory, you don't need to fight them. Just inform me immediately. There is one more thing you must remember. Before the other saint makes a move, even if the barrier is broken and the city falls, you cannot make a move." Why? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, someone couldn't help but ask. No reason, just do it. Ye Bufan shook his hands and said without any doubt. When a dog is cornered, it will jump over the wall. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite people. The reason why Ye Bufan did this was because he was worried that once the three tribes were pushed into a corner, both sides would have to fight, and this was not what Ye Bufan wanted to see. At least not now. In Ye Bufan's opinion, he should either not take action, or if he does, he must fight to decide the outcome, and he must also minimize the casualties on his side. The saints do not know this. That was why they were completely baffled by Ye Bufan's arrangement, but given the current situation, they did not dare to disobey Ye Bufan. By the way, Mr. Long, have you gotten any results for the quota that I gave to your Long family? Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at Long family's ancestor Long Tu and asked directly. Everyone was stunned. Long Tu did the same, and then he responded, "It has been chosen." "Where are the people? Qianyan, come in." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Long Tu shouted loudly outside. After a while, a young man in white came in. He stood in front of Long Tu and said, "Ancestor." Long Tu nodded, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Young Master Yi, this is the most outstanding descendant of our Long family. I wonder whether he can satisfy young Master Yi's requirements." "Can." After looking at Long Qianyan, Ye Bufan immediately nodded and said. If it were someone else, Ye Bufan really wouldn't understand, but Long Qianyan was different. When he was assessed in the Tongtian Martial Tower in the Tomb of the Gods, his result was second only to Han Feier. This alone was enough to show how outstanding Long Qianyan was. Call. Hearing this, Long Tu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it is related to the opportunity to become a saint, so Long Tu cannot help but be nervous, and Ye Bufan said that he would only give the Long family one chance. Once the person chosen by the Long family cannot meet his requirements, then this place will be wasted. Fortunately, Ye Bufan agreed with Long Qianyan. However, Long Qianyan frowned when he looked at Ye Bufan, as if there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Although Ye Bufan saw it, he didn't care too much. Instead, he looked at the other saints and said, "Since you have made great contributions to the human race over the years, I will give you a kind reminder. Don't underestimate the quota of the 7-killing army, and don't underestimate the opportunity I give you. No matter who it is, if you can seize this opportunity, then the Saint Realm is just the beginning." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the hearts of more than 10 saints present could not help but tremble. Holy Land, just the beginning. Chapter 939 Long Qianyan's Choice. Ye Bufan's simple words caused a storm in the hearts of the saints present, because he was talking about the Holy Realm, not entering the Holy Realm. The Holy Realm is divided into entry into sainthood, soul fusion, flying, and demigodhood. The Holy Land is just the beginning. Is there a higher realm above demigod? In an instant, more than 10 saints present looked at Ye Bufan, and even their breathing became a little rapid. Without waiting for the saints to come back to their senses, Long Qianyan frowned and looked at Ye Bufan, and asked directly, "Is there a higher realm above the saint realm?" As soon as Long Qianyan finished speaking, all the saints came back to their senses. They looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of uneasiness and curiosity in their eyes. Ye Bufan glanced at Long Qianyan. It has to be said that Long Qianyan, who is a few years older than Ye Bufan, is indeed a handsome and suave man, and there is always a hint of pride in his eyes. At this moment, Ye Bufan did not answer him, but just looked at him and smiled. However, just this simple smile of his was equivalent to acknowledging everything. The Holy Realm was just the beginning, and there was indeed a higher realm above the Holy Realm. Call. In an instant, everyone's face changed drastically. The Holy Land is just the beginning. That means that demigod is just the beginner in martial arts. In this case, what are those who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm? Just ants. Looking at the people in front of him, Ye Bufan admitted that his behavior was a bit forcing things to happen, but since they would know these things sooner or later, there was no harm in telling them now. Ye Bufan did this for only one purpose, which was to attract the attention of these saints to the places in the 7-killing army. After all, as the top families in the Shenwu continent, their family members were far superior to other ordinary people in all aspects. Although the Tiangong inheritance does not care about these things, Ye Bufan still hopes that the person who can finally obtain the Tiangong inheritance is the best among the human race. After all, it's never wrong to start from a higher point. What's more, in this confrontation below the saint level, Ye Bufan does not want the top families to hide their weaknesses, but hopes that they will give their all. Come in. Without saying anything more, Ye Bufan directly took out the Burial Heaven Palace, then looked at Long Qianyan and said something with a smile. Long Qianyan was stunned, but without any hesitation, he walked directly into the Burial Heaven Palace. After Ye Bufan put away the Heaven Burial Palace, he looked at the Peak Saint Realm experts who were still somewhat dazed and smiled, saying, "Everyone, I have said everything I need to say, and I have given you the opportunity. As for whether you can seize it, it all depends on you. Remember, if you want to enter the 7 killers, then go and earn merits. However, I have to remind you that you must not help your family's younger generations cheat, otherwise not only will it not do them any good, but it will also harm them. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan disappeared from the spot. The saints came back to their senses, but were stunned again. Originally, they did not care about Ye Bufan's previous arrangement, which was the so-called assessment of the 7-killing army. After all, in their view, Ye Bufan used this as a means to expand his power. But now it's different. Maybe this is indeed a means for Ye Bufan to expand his power, but isn't this also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them? The Holy Land is just the beginning. Demigod is just the beginning. Ye Bufan opened a new door to martial arts in front of them and led them into a new realm. The key to entering this realm is undoubtedly the 7-killings army, or in other words, if you want to set foot in this realm, you must become a member of the 7 killings. Excitement, desire. Without any hesitation, the saints left in an instant. There is only one thing they want to do now, and that is to arrange for members of their family to enter the battlefield and earn merit. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. This is. Looking at the cemetery of gods and demons that was both familiar and unfamiliar in front of him, Long Qianyan widened his eyes with a look of horror and disbelief. However, looking at the horrified Long Qianyan, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "I think you have already figured it out. This is indeed the cemetery of gods and demons. Long Qianyan was shocked. After a moment, he looked at Ye Bufan and asked in shock, 3 years ago, you obtained the final inheritance of the god's tomb. That's right. Ye Bufan did not deny this. Call. Long Qianyan's breathing stagnated. Cemetery of gods and demons. God's tomb inheritance. No wonder Ye Bufan disappeared for 3 years. No wonder Ye Bufan has so many powerful saints under his command. All of this, when connected with the cemetery of gods and demons, is not strange at all. Not only is it not strange, it is reasonable. After I received the final inheritance of the god's tomb, I acknowledge the god and demon cemetery as my master. From that moment on, everything here belongs to me alone. Before Long Qianyan could think about it, Ye Bufan said slowly, 3 supreme beings, 18 divine generals, 72 concubines, 108 flag masters, and hundreds of thousands of Tiangong members. Now, although you are not a member of the 7 killers, but for the sake of your Long family ancestor, I will give you a chance to choose. Long Qianyan was stunned. What choice? Ye Bufan said, 1 chance to refine the supreme inheritance, 2 chances to refine the god general inheritance, 5 chances to refine the flag master inheritance, and 20 chances to refine the ordinary member inheritance. You can choose one of these 4 options. Long Qianyan was stunned again. Once as the supreme, twice as a divine general, 5 times as a flag master, and 20 times as an ordinary member. I have to say that this is definitely a big deal by Ye Bufan. Although the success rate of refining once or twice is bound to be very low, but if it were placed before, Long Qianyan, the descendant of the god general and the supreme, would not even dare to think about it. After all, with their strength, they could not defeat the god general or the supreme, even if the opponent was just a heroic spirit. But now it's different. Obviously, they can directly refine the inheritance without having to defeat the so-called gods and supreme heroes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is an even greater opportunity. However, Long Qianyan did not make a choice immediately. Instead, he looked at Ye Bufan, frowned, and said, aren't you afraid that I will become your enemy after I get the inheritance by chance? Be my enemy. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, do we have any grudges against each other? Long Qianyan was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, even if there is a grudge, I am not afraid. After a pause, Ye Bufan spoke again, although there are some things that I cannot let you know, there is one thing I can tell you now. The inheritance of the god and demon cemetery is not as simple as you think. After you obtain the inheritance, the will of these heroes will subtly influence you all the time, and with your current strength, you are simply unable to compete with them. Over time, even if you have a blood feud with me, you will eventually be absolutely loyal to me. If by some chance, you have the intention to kill me, then the will of the heroes will die with you. Who is Dao Wuya? The Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the peerless inheritance of the 8th layer of Hongmeng Heaven. Everything in this cemetery of gods and demons was prepared by him for the resurgence of the Heavenly Palace. Under such circumstances, would he allow any accidents to happen? Impossible. He would not allow even the slightest change. Once it appears, kill it immediately. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan dared to let anyone obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace without restraint. Because of Dao Wuya's arrangement in advance, he had no worries at all. The will of the heroic spirit. A subtle influence. Will they be loyal to you after receiving the inheritance? Will they be killed by the heroic spirit if they have evil intentions? Looking at Ye Bufan, a look of horror appeared on Long Qianyan's face. That's right. Ye Bufan did not deny it, and said without hesitation, if you really care about this, you can give up the inheritance. Give up? Why should I give up? Long Qianyan laughed and said, as you said, we have no hatred or grudges. Since we are not enemies, why can't I offer my loyalty? After all, there is no free lunch in this world. If you want to gain, you must lose. What's more, for me, apart from martial arts, everything else is not important. Now that there is a shortcut in front of me, why shouldn't I take it? If I don't take it, wouldn't I be a fool? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Long Qianyan said with a fiery look, I choose the supreme inheritance, even if it's only 1 chance. Can? Ye Bufan said with a smile, and then changed the subject, but you need to wait here for a few months. After all, the supreme inheritance can only be refined once a year. Once a year? Long Qianyan was stunned. Yes. No problem, it's just a few months, I can wait. Long Qianyan responded, and then continued, earlier in the martial arts academy, you said that the Saint Realm is just the entry level of martial arts. Then, I believe that the heroes here should have surpassed the Saint Realm when they were alive, right? That's right. After responding, Ye Bufan did not hide the truth. After reaching the Saint Realm, martial arts become divine. Every heroic spirit here was a divine warrior before his death. After reaching the Saint Realm, the martial arts can become a god. Long Qianyan murmured to himself, and a hint of desire flashed in his eyes. Ye Bufan could see that Long Qianyan was a genuine martial arts fanatic. He immediately spoke again, after the demigod realm is the divine realm. The divine realm is divided into the servant god, mysterious god, earth god, heavenly god, god king, god emperor, god lord, god emperor, and the highest level, primordial god. The 9 realms are collectively called the 9 reincarnations of the divine realm, and each reincarnation is divided into 9 heavens, that is, the divine realm has 99 and 81 heavens. There are 9 reincarnations in the divine realm and 9 levels of reincarnation. In this way, the holy realm is indeed just the entry level to martial arts. However, this is what Long Qianyan wants. If demigod is already the ultimate, then it would be too unchallenging. Looking at Long Qianyan, who had a fiery and eager look on his face, Ye Bufan shook his head and did not tell him that there was a supreme realm above Hongmeng. Instead, he just looked at him and said, in the God and Demon Cemetery, the 3 supreme beings were all powerful people at the level of Hongmeng God in the past, and their inheritance is also the inheritance of Hongmeng God. Hongmeng God. Long Qianyan's pupils shrank and his body shook. After a moment, he looked at Ye Bufan and said suddenly, "Send me out." Chapter 940 Let's go to the battlefield. Send you out. Long Qianyan's words made Ye Bufan stunned, and he was even more puzzled. Are you going to give up this opportunity? How is that possible? Long Qianyan immediately denied it, and then said, didn't you say that the supreme inheritance would take a few more months? In that case, instead of wasting time waiting here, I might as well use this time to kill monsters and accumulate some merits. If I fail to refine the supreme inheritance, I can join your 7 kills and try other inheritances. Two-handed preparation. Ye Bufan smiled leisurely, okay. Then he changed the subject and said in a deep voice, however, there is one thing I must remind you of. You cannot tell anyone about anything here, not even your loved ones. In short, you are not allowed to mention anything related to the cemetery of gods and demons to outsiders. Why? Long Qianyan was stunned and said instinctively. The human heart is unpredictable. After responding, Ye Bufan said, although on the surface, everyone is united now, but who can guarantee that there are no spies from the demon and barbarian tribes among the human race? Once the news that the god and demon cemetery is under my control spreads, the demons and barbarians, as well as the demons, will definitely not wait any longer, and will not give me a chance to grow stronger. They will definitely declare a full-scale war on my human race at all costs. However, I don't want my brothers to sacrifice themselves for this, which is why I didn't attack the 3 tribes directly. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that the time has not come yet. If I don't take action, it's fine. But once I do, I must ensure that the 3 tribes are annihilated with the force of thunder at the lowest cost, or even with 0 casualties. Because even if there are tens of millions of monsters, they are not as valuable as the life of this young brother. Do you understand? Hearing this, Long Qianyan's heart trembled. At this moment, he finally understood why Ye Bufan would inform the Shenwu continent and customize such rules, instead of letting the saints take action. He had to admit that Ye Bufan was really good to his brothers. But, looking at Ye Bufan, Long Qianyan frowned and said hesitantly, aren't you afraid that my Long family has colluded with the demon barbarians for a long time, and after I leave, everything here will be leaked to the other 3 clans? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Ye Bufan said with a calm smile. Well, Long Qianyan was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, I am just worried that this secret will be leaked, but I am not afraid of him leaking it. Is there any difference? Long Qianyan asked with a frown. Of course there is a difference. Ye Bufan responded and said with a smile, the reason I'm worried is that I don't want to go to war with them. But even if we go to war now, I have nothing to fear. After all, even if the saints of the 3 tribes join forces, my manpower is not weaker than theirs. My only concern is the casualties of my brothers. If it really comes to that, if I don't want to fight with them, the worst that can happen is that I will give up the entire human race and stay out of it. Do the 3 tribes dare to fight me to the death? Let's take a step back and say that even if they really dare to fight to the death with me, if I don't want to, I can just take everyone around me and retreat into the god and demon cemetery. Can the three tribes still break through the space and descend into the god and demon cemetery? If they really have the ability to break through space and enter the cemetery of gods and demons, then I would love to do so. After all, once they come here, no matter how many saints they have, even if it's a demigod in person, I can make sure they never come back and will die. Gravekeeper. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, three words immediately emerged in Long Qianyan's mind. Although Long Qianyan didn't know how strong the Gravekeeper was, he was sure that as the one guarding the tomb of the gods, the Gravekeeper must also be a powerful god-level being, and definitely not a low-level god-level being. After all, if he didn't have strong strength, he wouldn't have been able to survive for so long. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. With the cemetery of gods and demons as his support, Ye Bufan really has nothing to fear. The Shenwu continent is as chaotic as water and fire. A fight between four tribes, are they evenly matched? Bullshit. The current situation is that Ye Bufan, the cat, is playing with the three tribes, the mouse. Whether or not he takes action is just a matter of whether he wants to or not. Or rather, the time is not right yet. Because what Ye Bufan wanted was to annihilate the three tribes with 0 casualties. When he thought of this, Long Qianyan couldn't help but tremble. I see. He responded immediately, looked at Ye Bufan and said resolutely, I will never tell anyone anything about this. That's best. Ye Bufan smiled and said, if you dare to leak even a single word, then I guarantee that no matter what the result is, your Long family will be completely expelled from the human race. At that time, no matter the age, gender, or person, no one will be left alive. Buzz. Hearing this, Long Qianyan's heart trembled violently. Brush. Ye Bufan did not stop or say anything more. He took Long Qianyan and left the cemetery of gods and demons. Kangchong Martial Academy. Ye Bufan and Long Qianyan had only been away for 2 or 3 minutes, but the saints from the 7 top families had not left yet. The reason why they did not leave was that after they said goodbye to Ye Bufan, they all went to find Satu Nan, the dean of Kangchong Martial Academy. Since they wanted their family members to rush to the battlefield to fight, they naturally had to prepare war soul rings for them, and their purpose of looking for Satu Nan was naturally for the soul rings. Although the other 2 martial arts academies also have soul rings, now that they are in the Kangchong Martial Arts Academy, there is naturally no need to wait until they return to make a trip to the other 2 martial arts academies. After preparing the soul rings here, they can return to their respective families and start making arrangements. It was for this reason that the great saints delayed in the Kangchong Martial Academy for a few minutes, and it was precisely during these few minutes that they met Long Qianyan again, who was preparing to rush to the battlefield. Qianyan, why are you here? Aren't you with young Master Yi? Looking at Long Qianyan in front of him, the ancestor of the Long family couldn't help but ask. The other saints were also very curious. Ancestor. Long Qianyan responded. He naturally knew what Long Tu wanted to ask, so he said, Qianyan just said goodbye to Master Yi and is now preparing to go to the battlefield. To the battlefield. Long Tu was stunned, then hesitantly said, then. Although he didn't say much, his meaning was very clear. He was simply asking Long Qianyan about the opportunity that Ye Bufan had promised him before. After all, it was only 2 or 3 minutes before Long Qianyan came back, and from his current appearance, his cultivation level had not improved at all. Long Tu was stunned, and the other saints were also very curious. What about opportunity? What about fate? What happened to the promise of becoming a saint in 1 step? How come it was only a few minutes later that Long Qianyan was back, and his cultivation was still at the same level as before, with no changes at all? Could it be that Ye Bufan has changed his mind? Or is he simply fooling the Long family? Looking at the dragon picture, Long Qianyan said, Ancestor, Master Yi did not regret it, but after hesitating for a while, Long Qianyan didn't know how to explain, so he said, anyway, the opportunity that Master Yi said is not wrong, and it is a great opportunity, but some things can't be explained in a few words. All I can say is, Ancestor, let all members of my Long family go to the battlefield, regardless of gender, age, or whoever misses this opportunity will regret it in the end. That's all Qianyan can say. Goodbye. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Qianyan flew away without saying another word. The direction he was heading was obviously the border of the human race. This Seeing this scene, the saints looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? In the distance, Ye Bufan looked at this scene, smiled slightly, and then without any hesitation, he went straight into the Burial Heaven Palace. Inside the Burial Heaven Palace, looking at the second barbarian lord who was lying on the ground in the hall in front of him with a sad face, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "Now, we can talk." Chapter 941 The Furious Second Barbarian Lord. Although the three tribes of monsters, barbarians and demons are in an alliance, they are actually at odds with each other and have their own plans, especially the monsters and demons, who have even more ill intentions. Ye Bufan has learned from the Blood Wolf Demon King that because the fact that the demons and the devils were secretly accumulating strength was exposed, the barbarians have become resentful of them. It is also because of this that rifts have arisen among the three tribes. Although it is a cooperative relationship, this cooperative relationship can be easily broken. The last time, 40 saints from the demon tribe and the demon tribe intended to kill the saints from the human tribe, but the saints from the barbarian tribe did not take action. It was because the barbarians discovered the hidden strength of the other two tribes, which caused the first barbarian lord to weaken the strength of the demon tribe and the demon tribe in a nearly coercive manner. Once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Nowadays, the first barbarian lord no longer believes in the demon clan and the devil clan, and even has become wary of them. He is only thinking about preserving his strength in order to protect himself. Faced with the delicate relationship between the three tribes, Ye Bufan naturally had to take advantage of it. Since we cannot attack the three tribes head-on for the time being, we will just disintegrate them from within. Once the barbarians switch to the human race, or stay out of the matter, it will definitely be a great help to the human race. Talk about what? Looking at Ye Bufan, the second barbarian lord said in surprise. What? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Let's talk about the current situation of Shenwu continent. As the second barbarian of the barbarian tribe, you can't have no idea about this, right? Upon hearing this, the second barbarian lord was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, the alliance of the three tribes, the demons, the barbarians, and the celestial demons, wants to annihilate our human race. Let's not talk about other things for now, let's just say after the three tribes annihilate our human race, what benefits can you barbarians gain? Can you strengthen your strength? Or can you increase your territory? In my opinion, by then, not only will your barbarian tribe not gain any benefits, but you may even be exterminated, right? I will not allow others to snore under my bed. Once the human race is destroyed, the next one will definitely be your barbarian race. Second barbarian lord, do you think what I said is right or wrong? Hearing this, the second barbarian lord was stunned again, then he snorted coldly and said, "Don't try to sow discord. This trick won't work on me." Yeah, Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Since the relationship between your three tribes is so good, why was it that when we intercepted and killed our human saints, there were only saints from the demon tribe and the sky demon tribe, but no saints from your barbarian tribe? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan changed the subject. Also, why were you hiding outside the battlefield at that time? Watching the battle. In my opinion, you should be monitoring the 40 saints from the two tribes, right? If it is true as you said, the relationship between your three tribes is so good, then is it necessary for your barbarian tribe to monitor the other two tribes in secret? Or should you, the second barbarian lord, do it yourself? Buzz. The second barbarian lord couldn't help but tremble. Looking at Ye Bufan, he was horrified. Why, was my guess correct? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Snort. The second barbarian lord snorted coldly and said, "Whatever you say, it's useless if you want to sow discord in front of me." Hee. Ye Bufan smiled again and said, "Second barbarian lord, you have been in this heaven burial palace for a few days, right? Do you know what the situation is like outside now?" The second barbarian was stunned. What do you want to say? Ye Bufan said calmly, "My human race has already started a full-scale counterattack, but there is one question that I cannot figure out. I wonder if the second barbarian lord can help me solve this puzzle." What's the problem? The second barbarian lord frowned and asked instinctively. Ye Bufan said slowly, "Not long ago, 5,000 masked human warriors appeared on the battlefield. They slaughtered the members of the demon and barbarian tribes. Oh, no, it should be said that they slaughtered the barbarian tribe members. After all, the number of barbarians who died in their hands was more than 10 times that of the demon tribe, or even dozens of times more. Then the question is, our human race simply does not have so many divine martial realm warriors, and although the Sky Demon clan can summon clansmen from outside the eternal abyss, but I don't think they should be stupid enough to summon a group of divine martial venerables, right? In this case, second barbarian venerable, please help me analyze where these 5,000 divine martial venerables came from. Which side did they belong to? Buzz. Hearing this, the second barbarian lord couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, he was furious again. Damn the demon race, damn the Sky Fox Demon Lord. 5,000 divine warriors. Nowadays, among the 4 tribes of humans, monsters, barbarians and demons, except for the monster tribe, which other tribe can produce so many divine warriors? Only the demon race. After all, the demon clan secretly cultivates as many as 50,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm. A mere 5,000 is nothing. Transform into human form and slaughter members of the demon and barbarian tribes. This is simply an attempt to cover up one's mistake. The demons want to borrow the identities of the human race to massacre the barbarians. Otherwise, why would the barbarians' losses be dozens of times greater than those of the demons? Damn it, it's really damn bad. Oh. Looking at the furious look on the second barbarian lord's face, Ye Bufan smiled and said, Second barbarian lord, how can you be so sure that they are members of the demon race? Snort. The second barbarian lord snorted, and said angrily, apart from them, who else could it be? That bastard Tianyu has secretly trained a total of 50,000 divine martial lords over the years. 50,000 divine martial lords. That's quite a lot. Ye Bufan said with a smile. The second barbarian lord was stunned. He frowned and looked at Ye Bufan, wondering, the demon race has so many divine warriors. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you worried? Why should I be surprised? Why should I be worried? After responding, Ye Bufan continued without waiting for the second barbarian lord to speak. Han Feier, also known as the Sky Fox Demon Lord, obtained a martial arts technique called the Heaven's Evolution Return to Oneness technique from the God and Demon Cemetery of our human race. With this martial arts technique, she can use natural treasures or corpses of living creatures to refine essence pills. With the help of essence pills, it is not a lot to cultivate 50,000 divine martial lords in 3 years. In my opinion, this is a bit too little. Tianyan Gai Ju, Jingyuan Dan. Ye Bufan's words made the second barbarian lord's heart tremble, and he became furious in an instant. You mean, that bastard Tianyu hunted down members of my barbarian clan in order to use them to refine essence pills, so as to quickly improve the strength of his demon clan? I didn't say that. Ye Bufan spread his hands and said with a leisurely smile, it is very likely that I am deceiving you, just to sow discord. I'm provoking your uncle. The second barbarian lord was furious, but not at Ye Bufan. Instead, he was furious at the Sky Fox Demon Lord and the entire demon clan. Why did the demon tribe take the initiative to take on the task of cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the corpses? Why have the bodies of the 3 tribes who died in battles disappeared over the years? Why did so many divine warriors suddenly appear in the demon clan? In recent years, due to the constant wars between the 2 sides, the barbarians have not cared about these issues at all. After all, the dead are already dead, so what is the use of those corpses? But what about now? I'm going to your uncle. The secret of returning to oneness through heaven is the essence pill. The demon clan simply refined these corpses into essence pills, which is why so many divine martial masters appeared in such a short period of time. At this moment, everything has a reasonable explanation. Now, the fact that the demon race had hidden the divine martial lord has been exposed, and they can no longer wait, so they do not hesitate to pretend to be humans and slaughter members of the barbarians, and even occasionally kill some demons to conceal their identities, so as to use the corpses of the barbarians to quickly increase their own strength. Despicable, shameless and simply unforgivable. The second barbarian lord swore that he had never been so angry as he was at this moment. However, although he was angry, he had not yet lost his mind. Looking at Ye Bufan, the second barbarian lord quickly calmed down his anger and asked in a deep voice, "Why are you telling me this?" To sow discord. Ye Bufan smiled leisurely and said without hesitation. The second barbarian lord's mouth twitched. To sow discord. I'll pick you. Not only are you trying to sow discord, but this is also a blatant conspiracy. Knowing clearly that the demons are using the lives of the barbarian beastmen and their bodies after death to enhance the strength of their own race, should our barbarian tribe continue to cooperate with the demons under such circumstances? Do you think I'm a stupid barbarian? Huff, huff, huff. The second barbarian lord took a few deep breaths, as if he wanted to calm himself and suppress the anger in his heart in this way. But he could never calm down. But he couldn't suppress his anger. After a moment, the second barbarian lord looked at Ye Bufan and said solemnly, "You just said that 3 years to train 50,000 divine martial realm demon gods is not a lot. So how many do you think is appropriate? That depends on how many resources we have. All the natural treasures in the Wangyao mountain range, plus the bodies of all the members of the 3 tribes of humans, monsters, and barbarians who died in the battles over the past 3 years." The second barbarian lord gritted his teeth. "I see." After thinking for a while, Ye Bufan said, 150,000 or 160,000 should be no problem. Chapter 942, The Furious First Barbarian Lord. 15 or 60,000. That should be fine, right? Your uncle. The demon clan has only exposed 50,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm now. According to Ye Bufan, doesn't the demon clan still have about 100,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm hidden? What does 100,000 demon gods mean? If the human race is destroyed and the demon race attacks the barbarians, then... Hiss. Thinking of this, the second barbarian lord couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Of course, he would not completely believe Ye Bufan. I've been cheated once, can I be cheated a second time? Be it the demons, the devils, or even the humans in front of them, they are all the same. Each of these people has too many tricks and none of them can be trusted. To quote a saying of the human race, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. What do you want? Suddenly, the second barbarian lord looked at Ye Bufan and asked in a deep voice, "You told me so much, it's not just to sow discord, right? Tell me straight, what do you want?" "I am trying to sow discord among the 3 of you, naturally in order to cooperate with your barbarian tribe. Otherwise, why do you think I am doing this?" Ye Bufan spread his hands and said without hesitation. "Cooperate." The second barbarian lord's expression became serious. Cooperating with the demon race is like seeking the skin of a tiger. Doesn't cooperating with you humans mean the same thing? No. Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "The demon race can only be regarded as a little tiger, while my human race is a giant dragon that has awakened. There is no comparison between the two." The second barbarian lord's mouth twitched. "You mean, my barbarian tribe cooperating with your human race is more risky than cooperating with the demon race?" Ye Bufan smiled and said, "That's the theory." The second barbarian lord was immediately confused, and then he shouted, "If that's the case, then why should my barbarian tribe cooperate with you humans? Do you think we are stupid?" Ye Bufan spread his hands and said, "I didn't force you to cooperate with my human race." The second barbarian lord was speechless. Ye Bufan said, "Okay, no more nonsense, I want to see the first barbarian lord." "You want to see Big Brother?" The second barbarian lord was stunned. "What else?" Ye Bufan said as a matter of course, "Some things are not decided by your words. In this case, I will naturally meet the first barbarian lord of your barbarian tribe." "Okay, I'll take you to the king's forest now," the second barbarian lord said immediately. "What are you going to do in the forest of kings?" Ye Bufan asked. "If you don't go to the forest of kings, how can you meet my brother?" The second barbarian lord was speechless. "Don't tell me that in the past 3 years, your 3 tribes have conquered countless cities of our human race, and you, the second barbarian of the barbarian tribe, don't even have a piece of mother-child true essence stone." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Mother and child true essence stone? What do I need that for?" The second barbarian lord denied it. Looking at the serious and matter-of-fact look on the face of the second barbarian lord, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. If the Blood Wolf Demon King had not previously reported to him some of the things that happened in the Wangyao Mountains at that time, Ye Bufan would have really believed this second barbarian lord. Ye Bufan immediately shook his head and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. There's no rush for this matter anyway. I have something else to do now. When I'm done with my work, I'll go with you to the Forest of Kings to meet your first barbarian lord." "You are not in a hurry, but I am." Hearing this, the second barbarian lord secretly exclaimed in his heart. After all, there are now 5,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm who are slaughtering members of his barbarian tribe in the name of the human race, and except for himself, everyone else in the barbarian tribe is kept in the dark. In this case, how could the second barbarian lord not be anxious? Or, you let me go, and I will go back and tell my brother that your human race wants to cooperate with my barbarian race immediately. The second barbarian lord looked at Ye Bufan and suggested. No. Ye Bufan shook his head. You know too many things. What if we are intercepted by demons or demons on the way? I am worried about you leaving alone. You should wait a little longer. When I am done with my work, I will go to the Forest of Kings with you. You are worried as hell. You don't want to let me go at all, you want to keep me as a hostage. Treacherous human race. The second barbarian lord was furious but helpless. He could only look at Ye Bufan and said, okay, you win. I actually have the mother and child true essence stone. You have the mother and child true essence stone. Ye Bufan pretended to be stunned. Brush. The second barbarian lord did not hesitate at all and immediately took out a mother and child true essence stone in front of Ye Bufan. At this point, he has no choice. Regardless of whether the barbarians will cooperate with humans, he must let the first barbarian lord know some of the information he knows now. Barbarians, the Forest of Kings. At this moment, in the center of the Forest of Kings, dozens of powerful saints from the barbarians gathered together. The atmosphere was dead silent and depressing. The first barbarian lord had an even more ferocious and angry look. He looked at the seriously injured divine martial realm barbarian beast in front of him and roared, are you saying that the 5,000 divine martial lords who suddenly appeared on the battlefield were not members of the human race, but members of the demon race? What is the concept of 5,000 divine warriors? If the saints did not appear, these 5,000 divine warriors would be invincible. And it was also because of these 5,000 divine warriors that the barbarians suffered heavy casualties. It would have been fine if these 5,000 divine warriors were originally human. Now, there are actually members of the barbarian tribe who told the first barbarian lord that these 5,000 divine warriors are not from the human race, but from the demon race. How can the first barbarian lord not be angry? Not only the first barbarian lord, but also the other barbarian saints present were like this. The three tribes of monsters, barbarians and demons are allies. The demon tribe actually attacked their own allies. It's simply too much bullying. Yes, Lord Barbarian, I saw all of this with my own eyes. Looking at the first barbarian lord, the divine martial realm barbarian beast said tremblingly, at that time, I was leading my barbarian army to attack the human race's main city, but suddenly 5,000 divine martial realm humans came from a distance. Without saying a word, they rushed into our army and killed them indiscriminately. Originally, I thought these were all powerful human warriors, but later, I clearly saw that among these divine martial lords, one of the masked divine martial realm masters had a strange dark pattern under the corner of his eye. I can be sure that it is the unique demon pattern of the demon race, and I can't be wrong. This is too much bullying, too much bullying. After hearing this, the first barbarian lord became even angrier. Bang! He stamped his hoof on the ground. In an instant, the earth cracked into pieces. After reaching a private agreement with the Sky Demon clan, the first barbarian lord thought that as long as he launched a large-scale attack on the human race, he would be able to capture a large number of humans and trade with the Sky Demon clan after the city was captured, in exchange for a large number of powerful saints, so as to quickly improve the strength of the barbarians. But now, over the past 3 years, the human race, which had been hiding in the major cities, fought back like crazy, making it much more difficult for the barbarians to attack the cities. Until now, the barbarians have not captured a single city. How to capture humans without taking over the city? How can we exchange for saints without capturing humans? If it were just that, it would be fine, but now, the 5,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm of the demon race are actually slaughtering their own barbarian members under the guise of the human race. What did they want to do? Etc. When he thought of this, the first barbarian lord was suddenly stunned. Yes, why did the demons slaughter their own barbarian members? Doing so doesn't seem to have any benefits for them, right? There is no early rise without benefit. If there is no benefit, why would they do it? Are you sure you saw it clearly? That's the demon pattern of the demon race, not something deliberately pretended by humans immediately. The first barbarian lord looked at the barbarian beast in the divine martial realm and asked in a deep voice. The wild beast in the divine martial realm was stunned. Reporting to the barbarian lord, I am sure that it is a demon pattern. There is absolutely no mistake about it. After a moment, the barbarian beast in the divine martial realm said with determination. The first barbarian lord frowned and pondered to himself, they wore masks because they didn't want you to see their true faces. If that's the case, then why did you see them? Is this just a coincidence? Or are they really just careless? When the first barbarian lord finished speaking, all the barbarian saints present were stunned. Suddenly, one of the barbarian saints looked at the first barbarian lord and said, "Barbarian lord, do you suspect that this was done intentionally by the human race? Did they want to sow discord?" "Not necessarily impossible." The first barbarian lord groaned and said. "Can." The Saint Realm Savage Beast hesitated for a moment and said, "Where did the human race get so many divine martial realm masters? After all, there are a total of 5,000 divine martial realm masters. So many saints suddenly appeared in the human race, so why can't they suddenly have 5,000 divine warriors?" the first barbarian lord said in a deep voice. "Moreover, I really can't understand why the demons would do this. Slaughtering members of my barbarian tribe doesn't seem to have any benefits for them, right? Are they just bored? Aren't they afraid that once the truth is revealed, our barbarian tribe will have a complete falling out with them? There are no benefits and there are huge risks. If you were in my shoes, would you do this?" In an instant, all the beasts present were stunned. Buzz. But at this moment, a mother and child true essence stone on the first barbarian lord's body vibrated slightly. To the second barbarian lord. Chapter 943 Why Should I Trust You? Second brother. Looking at the second barbarian lord in the light curtain in front of him, the first barbarian lord was slightly stunned, and then he said happily, "Second brother, you are still alive. That's great, where are you now?" Not only the first barbarian lord, but all the other barbarian beast members present had expressions of shock and joy. After the human race massacred 40 saints from the two races last time, there had been no news about the second barbarian lord. The barbarians originally thought that the second barbarian lord had also been killed by humans, but they did not expect that he was still alive. For the barbarians, this is definitely great news. "You guys step back first." In the light curtain, the second barbarian lord glanced at the first barbarian lord, then looked at the other barbarian beast members and spoke. The second barbarian lord's sudden words stunned all the barbaric beasts. The same is true for the first barbarian lord. After a moment, the first barbarian lord said, "You guys should withdraw for now." Yes. The group of powerful barbarian saints, including the only barbarian beast in the divine martial realm, did not hesitate at all. They responded and left directly. After all the wild beasts left, the first barbarian lord looked at the second barbarian lord in the light curtain and said, "Second brother, you can tell me now, you." However, before the first barbarian lord had finished speaking, Ye Bufan walked to the second barbarian lord in the light curtain and also appeared in the eyes of the first barbarian lord. "Human, who are you?" The moment he saw Ye Bufan, the first barbarian lord paused, then changed the subject and asked in a deep voice. "Hello, the first barbarian lord, my name is Ye Bufan." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "It's you." The first barbarian lord was instantly shocked. In the Shenwu continent today, it is normal to say that you have never seen Ye Bufan in person, or that you do not know him. But if you have not even heard of the 3 words Ye Bufan, that is abnormal. Nowadays, whether it is the human race, the demon race, the wild beast, or the demon, in the Shenwu continent, the 3 words Ye Bufan are absolutely well known, and everyone knows them. In a short moment, the first barbarian lord came back to his senses, but he ignored Ye Bufan and looked at the second barbarian lord. He said in a deep voice, "Second brother, why are you with him?" The second barbarian lord smiled bitterly. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Let me correct you, first barbarian lord. Your second brother is not with me. Instead he was captured alive by me." Captive. The first barbarian lord was stunned for a moment, then he felt relieved. A few days ago, 40 saints from the demon tribe and the sky demon tribe were killed by humans. The second barbarian lord happened to be present at that time, so it was natural for him to be captured by humans. After a moment, the first barbarian lord looked at the second barbarian lord, then looked at Ye Bufan, and asked in a deep voice, "Tell me, what do you want in exchange for letting my second brother go?" "No hurry." Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "I have plenty of time. But your second brother seems to have something urgent to tell you, so let him go first." As he spoke, Ye Bufan stepped aside. The first barbarian lord looked at the second barbarian lord. The second barbarian lord did not hesitate at all and asked anxiously, "Brother, tell me, what is the situation outside now?" What's going on outside? The first barbarian lord was stunned when he looked at the second barbarian lord. Are there 5,000 demon gods slaughtering members of my barbarian tribe? The second barbarian lord asked without any hesitation. Who told you that he was a member of the demon tribe? As he spoke, the first barbarian lord looked at Ye Bufan with a meaningful look, as if to say, don't try to fool me, and don't even think about sowing discord. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. The second barbarian lord ignored him and just said, brother, don't worry about it for now. Just tell me, yes or no. Have. The first barbarian lord did not deny it. Son of a bitch. The second barbarian lord cursed and said, brother, we can't cooperate with the demon tribe anymore, otherwise I'm afraid they will eat us up without leaving any residue. After a pause, the second barbarian lord continued, brother, do you know how those divine warriors of the demon tribe came from? How come? The first barbarian lord was instinctively stunned. In fact, ever since he learned that the demon clan had 50,000 divine martial lords, the first barbarian lord had always had this question in his mind, that is, how did the demon clan cultivate these 50,000 divine martial realm demon gods? After all, 3 years is too short a time. If it were him, even if he used up all the resources of the barbarian clan, it would be impossible for him to cultivate a full 50,000 divine martial lords. When that bitch Tianyu was lurking among the human race, he obtained a martial art called Heaven's Evolution and Return to Oneness. This martial art can refine everything in the world and transform it into essence pills, and this also includes the corpses of any living creature. The second barbarian lord said with gritted teeth, now, big brother, you should know why the demon race proposed to clean up the battlefield, right? That bitch Tianyu is simply ambitious. He needs to use the corpses of our 3 tribes to refine essence pills, and it is these essence pills that have allowed the demon race to increase the number of divine martial lords. The number of divine martial lords that the demon race has now is definitely not just 50,000, but more than 100,000, and may even be as many as 150,000 or 160,000. She is slaughtering our barbarian tribe members like this because she needs to use the bodies of our barbarian beastmen to refine essence pills and make final preparations so that she can train more divine warriors in the shortest possible time and quickly expand the strength of the demon tribe. Brother, that bitch is not targeting the human race, but the entire Shenwu continent. She is preparing to attack our barbarians. Boom, boom, boom. As the second barbarian lord spoke, the first barbarian lord was shocked again and again. The secret of returning to oneness from the heavens. The bodies of the barbarian beastmen are refined into essence pills. Cultivate a large number of divine martial lords. Aim for the entire Shenwu continent. In this way, there is a reasonable explanation for why the 5,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm of the demon tribe suddenly attacked the barbarians and slaughtered the barbarians on a large scale. After all, although the human race has begun to fight back, they still have the eternal barrier to rely on, and it is impossible for the demon race to massacre members of the human race. But they are different beasts. Nowadays, the wild beasts, like the demons, are attacking the human race's main city everywhere. It can be said that it is very easy for the demons to attack the wild beasts. Just like now, 5,000 divine martial lords are slaughtering everywhere, who can stop them? It can't be stopped at all. If the saint does not come out, the demons can kill however they want. As long as there are corpses, the Sky Fox Demon Lord can refine a large number of essence pills. With a large number of essence pills, he can quickly improve the overall strength of the demon clan. But, the first barbarian lord looked at Ye Bufan, and then asked the second barbarian lord in a deep voice, did he tell you all this? The second barbarian lord was stunned. Yes, that's what I told him. Ye Bufan walked to the second barbarian lord again, looked at the first barbarian lord, and spoke without any reservation or concealment. Only one side of the story. Why do you think I can believe you? The first barbarian lord said in a deep voice, perhaps you, the human race, deliberately designed all this in order to sow discord between my barbarian race and the demon race, so as to provide you with an opportunity to take advantage of it. Letter. Ye Bufan shook his head, I never thought of asking you to believe me. What do you mean? The first barbarian lord was stunned. Ye Bufan smiled and said, I came to you today not to tell you these things, but I want to give you a suggestion. Suggestion. The first barbarian lord was stunned for a moment, then frowned and asked, what suggestions? At this moment, even the second barbarian lord looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment and bewilderment, unable to understand what Ye Bufan was trying to do. Ye Bufan smiled, and then slowly said, "Cooperate with my human race and jointly destroy the demon race and the demons. Afterwards, the 10 forbidden forests will still belong to your barbarian race. In addition, I guarantee that in the future, my human race's divine martial realm and saints will never set foot in the 10 forbidden forests. This is the first time I have proposed cooperation with you. If you refuse, then next time, the conditions will not be so favorable." Chapter 944 I don't want to play anymore. Cooperate with my human race and join hands to destroy the demon race and the demons. Afterwards, the 10 forbidden forests will still belong to your barbarian race. In addition, I guarantee that no one from my human race will ever set foot in the 10 forbidden forests. This is the first time I have proposed cooperation with you. If you refuse, then next time, the conditions will not be so favorable. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the first barbarian lord was stunned, and the second barbarian lord looked at him with a dazed and confused expression. The atmosphere was dead silent, as if time had stopped. After a moment, the first barbarian lord looked at Ye Bufan in the light curtain and said in a confused manner, "Is this cooperation? Did I hear it wrong, or did you say it wrong?" "You heard it right, and I didn't say it wrong. This is my intention to cooperate," Ye Bufan said with a smile. "Asshole." The first barbarian lord was instantly furious. "Do you think my barbarian race is stupid? There is no benefit, and I have to help your human race deal with the monster race and the demon race. If it were you, would you agree to this? I have preserved the 10 forbidden forests as a place for your barbarian tribe to live in the future, instead of completely wiping you out. This is already the greatest benefit to your barbarian tribe." Ye Bufan smiled and said calmly. The first barbarian lord's heart trembled. The second barbarian lord was also stunned. Preserving the 10 forbidden forests as the barbarians' future habitat instead of completely wiping them out, is this already the greatest benefit for the barbarians? Arrogant and presumptuous. Ye Bufan is totally arrogant. Are you so confident that you can fight against and destroy our 3 tribes of demons, barbarians, and celestial demons with the strength of your human race? Immediately, the first barbarian lord frowned, looked at Ye Bufan and asked in a deep voice, "It won't be long before you know whether I have the ability to do this." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "However, when your 3 tribes are defeated next time, and your barbarian tribe submits to my human race, or to me, then the conditions will not be as favorable as they are now." The first barbarian lord was stunned and furious. Ye Bufan continued, "Okay, I have said everything I need to say. It is up to you to choose. I will never force you." In addition, after a pause, Ye Bufan looked at the second barbarian lord beside him and said, "In order to show my sincerity, I will release the second barbarian lord later and let him return to your barbarian tribe." "You're going to let me go? Are you really willing to let my second brother go?" Ye Bufan's words stunned the first barbarian lord and the second barbarian lord. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes as they looked at Ye Bufan. "Is it not good?" With a slight smile, Ye Bufan said, "If the second barbarian lord feels that he is living well in my human race and does not want to leave for the time being, then I have no objection and will definitely welcome you. Only a ghost would be willing to stay in your human race." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the second barbarian lord secretly exclaimed in his heart. The first barbarian lord had a deep and solemn look on his face. He really couldn't understand what Ye Bufan was trying to do. After a moment, he looked at Ye Bufan, frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "Are those 5,000 divine martial lords really not members of your human race? In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is meaningless. Do you think it is necessary for me to go to great lengths to sow discord among your 3 clans? If you don't believe me, you can go check it out. I believe that with the strength of your barbarian clan, it is not difficult to find out the identities of these 5,000 divine martial realm warriors. Of course, the premise is that your barbarian clan Saint Realm warriors must not set foot on our human territory. Otherwise, I will show no mercy." Ye Bufan said calmly. The first barbarian lord was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "Since you are so confident, why do you still want to cooperate with my barbarian tribe? You can just take action directly. It's very simple. I hope that my human race can quell the war in Shenwu continent at the cost of 0 casualties. The Sky Demon race is the one I want to exterminate. As for the monster race because of Han Fayer, the Sky Fox monster venerable, I will not spare any of the Saint Realm powerhouses of the monster race. In this way, among the 3 races, the only one I can use is your barbarian race. Ye Bufan said without hesitation, you heard it right, and I didn't say it wrong. I want to use your barbarian race, but this is good for both our races. After all, your barbarian race can have a glimmer of hope, and my human race can reduce casualties. Hearing this, the first barbarian lord couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are you really honest? Using my barbarians? Are you really just trying to reduce casualties among your own race? The first barbarian lord was a little bit skeptical. However, he would not deny it completely. After all, it was a fact that not long ago, the human race slaughtered 40 saints from the demon clan and the devil clan in just a moment. This point alone shows that the human race is not weak, but very strong. At least among the 3 races of monsters, barbarians, and demons, any one of them alone is definitely not a match for the human race. Before the first barbarian lord could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. Okay, that's all I have to say. Judging from the barbarian lord's expression, I think he is not prepared to accept my cooperation proposal. Then, we can only meet again next time. However, the next time we meet, it should be when our human army is at the gates of the city. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly put away the mother and child true essence stones, not giving the first barbarian lord any chance to speak. Seeing this scene, the second barbarian lord was stunned. Here, Ye Bufan threw the mother and child true essence stone in his hand to the second barbarian lord. The second barbarian lord took over the mother and child true essence stones. Ye Bufan said, I will send you away from Kangchong Martial City now. With the eternal barrier in place, the second barbarian lord could not get out of Kangchong Martial City on his own. Are you really going to let me go? Looking at Ye Bufan, the second barbarian lord was stunned and said in surprise. Nature. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. After hesitating for a while, the second barbarian lord handed the mother and child true essence stone to Ye Bufan and said, leave this mother and child true essence stone with you, so that it will be convenient for us to contact each other. No. Waving his hand, Ye Bufan said with a smile, I have already given you the chance, but you barbarians did not cherish it. In this case, what else can I say? If you really want to, then let's wait until the next time my human army is at the gates of your barbarian city. Absolutely strong. Absolute confidence. Looking at Ye Bufan, the second barbarian lord couldn't help but twitch his lips. He always felt that this time, the barbarians seemed to have missed something. Outside the Kangchongwu city, watching the second barbarian lord gradually going away, Ye Bufan had a faint smile on his face. Although it seemed that he had not gained anything this time, he had actually paved the way for him to subdue the barbarians in the future. After all, it was impossible to make the barbarians bow down to him directly, but with this experience, it would be much easier to subdue the barbarians next time. Of course, the prerequisite is that the human race must demonstrate sufficient strength. Without strength, everything is bullshit. Besides this, Ye Bufan believed that the 5,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm had become a thorn in the heart of the first barbarian lord. Coupled with the previous events, it seemed that the relationship between the barbarians and the demons would definitely not be as simple as the rift that had arisen before. It is not impossible that the 2 tribes will completely fall out and go their separate ways. As for what the barbarians would do, Ye Bufan had no idea and was not sure. After all, he was not the #1 barbarian and could not control anything about the barbarians. However, the situation is developing in a direction that is favorable to the human race. Of course, the Snow Wolf Demon King contributed greatly to all this. Barbarians, the center of the Forest of Kings. Master Barbarian, what did the second barbarian lord say? Looking at the first barbarian lord with a terrifyingly gloomy face, one of the barbarian beasts among the barbarian holy realm powerful men who were recalled by the first barbarian lord could not help but ask. The other powerful barbarian saints also had heavy expressions. The first barbarian lord did not hold back at all and immediately narrated what had happened to all the barbarian saints. In an instant, a group of powerful barbarian saints were anxious, shocked, and even furious. That damn human kid, he didn't give us any benefits, but he wanted us, the barbarians, to cooperate with other humans. What does he think of us? That's right, Lord Barbarian, you must not agree to him. But if we don't cooperate with the human race, do we have any other choice? Don't forget that the demons are not to be trusted, and the monsters are even more abominable. If those 5,000 gods are really members of the monster race, and everything that kid said is true, then with the strength of our barbarian race, in this situation, we are simply surrounded by enemies on all sides. What else can we do except cooperate with the human race? What if the human race is deliberately trying to sow discord? Then go check and find out the identities of these 5,000 divine warriors first, to see whether they are human or members of the demon race in disguise. I agree. Let's first figure out the identities of these 5,000 demon gods. A group of Saint Realm savage beasts were discussing non-stop. At this time, the first savage lord suddenly shouted angrily, "Enough, everyone, shut up." In an instant, all the holy beasts fell silent. The first barbarian lord glanced at them coldly and said angrily, "Investigate. Investigate your ass. Since that human kid asked me to investigate, it means he is not afraid of me finding out the truth." To put it bluntly, these 5,000 divine warriors are definitely not from the human race, but from the demon race without a doubt. Not to mention, after a pause, the first barbarian lord continued, "What if these 5,000 Shenwu are from the human race? What if they are from the demon race? No matter which side they belong to, it cannot change one fact, that is now, among the 4 races of humans, demons, barbarians, and demons on the Shenwu continent, my barbarian race is the weakest." Hearing this, all the powerful barbarian saints were stunned, and then fell into endless silence. Yes, does it matter which side the 5,000 divine warriors belong to? It doesn't matter at all. The most important thing is that among the 4 major races in the Shenwu continent, the barbarians are the weakest. This has undoubtedly become a fatal flaw of the barbarians. The first barbarian lord's expression was still terrifyingly gloomy. Originally, after the 50,000 divine martial lords of the demon clan were exposed, the first barbarian lord had already felt resentful. It was also at that time that he began to guard against the demon clan and the sky demon clan. It was also at that time that he clearly realized that his own strength was the foundation for his foothold in the divine martial continent. It was for this reason that the first barbarian lord agreed to cooperate with the heavenly demon clan. After all, only in this way could the strength of the barbarians be greatly improved in the shortest time. But now, the human race's frenzied counterattack made the siege extremely difficult, so much so that for more than 2 days, the barbarians failed to capture a single city. How to capture humans alive without conquering the city? How to trade with the demons without capturing humans alive? Without trading with the heavenly demons, how can we increase the number of Saint Realm warriors among the barbarians and enhance their overall strength? If it were just that, it would be fine, but now suddenly 5,000 powerful warriors in the divine martial realm appeared and slaughtered the barbarian members everywhere. Does it matter which side these 5,000 divine martial lords belong to? So what if they were human? So what if they were demons? None of this could change the fact that the barbarians were being slaughtered. It would be fine if I didn't get any benefits, but now I'm suffering heavy losses. Barbarians, it's just a thankless job. Go in, neither. Retreat is not the right option either. The first barbarian lord now understands that no matter whether they are humans, monsters, or demons, each of these guys is a pushover. Their routines are too deep. On the other hand, the barbarians. Compared with them, the barbarians are too kind, too simple, and too stupid. It is impossible to play with them. This is like a fight between gods, and the ones who will suffer are bound to be the mortals. Compared to the other 3 tribes, the barbarians are just mortals. Bang! With this thought in mind, the first barbarian lord stomped his hoof on the ground. His expression became extremely gloomy. He could not help but roared in anger, saying, "I don't want to play anymore." Chapter 945, Barbarian Lord's Wedding, 10-Year Truce. I don't want to play anymore. The first barbarian lord let out an angry roar, shocking all the powerful barbarian saints present. They looked at the first barbarian lord in astonishment, somewhat confused. The first barbarian lord did not hesitate at all. He glanced at all the Saint Realm barbarians present and said without question, "You all go to each tribe and issue orders immediately. All members of my barbarian tribe must withdraw from the battle and return to the 10 Forbidden Forests. From now on, my barbarian tribe will not fight anymore." The sudden change once again stunned the group of barbarian saints. "What's the matter? Do you have any problems? Or do you want to disobey me?" The first barbarian lord looked at them and asked coldly. The hearts of the powerful barbarian saints could not help but tremble. One of the savage beasts hesitated for a moment, and said fearfully, "Master Savage, if we withdraw our troops suddenly, I'm afraid we won't be able to explain to the monster tribe and the sky demon tribe, right? What do you want to tell me?" The first barbarian lord gave a cold rebuke, looked at the other party and shouted, "My barbarian tribe only cooperated with them before, not submitted to them. In this case, I still have the final say on the barbarian tribe's affairs, and they have nothing to do with it. Why should I explain to them if I withdraw my troops? If they are unhappy, then they can just attack my barbarians. Damn it. Anyway, my barbarian tribe will not fight this war anymore. If they want to fight, go and fight on their own. If they continue to fight, my barbarian tribe will be the first to be destroyed." The first barbarian lord's meaning is very simple: be prudent and protect yourself. Anyway, we cannot take down the human cities now. If we cannot capture humans, we cannot trade with the demons, let alone improve the strength of our own barbarian tribe. If that's the case, why make those unnecessary sacrifices? 5,000 powerful warriors in the divine martial realm. Aren't you going to kill my barbarian members? All right, come on, to the 10 forbidden forests, our barbarians are waiting for you. No matter you are a demon or a human, as long as you dare to enter the 10 forbidden forests, I, the barbarians, will make sure you never return." Seeing the furious look of the first barbarian lord, all the Saint Realm barbarians soon understood and felt relieved. In the current situation where the barbarians are at their weakest, not provoking or offending anyone is indeed the best choice. It's better to be prudent and protect yourself. I believe that under the current situation, none of the three tribes will provoke the barbarians, at least they will not do so before the winner is decided. As for the future, who knows what will happen in the future? Just as the first barbarian lord said, if the fighting continues under the current circumstances, the barbarians will be completely destroyed. The barbarians want to cooperate with other tribes. But now it seems that none of the three races, be it the demons, the devils, or even the human race, are reliable and trustworthy. In that case, it is better not to cooperate. Stop the war and stay out of it. Half a day later, the second barbarian lord returned to the Forest of Kings. At the same time, all the powerful saints of the barbarian tribe ordered their tribes to retreat. For a time, the barbarian army retreated across the human territory. The human race was confused. The demons were dumbfounded. Neither tribe could understand why the barbarians withdrew their troops. However, the fighting between the human race and the demon race did not stop and continued. Moreover, because of the retreat of the barbarians, the pressure on the human race was suddenly reduced. For a moment, the human members who no longer needed to deal with the barbarians began to frantically attack the demon race. Kangchong Martial Academy. The barbarians have withdrawn. After hearing the news of the barbarians' retreat, Ye Bufan was stunned, then smiled and said, "It seems that the barbarian lord has made the most conservative choice. He wants to stay out of it and protect himself," but as he spoke, a wicked smile appeared on Ye Bufan's face. "When you are in the arena, you have no choice. You can't withdraw from the battle of the gods just because you want to." At the same time, deep in the Wangyao Mountains, "My lord, these barbarians have all retreated." Could it be that they discovered something? Looking at Han Feier, the Blood Wolf Demon King said with a confused look on his face. Han Feier frowned, then said disdainfully, "So what if they found out? From the moment I took action, I didn't intend to keep it a secret forever. After all, this matter can't be concealed for long. The barbarians will know it sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to be so soon. Moreover, do you think that the barbarians have really figured out the identities of the 5,000 divine martial demon gods? I don't think so. If the first barbarian lord has really confirmed their identities, then it won't be as simple as just withdrawing the troops. At the very least, he will come to me to ask for an explanation. But he didn't do that. Since he didn't do that, it means he just had this guess in his mind and he couldn't be sure whether these people were human or demon. If he can't be sure, he won't be able to make a decision. In this case, withdrawing troops becomes his only option. He wants to stay out of it and protect himself." After a pause, Han Feier looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "Don't worry about them for now. Tell me, what have you gained these days?" "Your Excellency, in the past 2 days, I have sent out 5,000 divine warriors, and so far, I have hunted down more than 13 million wild beasts." The Snow Wolf Demon King did not hide it. Too little. Han Faer frowned and said, well, order all the demon armies to increase their siege strength. Also, haven't the barbarians already withdrawn? Since they have withdrawn, it means they have left the human territory. You should take our Saint Realm experts to kill them now. Intercept, kill them. The Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked. My lord, this is not a good thing. If the barbarians are pushed into a corner, they will side with the human race. Then, what should we do? Are you in a hurry? Han Faer sneered and said, as long as you are not caught on the spot, nothing will happen. After all, my demon race has no reason to attack the barbarians. On the contrary, it is the human race, the three-race alliance. It is completely reasonable for them to sow discord. But what if? The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated. Nothing can happen. The barbarians have decided to stay out of this. We don't have much time. We must strengthen the strength of the entire demon tribe as soon as possible. As she spoke, Han Faer stood up and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, okay, it's time for me to go to the barbarians. Don't ask me about other things. Just do as I say. My lord, are you going to the barbarian tribe? The Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but be stunned and said in surprise. The barbarians suddenly withdrew their troops. Wouldn't it be too strange if I didn't ask them about it? What's more, Han Faer said solemnly, I can just test the barbarians to see how much he knows and what he is up to. Who do you plan to take with you, sir? No need, I am enough. One person. Sir, this is not safe, right? If the barbarians have evil intentions and attack you, then I want to leave, and the barbarians can't stop me. Han Faer looked confident. The Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but be shocked. There is not a single person left in the clan. What level of strength has Han Faer reached now? The Snow Wolf Demon King didn't know. However, the Snow Wolf Demon King could see that Han Faer's expression at this moment was definitely not pretended, but absolute confidence. Okay, you can leave now. Without waiting for the Snow Wolf Demon King to think more, Han Faer waved her hand and said, yes. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, then turned around and left without staying. Han Faer also started to head towards the barbarians. Barbarians, the Forest of Kings. Barbarian Lord, why did your barbarian tribe suddenly withdraw its troops? Looking at the first barbarian lord, the demon envoy of heaven had a complicated and serious look on his face. Nowadays, the human race is rising strongly, and the powerful saints of the three races of demons, barbarians and demons dare not set foot on the human territory. In this case, if the demon race wants to continue to grow stronger, it can only rely on the demon race and the barbarians to provide them with a large number of human members, so that they can make a blood sacrifice to the eternal abyss and summon more clansmen from the other side of the abyss. But between the two tribes, the demon tribe will not allow the demon tribe to continue to grow stronger, so the demon tribe can only rely on the barbarian tribe for the time being. In fact, the barbarians had indeed reached a cooperation agreement with the demons before, but now the barbarians have withdrawn from the human territory. The barbarians have already retreated, how can they capture humans? If the barbarians did not capture humans, how could the demon clan grow stronger? For this reason, when he learned that the barbarians had completely evacuated from the human territory, the demon envoy of Heavenly Demon went directly to the barbarians and met the first barbarian lord. If for no other reason, the demon clan was anxious. Looking at the demon envoy, the first barbarian lord hesitated slightly. The sky demon envoy frowned and said, could it be that the barbarian lord has something to hide? That's not the case. Why is that? Barbarian lord, since we are partners, we are not outsiders. You might as well tell me what you have to say. This is like this, I am planning to get married today. Wedding. The demon envoy of the sky was stunned. Yes. The first barbarian lord nodded. What does this have to do with the barbarian lord's wedding and the barbarians' withdrawal? Could it be that the barbarian lord is going to marry a member of the human race? The demon envoy of the sky was puzzled. How is it possible? How can I, a great barbarian, marry a human woman? The first barbarian lord immediately rejected it. Why is that? The demon envoy of the sky was even more puzzled. The first barbarian lord hesitated for a moment and said, it is like this. After all, a wedding is a happy event and should not be stained with blood, so I plan to stop the war for a while. Hearing this, the heavenly demon envoy was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile and said, that's true. After all, it's a happy event, and it's really not appropriate to get blood on it. Although he said this, the demon envoy cursed in his heart. You are a beast, in other words, an animal. Why do you have so many rules? And you also say that blood shouldn't be stained on a wedding. Go to hell, do you think this demon will believe you? Holding back his dissatisfaction, the heavenly demon envoy spoke again awkwardly. If I had known that Lord Barbarian was getting married, I should not have come empty-handed. After all, we are allies and partners. So, after I return later, I will personally prepare a gift for Lord Barbarian and present it to him on the day of his wedding. You're welcome, demon envoy. The first barbarian lord said with a smile. It should be. The sky demon envoy responded, and then suddenly asked, by the way, I wonder how long does the barbarian lord intend to stop the war? 10 years. Chapter 946, explain clearly. 10 years. The demon envoy's eyes widened instantly. He looked at the first barbarian lord in shock and said in a very messy manner, Barbarian lord, you are not kidding, are you? Joke. The first barbarian lord shook his head, do you think I'm joking? But why is this? The demon was puzzled. The first barbarian lord said, haven't I already said that I won't get stained with blood because my wedding is coming up soon? That's why my barbarian tribe has stopped fighting for 10 years. I'm marrying your sister. I'm going to stop fighting your sister. The demon envoy was furious. He did not believe what the first barbarian lord said at all. Even if the ceasefire was really due to the wedding, was it necessary to last for 10 years? After 10 years, the day lily has become cold. Thinking in his heart, the demon envoy's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, Barbarian lord, let's not beat around the bush. Just tell me directly, why did your barbarian tribe suddenly withdraw its troops? Why withdraw troops? This question should be asked to you. The first barbarian lord sneered in his heart, then looked at the demon envoy and said, Demon envoy, you are overthinking. It is really because of my upcoming wedding that my barbarian tribe has temporarily stopped the war. Your sister. The demon envoy cursed in his heart and said, Barbarian lord, just tell me what you want in order for your barbarian tribe to send troops to the human race again. Demon envoy, I have already said that my barbarian tribe will cease fire for 10 years in anticipation of my wedding. The first barbarian lord shook his head. 5 Saint Realm experts. The demon envoy ignored him and directly stated the bargaining chip to invite the barbarians to take action again. Hearing this, the first barbarian lord frowned. The demon envoy was overjoyed when he saw this, and said anxiously, My lord, as long as your barbarian tribe sends troops to the human race again, then my heavenly demon tribe will give you 5 saints from the barbarian tribe for free, how about it? I will get married, and the barbarians will cease fire. The first barbarian lord still shook his head. 10 saints. The demon was furious and gritted his teeth. It must be said that facing the offer of 10 saints, the first barbarian lord was somewhat tempted, but he still shook his head, and then suddenly said, Demon envoy, let alone 10 saints, even if it is 20 saints, I will not agree. After a pause, the first barbarian lord continued to speak and asked, Demon envoy, do you know why my barbarian tribe suddenly withdrew its troops? Why? The demon was slightly stunned. When gods fight, mortals suffer. You humans, demons, and devils are too scheming. My barbarian tribe cannot afford to offend you. Since we cannot afford to offend you, then my barbarian tribe can only hide from you. In short, from now on, my barbarian tribe will not participate in any war on the Shenwu continent. The first barbarian lord said slowly. My lord, what are you talking about? When did I ever play tricks on you? The demon was puzzled. You didn't. A playful smile flashed across the face of the first barbarian lord, and then he said, let's take a step back. Even if your heavenly demon clan doesn't have it, what about the demon clan? Demon tribe. The demon was stunned and asked, what did they do? What did you do? The first barbarian lord sneered, my barbarians sincerely cooperated with you to attack the human race, but the demon race went the other way and sent out 5,000 divine martial lords to secretly massacre my barbarians. If this continues, I'm afraid that before the human race is destroyed, my barbarians will have been exterminated by you. What? Hearing this, the demon envoy was shocked. 5,000 warriors of the demon tribe massacred members of your barbarian tribe. If not, why do you think I suddenly withdrew my troops? The first barbarian lord sneered. The demon was slightly stunned. But at this moment, Han Fire's voice suddenly rang out. Barbarian Lord, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. When did my demon tribe massacre members of your barbarian tribe? Call out. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Fire had already arrived in front of the barbarian lord and the demon envoy. Sky Fox Demon Lord. Sky Fox Demon Lord. The moment they saw Han Fire, both barbarian lord and the demon envoy were stunned. But only for a moment. Soon, the first barbarian lord came back to his senses. He looked at Han Fire with a bad look and said, Tianyu, you dare to come to my barbarian tribe. Aren't you afraid that I will make you come but never return? What does this mean, barbarian lord? Looking at the first barbarian lord, Han Fire smiled and said, I don't think I have offended the barbarian lord, right? Snort. The first barbarian lord snorted coldly and said, you know it in your heart. Do you dare to say that the 5,000 divine warriors who slaughtered my barbarian members everywhere do not belong to your demon tribe? My lord barbarian, where do you come from? Our two tribes are allies. If we are allies, how could my demon tribe kill members of your barbarian tribe? Han Fire flatly denied. You know whether you have or not. The first barbarian lord scolded him, stop talking nonsense and tell me, what are you doing in my barbarian tribe? I came to your barbarian tribe to ask you why your barbarian tribe suddenly withdrew its troops. As she spoke, Han Fire looked at the demon envoy and said, Demon envoy, I wonder why you came to the barbarian tribe. Same as you, the demon said in a deep voice. Really? Han Fire smiled calmly. The first barbarian lord was furious. Tianyu, your demon tribe slaughtered my barbarian lord members, and now you have the nerve to ask me why my barbarian tribe suddenly withdrew its troops. Barbarian Lord, I wonder if there is any misunderstanding between us. After saying this, Han Fire said, I have also heard about the 5,000 Shenwu lords you mentioned, but they are definitely not members of my demon clan, and many members of my demon clan have died tragically at their hands. Let me ask you, if they were demons, do you think they would also massacre members of my clan in the same way? If they only massacred members of my barbarian clan and didn't target your demon clan, wouldn't that be equivalent to telling my barbarian clan that these divine martial realms came from your demon clan? I don't think you, Sky Fox Demon Venerable, are that stupid, right? The first barbarian lord sneered. If you insist on believing this, I can't help it. Shaking her head, Han Fire said, but even if what you said is true, why would my demon tribe slaughter your barbarians? It doesn't seem to do us any good, right? No benefit. Could it be possible that my demon race could benefit from this? If so, then I would like to ask Barbarian Venerable to give me some advice. Okay, since we've come to this point, let's make it clear today. Looking at Han Fire, the first barbarian lord sneered, and then continued, Tianyu, in the past 3 years or so, your demon clan has secretly cultivated 50,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm. Is that correct? That's right. Now that the 50,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm have been exposed, Han Fire has nothing to hide. If that's the case, then may I ask Heavenly Fox Demon Venerable, how did your demon race cultivate a total of 50,000 divine martial realm demon gods in just 3 short years? Hearing this, Han Fire couldn't help but frown. The demon envoy looked at Han Fire with curiosity. In fact, his heavenly demon clan was also very curious about this question. After all, training 50,000 divine warriors in 3 years was too fast. Why, is it inconvenient to tell me? Looking at Han Fire who was frowning, the first barbarian lord sneered and said, since it is inconvenient for you to say it, then I will say it for you. After a pause, the first barbarian lord continued, when you, the Sky Fox Demon Lord, were in the human race, didn't you obtain a martial arts technique called the Heaven's Evolution Return to Oneness technique? With this martial arts technique, corpses can be refined into essence pills. In the past 3 years or so, you have used these essence pills to cultivate a large number of divine martial realm demon gods for your demon race, right? Now, your demon tribe is slaughtering members of my barbarian tribe wantonly, in order to refine the bodies of my barbarian beastmen into essence pills, so as to quickly strengthen the overall strength of your demon tribe, right? You. Looking at the first barbarian lord, Han Fire was suddenly shocked. Me what? The first barbarian lord smiled and said, do you want to ask how I know all this? Han Fire's face was gloomy. She did not answer the first barbarian lord, but asked, how do you know this? Did Ye Bufan tell you? Are you in contact with him? Hee hee. The first barbarian lord smiled bitterly, then his face darkened. Tianyu, it turns out that these are all true. You. Han Feier was stunned, and then became furious. Barbarian lord, are you deceiving me? That's right, I am trying to trick you. The first barbarian venerable said without denying, when the human race told me this originally, I didn't really believe it. After all, neither you, the demon race, nor other humans are reliable. But now it seems that the human race did not lie. Tianyu, now that things have come to this, what else do you have to say? Han Feier was stunned. The first barbarian lord said, since you have nothing to say, then I will say it. I will pretend that the past events never happened, but from now on, my barbarian tribe will officially terminate the alliance with you. In other words, from now on, you can play however you want, and my barbarian tribe will not accompany you. Chapter 947 The Alliance is broken. Since you have nothing to say, I will say it. I will pretend that the past never happened. But from now on, my barbarian tribe will officially terminate the alliance with you. In other words, from now on, you can play however you want, and my barbarian tribe will not accompany you. Dissolve the alliance. The first barbarian lord is about to turn against us completely. At this moment, no matter whether it was Han Feier or the demon envoy, Manzun's words made them stunned, but they were quickly relieved. After all, they could understand Manzun's feelings. In the Shenwu continent, there are 4 tribes: humans, monsters, barbarians, and demons. Nowadays, the barbarians are the weakest. In addition, during this period of time, the 3 races of demons, humans, and demons have continuously exposed their powerful strength, which has undoubtedly deeply stimulated the first barbarian lord. As a result, the first barbarian lord did not want to continue to get involved in the melee of the Shenwu continent, and did not want to be used as a gun by any party. To put it bluntly, the first barbarian lord was scared of being cheated. From now on, the barbarians vowed to stay out of the matter and protect themselves. There was a brief silence. After a moment, Han Feier frowned, looked at the first barbarian lord and asked in a deep voice, Barbarian lord, have you really thought it through? Do you want to dissolve the alliance with us? Alliance. The first barbarian lord sneered. Sky Fox, at this point, do you think it is necessary for the 3 tribes to continue pretending to be so hypocritical? After a pause, the first barbarian lord continued, whether it is your demon tribe or the demon envoy's demon tribe, none of them is easy to deal with. As for why, I believe you know it very well in your hearts, so there is no need for me to explain it clearly, right? In a word, I, the barbarian tribe, don't want to play anymore. You can fight or make peace as you like. It has nothing to do with my barbarian tribe. I promise I won't get involved. But you'd better not provoke my barbarian tribe. When a dog is cornered, it will jump over the wall. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite. It's true that my barbarian tribe is the weakest among the 4 tribes, but we are not lambs to be slaughtered. If you really push my barbarian tribe into a corner, then I don't care whether I am a human, a demon or a demon. At worst, we will all break up and perish together. The voice was gloomy, firm and resolute. Are you blackmailing us? As soon as the first barbarian lord finished speaking, Han Feier asked in a cold voice. Yes or no, you can try. The first barbarian lord looked directly into Han Feier's eyes and said without giving in. You. Han Feier was furious. Try. She really didn't dare to try. Similarly, she also knew that the first barbarian lord said such words fearlessly because he knew that neither his own side nor the other 2 sides dared to try. After all, the current situation does not allow them to do so. Unless the war is already decided, no one dares to embarrass the barbarians. Suddenly, Han Feier spoke again. Don't you plan for the future of your barbarian tribe? You can indeed protect yourself by staying out of it now, but what about later? Once the war is over, do you think the victorious party will let your barbarian tribe go? Oh, the first barbarian lord sneered. If you can't even protect yourself now and survive, then how can you expect to have a future? That's all I have to say. Go slowly. I won't see you off. As he spoke, the first barbarian lord stood up and made a gesture to leave. It was obvious that he had already ordered Han Feier and the demon envoy to leave. You. Seeing the first barbarian lord standing up, Han Feier was furious. She gritted her teeth and suddenly said, one last question. You ask. The first barbarian lord turned around and said. How did you know about the Tianyan Gaiju and Jingyuan Dan? Did that kid Ye Bufan tell you? Are you in touch with him? Han Fire's face was serious. Even the demon emissary's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance when he looked at the first barbarian lord. That's 3 questions, right? The first barbarian lord smiled leisurely, and then, without waiting for Han Fire's answer, he spoke again. It's just 3, it doesn't hurt to answer you. After a pause, the first barbarian lord suddenly said, do you still remember that 40 saints from your 2 tribes were killed a few days ago? Han Fire and the demon envoy both frowned. The first barbarian lord slowly said, you all know that my second brother was supervising the battle, but he disappeared after the battle. We all thought he had been killed by the humans, but in fact, the humans did not kill him, they just captured him alive. Just now, half a day ago, Ye Bufan from the human race contacted me through the mother-child true essence stone in my second brother's hand. He asked me to let the barbarians submit to the human race, but I refused. Of course, there is no way around this without some discord. But he is better than you in one respect. At least he is not as hypocritical as you. Instead, he clearly told me that he was trying to sow discord. Moreover, he also helped me settle a score. As he spoke, the first barbarian lord looked at Han Fire and sneered. According to his calculations, in more than 3 years, after the bodies of the members of my 3 tribes of humans, monsters, and barbarians who died in battle or refined into essence pills, it will be enough for your monster tribe to cultivate 100,000 to 150,000 or 160,000 divine martial realm monster gods. Boom. Hearing this, the demon's body and even soul couldn't help but tremble, and he looked at Han Fire with shock and horror in his eyes. 150 or 60,000, a demon god in the divine martial realm. Han Fire was stunned, and then frowned. The first barbarian lord continued, I didn't believe it at first, but the test just now has explained everything. He didn't deceive me. As for how many divine martial realm demon gods your demon race has, it's not important anymore. Whether it's 50,000, 150,000 or 60,000, that's a matter between the 3 of you. Anyway, my barbarian tribe will never get involved in any fight between you 2 in the future. I have said everything I need to say. Do you have anything else to ask? Han Fire was stunned. Goodbye. Then she left 2 words and got up and left. Decisive and resolute. As for the demon, Han Fire didn't even look at him. Since the barbarians have withdrawn, it means that the alliance between the 3 tribes no longer exists, or in other words the alliance is no longer necessary to exist. The demon clan will not believe the demon clan. The demon clan will not trust the monster clan either. In that case, why say more? Watching Han Fire leave, the demon envoy also didn't care. After Han Fire left, the demon envoy looked at the first barbarian lord and said, Barbarian lord, is there really nothing to discuss? After a pause, the demon envoy spoke again, as long as your barbarians continue to cooperate with my heavenly demons, then I promise that in the future, all the heavenly demons summoned by the human members captured by your barbarians will be used to help your barbarians improve their strength. How about it? Hearing this, the first barbarian lord was stunned. He frowned, looked at the demon envoy and asked in a deep voice, all the summoned demons are used to help my barbarians improve their strength. Your demon tribe doesn't want any benefits at all. That's right, the demon replied. The first barbarian lord sneered. Demon envoy, if it were you, would you believe this? Without waiting for the demon envoy to speak, the first barbarian lord continued, there is no free lunch in the world. Similarly, there is no gain without pain. If it is really like what you said, what is your heavenly demon clan doing? Selfless devotion. Don't be ridiculous. I'm afraid you don't even believe this. The demon envoy was about to say something, but was interrupted by the first barbarian lord. Demon envoy, you don't need to say anything. I have already made it very clear. From now on, my barbarian tribe will never get involved in the fights between your 3 tribes. Even if there are more benefits and interests, I will not waver in this decision. Well, it's getting late. I won't keep the demon envoy here. After all, I still have to prepare for the wedding. Marry your sister. The demon was anxious and furious. But he was helpless. After all, the first barbarian lord has already said this, what else can he do? Blackmail. It's still unclear who is threatening whom. Killed the first barbarian. That is even more meaningless. Not only is it meaningless, but it will also completely infuriate the entire barbarian tribe. At that time, it will absolutely be self-destruction for the demon tribe. In fact, looking at the current situation on the Shenwu continent, although the barbarians are undoubtedly the weakest in terms of peak strength, When it comes to situation, the Sky Demon clan is undoubtedly the most miserable. After all, whether it is the human race, the demon race, or the wild beasts, in addition to the Holy Realm powerhouses with peak combat power, they also have countless members from various races. But what about the demonic clan? Apart from the powerful saints, they have no one else. Especially now that the barbarians are staying out of it and no longer participating in the Great War of Divine Martial Arts, this is equivalent to cutting off the only way for the Sky Demon clan to obtain members of the human race. If you can't obtain the human race, how can you offer a blood sacrifice to the eternal abyss? If he cannot offer a blood sacrifice to the eternal abyss, how can he continue to summon the devil and increase his own strength? To put it bluntly, the Sky Demon clan has become a stagnant pool. As time goes by, their strength will not only not increase, but will be continuously weakened. In the long run, how can the demon clan gain a foothold in the Shenwu continent? How can we invade the Shenwu continent if we can't gain a foothold? Call. After a moment, the demon envoy took a deep breath, looked at the first barbarian lord and said, "In that case, I will take my leave." The first barbarian lord has already made up his mind not to get involved in the disputes between the other three tribes in the Shenwu continent, so no matter what he says, it will be meaningless. In that case, why say more? After leaving a few words, the demon left. At this point, the alliance is broken. Chapter 948, The Sky Demon Clan, the High Priest. Wangyao Mountain Range, the demon tribe's camp. Among the dozens of tents alone, there are nearly 100 powerful people who have entered the Saint Realm. It can be said that among the four races of humans, monsters, barbarians, and demons in the Shenwu continent, in terms of the number of powerful people who have entered the Saint Realm, the demon race is definitely ranked second only to the human race. Nearly 100 powerful saints were evenly distributed among more than 10 tents. Although the number of demons in each tent was almost the same, if you looked closely, you would find that in these tents, one of them was guarded by a demon at the peak of the Saint Realm. And this is a tent far away from where the demon envoy is. Based on this point alone, it is not difficult to see that this tent must be different from other tents. Of course, it is impossible for ordinary people to notice this. After all, as they are all at the peak of the Saint Realm, it is reasonable for these demons to belong to the same camp. After returning from the barbarian king's forest, the demon envoy went straight into this tent. In the tent, "Greetings, Master Demon Envoy." Seeing the demon envoy coming, the heavenly demons at the peak of the Saint Realm who lived here stood up, faced the demon envoy, and spoke respectfully. The demon didn't care about this at all. Camp center. Crack. After the demon master performed a strange hand seal, a black cold light from his hand instantly shot into the ground. In an instant, a circular entrance with a diameter of about 5 meters appeared on the ground. At this entrance, there were stairs leading directly to the underground. The demon didn't hesitate at all and walked straight to the entrance and stepped onto the stairs. When his body completely entered the underground, the entrance slowly disappeared. There was no clue on the flat ground, and no one could imagine that there was another space underneath. 500 meters underground. I don't know when it started, but a huge space has been excavated here, which is at least several thousand cubic meters. On one side of this space, that is, the side close to the eternal abyss, a huge 7-color light curtain can be clearly seen at this moment. This light curtain is nothing but the 7-colored barrier that separates the eternal abyss and the Shenwu continent. Naturally, the eternal abyss is at the other end of the light curtain. At this moment, 6 celestial demons gathered at the edge of the barrier, led by a red celestial demon. They were carving some strange runes on the barrier. These runes are all red. Not for any other reason, but because they used a bright red when carving runes on the barrier. High Priest, there is not much human blood left. If the demon can't continue to provide human blood, or he can't provide more blood before our remaining blood is exhausted, then everything we have done before will be in vain. If we want to break this damn barrier again, we must start over again. Suddenly, one of the demons looked at the red demon and said with a serious and worried expression. Hearing this, the red sky demon, also known as the High Priest, frowned and asked, how much more human blood is needed to open a gap in this barrier? The demon who spoke earlier hesitated for a moment, thought for a moment and said, this is different from direct summoning after all. In order to open a gap in this barrier that will not heal, based on the current situation, at least more than 1 billion human blood essences must be condensed, or even more. After all, this is not an ordinary barrier. It also contains the spiritual power of that human warrior. Moreover, even if we can completely break the barrier now, this entrance can only last for a year at the weakest. After a year, we must carve runes again and break the barrier again. 1 year is enough. As for the essence and blood. The high priest. The red demon had just said half of his words when the demon messenger came over from a distance and interrupted him. You've come just in time. Turning to look at the demon envoy, the high priest said, we don't have much blood here now. When can the next batch be delivered at the earliest? The demon hesitated slightly. The high priest frowned and said, what's the matter? Did something unexpected happen? Yes, the demon replied. Could it be that the barbarians have changed their minds? The high priest's face darkened and he said with some dissatisfaction. It's worse than this. The demon envoy said this, and then recounted what had happened in the Forest of Kings before, and the current situation in the Shenwu continent. After hearing this, the high priest's face was filled with endless anger. He looked at the demon envoy and said in a deep voice, in other words, we can no longer obtain more human blood essence. Yes, the demon replied helplessly. Asshole. The high priest was furious and angry. It seems that we are about to succeed, but now you tell me that you can no longer provide more human blood essence. What do you want me to do? Have you persisted for so long, and now you give up? The demon envoy said bitterly, High Priest, it's not that I don't want to, it's really the human race is rising strongly, and we can't compete with it with our strength. Even if we rush into the human race regardless of casualties, we can't capture many human members. After all, the human race is protected by the eternal barrier. Once they escape into the city, we can't do anything to them in a short time. Moreover, even if we capture the human race, we may not be able to leave the human race alive now, let alone bring these people to the Wangyao Mountains and condense them into pure blood essence. What about the demon tribe? After the demon emissary finished speaking, the high priest suddenly spoke. Demon tribe. The demon was stunned. The high priest narrowed his eyes and said, didn't you say that the demons still control billions of human beings? Since we can't start with the human race, why don't we try it on the demons? But, the demon still hesitated. But what? The high priest asked sharply. High priest, you also know that the demon clan's fox demon venerable has been on guard against us that day. How could she let these people fall into our hands? The demon's face was full of bitterness and helplessness. Then grab it. Rob. That's right. Could it be that his demon race is willing to fight to the death with us just for these humans? But what if the fox demon lord gets angry and kills these people directly? After all, although she doesn't know that we want to completely break the abyss barrier, she will definitely not allow our tribe to continue to grow, so the possibility of her doing so is still very high. Hearing this, the high priest frowned. Indeed, this possibility is still very high, and the current situation is that these billions of human beings have undoubtedly become the last chance for their Sky Demon clan. The more this is the case, the more the Sky Demon clan cannot be careless, after all, they cannot afford to gamble. Suddenly, the high priest narrowed his eyes and said, if that's the case, then let's start with the demon Snow Wolf. That greedy, shameless, despicable wolf. The demon was stunned. That's right. The high priest responded, it takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to deploy it. Since he has surrendered to my heavenly demon clan, he should work for my heavenly demon clan. But he may not agree. After a pause, the demon envoy said with a worried look on his face, after all, once these billions of humans are handed over to my heavenly demon clan, it means that he will completely betray the demon clan and may even be hunted down madly by the heavenly fox demon venerable. If my heavenly demon clan is powerful, he may be willing to do so, but we are not much stronger than the demon clan, or even worse than the demon clan. In this situation, with his greedy, shameless, cowardly, treacherous, and cautious character, he is definitely not willing to take risks. Not willing to take a risk. The high priest sneered and said, that's because the benefits you offered are not enough. As long as you can offer enough bargaining chips, let alone asking him to hand over these billions of human beings to my heavenly demon clan, even if you ask him to kill that heavenly fox demon venerable, he may not dare to do it. Chapter 949 Brother, are you interested in becoming the demon clan supreme? That's because the benefits you offered are not enough. As long as you can offer enough bargaining chips, let alone asking him to hand over these billions of human beings to my heavenly demon clan, even if you ask him to kill that heavenly fox demon lord, he may not dare to do it. Money makes the world go round. The high priest believed that since the Snow Wolf Demon King was greedy by nature, as long as his side could give him enough benefits, he would definitely be willing to betray the Demon Clan and turn to the Sky Demon Clan. In this way, it would not be difficult for the Sky Demon Clan to obtain the billions of humans. But what bargaining chips can we bring out now? As soon as the high priest finished speaking, the demon envoy said with embarrassment, "Now, that lowly wolf has reached the peak of the Saint Realm. Under the damned heaven-slaying formation of the human race, we can no longer help him improve his cultivation. Moreover, we already gave him a pseudo-divine weapon last time. Now we only have 2 pseudo-divine weapons left. Should we give him another one? Fake divine soldier. Dream." The high priest sneered, "Even if he wants it, my heavenly demon clan will not give it to him. Otherwise, with 2 great divine weapons in one, he will definitely become the biggest threat to my heavenly demon clan. But apart from the pseudo-divine weapon, it seems that we have nothing that can arouse his interest, right?" The demon said with an embarrassed look on his face. "We don't have it, but the demon tribe does." The high priest smiled. "Demon tribe?" The demon was stunned. "That's right." The high priest responded and said with a smile, "Well, you go and invite him to our side first, and then." Buzz. After hearing the high priest's plan, the demon couldn't help but tremble. He said in horror, "High priest, isn't this a bit too risky? If it fails, then the consequences will be disastrous. The Sky Fox Demon Venerable will never give up. Adventure." The high priest snorted coldly and said, "At this point, do you think we have any other choice? This is our only chance, and we must succeed." The demon was stunned. "Go ahead." The high priest waved his hand and said, "Go and invite this greedy guy here now. We have fed him for so long, it is time for him to do something for my heavenly demon clan." "Yes." After responding, the demon didn't dare to refute at all and turned and left immediately. "What demon race, what human race? Once I break the barrier of the abyss, I will destroy you." Looking at the back of the demon envoy leaving, the high priest said coldly, "I want to see what shameful things you, a mere human race, are guarding in this barren land." Wangyao Mountain Range, where Han Feier is. Looking at Han Feier, the Snow Wolf Demon King asked in confusion, "My lord, what happened? Why did you suddenly ask us to withdraw?" The barbarian lord already knows about the essence pill, and has made up his mind not to get involved in the fight between our 3 tribes, so it is better not to provoke the barbarians at this time. Han Feier frowned and said unwillingly. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Barbarian lord already knows about the essence pill. How did he know? Snort. Han Feier snorted coldly and said angrily, "It's all because of that kid Ye Bufan. He was the one who was causing trouble and sowing discord, but he has indeed succeeded. Now, our 3-tribe alliance has been completely disintegrated by him." The Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked. "Sir, then what should we do next?" "Everything remains the same." After responding, Han Feier said, "I was too impatient before. If we had taken it slow and not attacked the barbarians, we wouldn't have left the human race with an opportunity to take advantage of us, and the 3-race alliance wouldn't have been broken up like it is now. But now that things have come to this, there's no need to think about it anymore. Next, my race will continue to attack the human race. Besides that, you keep a close eye on the sky demons. I'm afraid they'll take action after this battle. Also, pass down the order that all of our Saint Realm experts will move into the place where billions of humans are imprisoned from now on." Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned and asked in confusion, "My lord, why is this? The barbarians have withdrawn from the battle, the sky demons dare not set foot on the human territory, and our demons will not cooperate with the sky demons. Under such circumstances, the billions of humans in our hands have become the only hope for the sky demons to grow stronger. They will definitely not give up." Han Feier sneered and said, "So, we must take precautions early. Once the sky demons start to rob, then these billions of humans, not a single one will be spared, kill them." Buzz. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King's mind trembled violently. He tried hard to control his emotions, then looked at Han Feier and said coldly, "My lord, if that's the case, why don't we kill these humans now? In this way, we don't have to passively defend." Han Feier glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King. "If I force you into a desperate situation, what will you do?" The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Han Feier said, "These billions of humans are now the only hope of the Sky Demon Clan. Once even this only hope is gone, it will be equivalent to forcing them into a desperate situation. At that time who knows what kind of crazy actions the Sky Demon clan will take. For us, what we need now is time to accumulate our own strength. Even if it is just a little bit, it is possible for our demon clan to win in the future war. Therefore, these people must not be moved unless it is absolutely necessary. That's not right, sir. As soon as Han Fair finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately retorted, the target of the Sky Demon clan has always been the human race. After all, only members of the human race can allow them to summon more members of the Sky Demon clan. In this way, we should kill these human members. After all, without them, the Sky Demon clan can only start from other places, and where else can this other place be except the human territory? Once the Sky Demon clan and the human race fight, won't we be able to reap the benefits? As a senior spy lurking in the Demon clan, the Snow Wolf Demon King always puts the interests of the Demon clan first. Of course, all this has a premise. Just like now, the Snow Wolf Demon King was confident that Han Fair would never kill these humans at this time, so he dared to make such a suggestion. What if? Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, Han Fair said, before something actually happens, no one can predict what the outcome will be. After all, there aren't that many uniques in this world. So, in this situation, we must not act rashly without 100% certainty. Of course, if the Sky Demon clan really starts to rob us, then we can only kill these humans. After all, these people must not fall into the hands of the Sky Demon clan no matter what. The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated for a moment and said, I understand. It's best if you understand this. Buzz. As soon as Han Fair finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King's body suddenly shook. What's wrong? Han Fair looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and couldn't help asking. The Snow Wolf Demon King took out a Mother-Child True Essence Stone, then looked at Han Fair and said, My lord, it's the Demon Envoy. Demon Envoy. Han Fair sneered, it seems that they can't wait to take action. Go and see what they want to do. Yes. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded and left. Wangyao Mountain Range, the Demon Tribe's camp. In the Demon Envoy's tent, the Snow Wolf Demon King came hurriedly. Looking at the Demon Envoy, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Demon Envoy, you called me here in such a hurry, what's the matter? Brother, you sit down first. The demon raised his hand and said with a smile. Brother, can't I use the Mother-Child True Essence Stone to express my wishes? Why do I have to come to you? You know, I have things to do. If Lady Tianyu finds out that I didn't do what she asked me to do and came to you instead, I'll be dead. The Snow Wolf Demon King sat down and said with some complaints. Brother, I'm sorry. The demon smiled and apologized, then changed the subject and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King curiously and asked, By the way, what did the Sky Fox ask you to do? It seems quite urgent. The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated slightly. Brother, I'm sorry for making you come all the way here. Here are 10 million yuanshi. It's a little gift from me. Please accept it. Seeing the Snow Wolf Demon King hesitate, the Demon Enchantress immediately took out a Sumeru ring, pushed it in front of the Snow Wolf Demon King, and said with a smile. Isn't this not good? The Snow Wolf Demon King glanced at the Sumeru ring and hesitated slightly. What's good or bad about it? It's only natural for a big brother to take care of his brothers. What's more, it's only a mere 10 million yuanshi. Then I'll take it. Take it. Thank you, big brother. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. I will never refuse, no matter what. The Snow Wolf Demon King put away the Sumeru ring and then bowed solemnly. The demon cursed in his heart. You're my uncle. I will never refuse your uncle. I've heard you say this at least 100 times. What's the result? It's useless. Although he was resentful in his heart, the Demon Envoy still had a warm smile on his face. You're welcome, brother. After saying that, the Demon Envoy changed the subject and asked curiously, By the way, brother, you haven't told me what the Sky Fox asked you to do. After hesitating for a moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King said, Come to think of it, this matter is indeed somewhat related to your Heavenly Demon clan, big brother. Is it related to my Heavenly Demon clan? The demon was stunned. What's the matter? Brother, do you still remember the billions of humans imprisoned in my demon clan? Could this be related? That's right. The Sky Fox Demon Lord just gave an order to transfer all the Saint Realm experts of my demon race to the place where the human race is imprisoned. Not only that, Lord Sky Fox also ordered that if you, the Sky Demon Clan, start to rob them, then all the Saint Realm experts of my demon clan will take action and kill all these human members in the shortest possible time. In short, Lord Sky Fox said that these people must not fall into your hands. Son of a bitch. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the demon envoy immediately cursed in his heart. It turned out to be just as the high priest had guessed. In this way, there is really no way to rob openly. Thinking in his heart, the demon envoy laughed and said, "Brother, your Sky Fox Demon Venerable is really something. How could my Sky Demon Clan do such a thing? Hee hee." The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled indifferently, but in his heart he felt contempt and ridicule. Looking at your expression just now, it is obvious that you do have this idea. However, the Snow Wolf Demon King obviously would not say it clearly. Suddenly, he asked, "By the way, big brother, what exactly do you want me to do? Just tell me straight, brother, I really can't stay here with you any longer." The demon envoy hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother, do you know how many demon gods in the divine martial realm your demon race has now?" "A little over 50,000. After responding, the Snow Wolf Demon King said, "However, Lord Sky Fox should still have quite a few Fox Tribe Divine Martial Realm demon gods in his hands. Brother, do you know exactly how many divine warriors the Fox Tribe has?" "How should I know? Brother, you don't know, but I do. As far as I know, the number of Fox Clan Divine Martial Realm demon gods in the hands of Heavenly Fox Demon Venerable is at least over 150,000. "How much? 150,000 or more? Brother, you are joking. How could there be so many demon gods in the divine martial realm? Besides, I don't even know, so how can you know? Then let me ask you, brother. Do you know why the barbarians suddenly withdrew their troops? Why? It's because Barbarian Lord knew that your demon race had nearly 200,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm hidden, and they were pretending to be humans and slaughtering members of his barbarian race in order to refine more essence pills and cultivate more demon gods in the divine martial realm. Barbarian Lord withdrew from the battle in order to protect himself. Brother, stop joking. How could the Barbarian Lord know that my demon race has 200,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm? Of course it was Ye Bufan from the human race who told him after making some calculations. Human race, Ye Bufan. That's right. Although his purpose was to sow discord, we have to admit that what he said was true. Moreover, just now, in the Barbarian King's forest, your Sky Fox Demon Lord tacitly agreed to all this, which led to the complete collapse of our three-tribe alliance. Go ahead and continue editing. Looking at the demon envoy, the Snow Wolf Demon King sneered in his heart. The data that my lord used to estimate the number of demon gods in the divine martial realm, that is, the approximate number of corpses consumed by the Sky Fox Demon Lord in recent years, was provided by me, Lord Wolf. Moreover, my lord has already said that with these essence pills, the number of demon gods that can be cultivated in the divine martial realm is between 100,000 and 150,000. 200,000. Who are you trying to scare? What's more, my wolf clan has more than 100,000 demon gods in the divine martial realm. In this way, the number of demon foxes in the divine martial realm in the hands of the Sky Fox Demon Lord is about 50,000 to 60,000. I, Wolf Master, know these things better than you. But Master Wolf will not expose you. Master Wolf wants to see what you are trying to do. Thinking of this, the Snow Wolf Demon King was slightly shocked and confused and said, "How could there be so many demon gods in the divine martial realm?" Hee hee. Seeing this, the demon envoy smiled and said, "Brother, it seems that the Sky Fox Demon Venerable doesn't value you as much as it seems on the surface. After all, if she really values you so much, she wouldn't have secretly trained so many godly martial realm demon gods without telling you." But changing the subject, the demon envoy continued, "Think about it, those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Although you and the Sky Fox Demon Venerable are both demons, you are of the Wolf clan after all, and she is of the Fox clan. So, it is natural for her to despise your Wolf clan and focus on training the Fox clan." The Snow Wolf Demon King seemed to find it difficult to accept this fact for a moment. The demon envoy narrowed his eyes when he saw this, and suddenly said, "Brother, are you interested in replacing the Sky Fox Demon Lord and becoming the Demon Clan Supreme yourself?" Chapter 950, Fortune and Honor are sought in danger. Brother, are you interested in replacing the Sky Fox Demon Lord and becoming the Demon Clan Supreme? What? As soon as the demon envoy finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked. He stood up suddenly, looked at the demon envoy in shock and horror and said, Big brother, what did you say just now? Don't worry, brother. Come, sit down and I will explain it to you in detail. The demon waved his hand and said with a smile. The Snow Wolf Demon King was still in shock. He glanced at the demon envoy and did not sit down. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, Brother, what did you mean by what you just said? Brother, isn't what I said clear enough? The demon smiled calmly. The Snow Wolf Demon King was speechless and confused. The demon envoy asked, Brother, are you willing to be inferior to the Sky Fox forever like you are now, and not replace her as the supreme leader of the demon race and rule the demon race? No, this is absolutely not possible. Waving his hands, the Snow Wolf Demon King said in great fear, Brother, you must be crazy. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. After leaving these words, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately turned around and walked out. Retreat to advance. He was confident that the demon would never give up easily. As expected, just as the Snow Wolf Demon King took 3 steps, the demon envoy spoke up, Brother, didn't you say that you had been coveting the Sky Fox for a long time? Don't you want to own her completely, or even possess her? Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King paused. The demon envoy smiled slightly and continued, Besides, there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. If one day the Sky Fox knew about the relationship between you and my Sky Demon clan, I'm afraid she would definitely not let you off easily, right? Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly turned around, looked at the demon envoy and shouted angrily, Are you blackmailing me? No, you are my brother. How could I threaten you? Waving his hands, the demon said with a smile, Brother is just stating a fact and helping me weigh the pros and cons. You. The Snow Wolf Demon King was furious. The demon envoy slowly stood up, pulled the Snow Wolf Demon King back to his seat, patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother, in fact, this suggestion of mine is only good for you and has no harm. Think about it, by then you can not only completely own the entire demon race but also possess the Sky Fox. Isn't this good? You. The Snow Wolf Demon King turned his head and glanced at the demon envoy, gritting his teeth and saying, It is simply impossible to overthrow Lord Sky Fox's rule over the demon clan. How can you know it's impossible without trying it? The demon envoy smiled. He knew that the Snow Wolf Demon King was moved, so he sat back in his seat, looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said with a smile, As long as you can cooperate with me, I promise to let you sit on the throne of the Demon Lord. Cooperate. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. How can we cooperate? It's very simple. Lure the Sky Fox out of the Wangyao Mountains, or prevent the other demon saints of the demon clan from reinforcing her within half an hour. The demon messenger laughed. You want to ambush and kill Lord Sky Fox? That's right. Even so, you won't be able to succeed. Why? The strength of the Sky Fox is far beyond your imagination. When she went to the barbarian tribe alone before, I reminded her to bring other demon saints from my demon tribe with her, but she refused because she told me very clearly that if she wanted to leave, the barbarian tribe would not be able to keep her. Since the barbarian tribe can't keep her, do you think your Sky Demon tribe can keep her? Is the Sky Fox that strong? Although I don't know how strong she is, I can be sure that she is definitely not lying. I see. After a pause, the demon envoy continued, It doesn't matter if it's like this. At most, my demon clan will have to pay a small price. As long as you can cooperate with me, I promise to get rid of her and let you sit on the throne of the demon clan's supreme leader. Solve. How are you going to solve it, brother? Brother, do you think that a Soul Fusion Realm expert plus all the Saint Realm members of my clan can't deal with a mere Sky Fox demon venerable? Soul Fusion Realm. The Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked. Brother, you have a strong man in the Soul Fusion Realm. Is it strange? The demon envoy smiled slightly. The Soul Fusion Realm is nothing to our clan. If it weren't for the fact that the Fatian Realm warriors are not easy to suppress, my clan would have already had Fatian Realm warriors descending on the Shenwu continent by now. Flying Realm. The Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but tremble in his heart. There are 4 stages: becoming a saint, fusion of soul, flying, demigod, and saint realm. Flying is already extraordinary and absolutely terrifying. There is no doubt about this. Qian Duoduo of the human race 3 years ago was the best example. After all, He was only at the peak of the soul fusion stage at that time, but he was already breathtakingly powerful, not to mention the flying sky realm powerhouses above the soul fusion stage. Looking at the shocked expression on the Snow Wolf Demon King's face, the demon envoy smiled slightly. He was very satisfied with the Snow Wolf Demon King's reaction. After all, he told the Snow Wolf Demon King these things just to demonstrate the strength of the Sky Demon clan so that the Snow Wolf Demon King would agree to join forces with him to deal with the Sky Fox Demon Lord. As long as the Snow Wolf Demon King becomes the supreme leader of the Demon Clan, it would not be difficult for the Demon Clan to obtain the billions of humans imprisoned by the Demon Clan. Brother, how about it? Have you thought about it? After a moment, the demon envoy slowly spoke. In fact, if it were me, I would not have considered it for so long. After all, wealth and honor come with risk, right? Even if we fail, what does it matter? With my heavenly demon clan here, the heavenly fox can't do anything to you, brother. At worst, you can just bring your wolf clan to join my heavenly demon clan. We can attack when we advance and defend when we retreat. So, brother, what do you have to worry about? Let's fight. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King gritted his teeth and said, Brother, just tell me, what do you want me to do? The demon envoy smiled and said, It's very simple. Just like what I said before, as long as you can lead the Sky Fox out of the Wangyao mountain range, or find a way to prevent the demon saint from supporting him within half an hour, we will take action then. Half an hour is enough for us to kill her. As long as the Sky Fox dies, the demon race will be leaderless. I believe that with your current status in the demon race and your strength at the peak of the Saint Realm, it should not be difficult for you to become the demon race supreme, right? If it really doesn't work, my Sky Demon clan can support you. In short, I promise that once the Sky Fox dies, you will be the new demon race supreme. Okay, it's settled, but I have a request. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded, with a hint of ruthlessness on his face, as if he had made up his mind to give it a try. Brother, you say. The demon envoy had a satisfied smile on his face. As long as the Snow Wolf Demon King cooperated, the Sky Demon clan would agree to his request, even if it was 100 or 1000, let alone 1. After all, the Sky Demon clan is only one step away from the success of their plan. Once they obtain the billions of humans in the hands of the Demon clan, the Sky Demon clan will be able to break the Abyss barrier. Once the barrier is broken, the demons on the other side of the Abyss can enter the Shenwu continent at will. The demon army is coming. Who on the Shenwu continent can fight against it? By then, the land of divine power will be at your fingertips. Without the slightest hesitation, the Snow Wolf Demon King said directly, My request is very simple, that is, Sky Fox Demon Venerable, I want you alive. Alive. The demon was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Okay, then we will destroy her cultivation and hand her over to you, brother. As for how you want to deal with her, that's your business, brother. I don't care. As he spoke, the demon emissary did not forget to give the Snow Wolf Demon King a look that said I understand. Thank you very much, brother. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled obscenely. It's just a small matter. There's no need for us brothers to be so polite. The demon also had a smile on his face. The two of them were calculating against each other and had their own ulterior motives. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not stay any longer and stood up and said, In that case, I will go and make the arrangements first. Big brother should also prepare as soon as possible. Once I have made the arrangements, I will contact you immediately. How do you think? Good. The demon envoy responded, Then, big brother, I will congratulate you on becoming the supreme leader of the demon race right now. Chapter 951, Crazy Fox Tribe. When a dog is cornered, it will jump over the wall. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite people. What's more, the Sky Demon clan is neither a dog nor a rabbit, but a ferocious beast. The barbarians retreated, the human race rose strongly, and the demon clan saw that their plan was about to succeed, but it encountered a huge obstacle, so they had to take a risky move. Wangyao Mountain Range, where Han Feier is. What does the demon want from you? Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King who had just returned from the Heavenly Demon Camp, Han Feier asked directly. In her opinion, the Heavenly Demon clan must have some plan for looking for the Snow Wolf Demon King at this time. Sir, this is not urgent. Please take a look at this first. In response to Han Feier's question, the Snow Wolf Demon King did not answer directly, but spoke in a deep voice. Han Feier frowned. Boom. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from the Snow Wolf Demon King. The hiding place of the elixir disappeared instantly. Entering the peak of the Saint Realm. Han Feier was shocked. She stood up suddenly and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King in disbelief. When did you advance to the peak of the Saint Realm? How long has it been since the Snow Wolf Demon King advanced to the initial stage of the Saint Realm? Now he has reached the peak of the Saint Realm. The speed of advancement and breakthrough was so fast that Han Feier found it a little difficult to accept, or rather, she couldn't accept it at all. My lord, this is the benefit that the demon envoy gave to me. No, it should be said that it was his bargaining chip to bribe me. The Snow Wolf Demon King said slowly. He sacrificed 2 powerful heavenly demons who were at the peak of the Saint Realm, and let them use secret techniques to help me directly advance to the peak of the Saint Realm. He also gave me a kind of elixir to help me hide my cultivation. With my peak Saint Realm cultivation, anyone who is not a flying sky or above will not be able to see through my true cultivation. Secret technique. The loss of 2 powerful men who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm. Help the Snow Wolf Demon King to forcibly improve his cultivation, from the initial stage of entering the Holy Realm to the middle and advanced stages of entering the Holy Realm, and directly enter the peak of entering the Holy Realm. This secret technique is truly terrifying. But Han Feier didn't care about these. She couldn't help but tremble in her heart, then looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said solemnly, what on earth do they want to do? There is no such thing as a free lunch. The Sky Demon clan did not hesitate to sacrifice 2 peak Saint Realm powerhouses to help the Snow Wolf Demon King improve his cultivation. They paid such a huge price. Could they not have any ulterior motives? Han Feier would never believe it. They want me to cooperate with them to kill you, sir. Then they will let me replace you, control the demon tribe, and become the demon tribe's supreme ruler. The Snow Wolf Demon King spoke in a deep voice, hiding nothing. Hearing this, Han Feier was shocked again. She was angry, shocked, and furious. Kill himself, and then let the Snow Wolf Demon King replace himself and become the supreme leader of the demon clan. If the Snow Wolf Demon King really surrendered to the Sky Demon clan, and if the Sky Demon clan's plan really succeeded, once the Snow Wolf Demon King became the supreme leader of the demon clan, wouldn't that mean that the Sky Demon clan controlled the entire demon clan? Remove the firewood from under the cauldron. What a clever calculation. What a vicious calculation. Demon clan, you finally can't hold back any longer and are ready to take action. Han Feier's face was extremely gloomy, and the cold murderous intent around her seemed to completely freeze the entire world. Feeling the terrifying chill around Han Feier, the Snow Wolf Demon King trembled violently, and suddenly asked, my lord, what should we do next? How to deal with it? Han Feier snorted coldly and said, aren't they planning to ambush and kill me? That's perfect, we'll use their own trick against them. Take advantage of their own tactic. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned, then said with concern, my lord, this is not appropriate, right? What's wrong? My lord, think about it, even if we use their trick to destroy the Sky Demon clan, we will also suffer heavy losses, right? After all, the Sky Demon clan is not weak, and even in terms of Saint Realm power, they are a bit stronger than us. After a pause, the Snow Wolf Demon King continued, if there were only our demon clan and the Sky Demon clan in the Shenwu continent, it would be fine, but in addition to us, there is also a barbarian clan in the human race, especially the human race. Their current strength is completely superior to ours. Once we fight with the Sky Demon clan and both are injured, and the human race suddenly launches a sneak attack, what should our demon clan do? How can we compete with them then? The arrow has been drawn and must be shot. Han Feier frowned and said in a deep voice, do you think that at this point, my demon race still has any choice? Let's take a step back and say that even if you reject the Sky Demon clan now, won't they take any other actions? And once you reject them now, it means they will never trust you again. In that case, if they take any action again, we won't be able to know in advance. It is easy to dodge a direct attack but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. Instead of doing that, it would be better to annihilate them right now. As for the human race, the Wangyao Mountains are more than tens of millions of miles away from the human territory. Even if a great war between saints takes place here, the human race will not know about it. As long as we can resolve this war in the shortest possible time and at the fastest speed without letting the human race know, they will not dare to act rashly. Besides, I never said that I would completely destroy the Heavenly Demon Clan. The Immortal Demon Clan. As soon as Han Fair finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned, and then asked with a puzzled look, "What does your excellency mean?" Han Fair did not answer the Snow Wolf Demon King, but asked in return, "Tell me, why did the Sky Demon clan dare to ambush me?" The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Han Fair continued, "That's because they are so confident of their strength, and now they have no choice, so they dare to take the risk and attack me. Once we can greatly weaken their power in the Shenwu continent, so that my demon clan can completely suppress them, do you think they will dare to mess around? Once my demon race is able to completely suppress the demon race, and I promise them certain benefits, do you think they will have other choices? Use both kindness and force. This time, I will completely subdue the heavenly demon clan and make them serve me and my demon clan." The Snow Wolf Demon King understood Han Fire's idea. She simply wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to weaken the strength of the Sky Demon clan and then recapture them in one fell swoop. "But sir, if we want to weaken and subdue the Sky Demon clan, we must have enough strength, right?" The Snow Wolf Demon King immediately expressed his concerns. "In my opinion, it is impossible to subdue the Sky Demon clan with our current strength. In the end, we can only end up in a situation where both sides suffer losses. After all, our high-end combat power is not as good as theirs. Although my wolf clan has 100,000 wolf gods, they are only in the divine martial realm after all. If we want to deal with saints, we can only win by numbers. By then, our losses will be more serious than those of the Sky Demon clan." "Who said that the high-end combat power of my demon clan is not as good as that of the demon clan?" Han Fair said with a chuckle as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking. "Well." The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Han Fair narrowed her eyes and said, "Today, my demon race has more than 100 saints. The number of saints has already exceeded 100, far exceeding the demon race. Originally, my plan was to unite the barbarians and the demons to destroy the human race, and then annihilate the barbarians and the demons in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that Ye Bufan would appear as a variable?" Boom. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The demon clan's holy realm has been broken through. In other words, Han Fair still has at least half of the Saint Realm powerhouses hidden in her hands. The Snow Wolf Demon King was shocked, and at the same time, he looked at Han Fair and said in confusion, "My lord, how come my demon clan has so many Saint Realm experts? You are so smart, how could you not think of where these Saint Realm experts came from? Or, have you ever thought about where the Fox clan that disappeared in recent years went?" Han Fair said with a smile. The Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't figure out what Han Fair meant for a moment, so he said tremblingly, "My lord, I. All right." Seeing the Snow Wolf Demon King like this, Han Fair waved her hand and said, "I don't mean to blame you. After all, it is natural for you to have such thoughts. However, what I want to tell you is that the Fox clan has so many Saint Realm powerhouses, but your Wolf clan does not. This does not mean that I value the Fox clan and despise your Wolf clan." Changing the subject, Han Fair looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and suddenly asked, "Do you know how many members of the Fox tribe are left now?" "How much?" the Snow Wolf Demon King asked instinctively. "Except for the Saint Realm and those young Fox clan members who are used to preserve the Fox clan's bloodline, the entire Fox clan no longer has any other members," Han Fair said in a deep voice. Boom. The Snow Wolf Demon King's heart trembled, and he said in disbelief, How is it possible? How is it impossible?" Han Fair said, "You said before that although taking essence pills can quickly improve strength, it can only reach the divine martial level and cannot enter the Saint Realm. This is true. The reason why there are so many Saint Realm powerhouses in the Fox clan is that after they advance to the divine martial level, other members of the Fox clan sacrifice their lives to help them comprehend the elements of heaven and earth and break through the Saint Realm bottleneck. This is something I got from the fact that the Sky Demon clan used the blood of human members to sacrifice to the eternal abyss." As she spoke, Han Fair looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "Do you still remember how you became a saint?" "How did I become a saint?" The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Han Fair said, "At that time, were there layers of blood mist in the valley? That was because the members of the Fox clan were sacrificing their lives for you to help you become a saint. So, the reason you can enter the Saint Realm is not because of me, but because of other members of the Fox clan, or it is also because of yourself, because if you fail to reach the Saint Realm in this way, you will be completely useless, and the probability of failure is very high." This is also the reason why the entire Fox clan has sacrificed its life but only cultivated dozens of Saint Realm warriors. You Wolf tribe can do the same if you wish. Boom. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King's heart trembled again, and even his soul couldn't help but shudder. Sacrifice your life to impact the Holy Realm. Such a large Fox clan, in exchange for just a few dozen saints. Madman, this Tianyu Demon Lord is definitely a madman. She was crazy, and the Fox tribe was crazy too. The Snow Wolf Demon King guaranteed, and could even swear, that his wolf clan would never do or try such a thing under any circumstances. The price was too high, and too cruel. Chapter 952 Jiyu Qingyan comes to propose marriage. The Snow Wolf Demon King didn't know whether it was worth exchanging an entire tribe for dozens of powerful saints, but his wolf tribe would never do that. As for why Han Feier used such a cruel method on the Fox tribe, even if Han Feier didn't say it, the Snow Wolf Demon King understood. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Although they are both demon tribes, they are different tribes after all. If this method is used on other tribes, let's take the Wolf tribe as an example. Once the Wolf tribe exchanges the entire tribe for dozens of powerful saints, will they still obey Han Feier's orders? It's impossible. A tribe with dozens of powerful saints can completely break away from Han Feier, set up their own tribe, and even compete with Han Feier for the ruling power of the demon tribe. How could Han Feier let such a thing happen? But the Fox clan is different. Han Feier is a member of the Fox clan, and her own strength is unfathomable. In this way, the Fox clan will not only not rebel against her, but will also become her greatest help, making her position in the demon clan deeply rooted and undefendable. After a moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King came back to his senses from shock and horror, and looked at Han Feier. He said solemnly, "Sir, if that's the case, I have another plan." Han Feier frowned. The Snow Wolf Demon King said slowly, "Didn't you say that we should use the opponent's trick against us? Then let's use the opponent's trick against us. When the time comes we will first ambush members of our tribe at the location designated by the Sky Demon tribe, and then I and you will go to the appointment. Once the Sky Demon tribe surrounds us, I will immediately defect to the Sky Demon tribe. At this time, I'm sure you will be very angry, and the Sky Demon tribe's defensive posture will be at its most lax. I can take the opportunity to plot against the demon envoy and kill him. In this way, the Sky Demon tribe will be leaderless and will inevitably fall into chaos. Then the members of our demon tribe ambushing around will take the opportunity to attack with the force of thunder and kill them by surprise. In this way, we will definitely be able to deal a fatal blow to the Sky Demon tribe and reduce our casualties." As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Han Feier looked at him and said in a deep voice, "If you want it, it will certainly benefit our demon clan, but you may not succeed. Moreover, whether you succeed or not, you will bear the rage of the Sky Demon clan. By then you are already in the Sky Demon camp, and you may be surrounded and killed by the Sky Demon clan before our clan makes a move. My lord, I have made up my mind. As long as I can gain the greatest benefit for my demon clan, I don't mind dying. If I die, I only hope that you can treat my wolf clan well." The Snow Wolf Demon King said righteously. Suddenly, he changed the subject and said, "What's more, after the attack, regardless of success or failure, I will immediately evacuate. By then, the Sky Demon clan may not have reacted. Moreover, I am wearing a pseudo-divine armor. Even if I am hit by them a few times, I may not die. But no matter whether I succeed or fail, live or die, you don't need to care, because at that time, the attention of the Sky Demon clan will definitely be on me. Therefore, that must be the best time for our clan to take action. Opportunities are rare and never come back. So, once my subordinates take action, it will be a signal for our demon clan to take action. At that time, no matter what happens, our demon clan will only do one thing: kill." The Snow Wolf Demon King had a stern look on his face, and his murderous intent was unreserved. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, Han Feier sighed and said, "If all members of my demon clan were like you, then there would be no need to worry about my demon clan not prospering. Or all members of the demon clan like me, Wolf Master. If all members of the demon clan were like Wolf Master, the clan would have been destroyed long ago." The Snow Wolf Demon King sneered in his heart. Han Feier continued, "But don't worry, whether you succeed or not, I will protect you at the first opportunity and keep your life safe. No, sir, the overall situation is more important. Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately refused. No need to say more, this matter is settled. Han Feier waved her hand. The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated for a moment, then said with a determined look, Sir, if you insist on doing this, then I will commit suicide. You. Han Feier was stunned and furious. The Snow Wolf Demon King explained, Sir, the opportunity is fleeting. With your strength, if you can seize the opportunity, you will definitely be able to inflict heavy damage on the Sky Demon clan and increase our chances of winning, or in other words, reduce our casualties. In this case, how can you be distracted by your subordinates? Moreover, I have already said that after the attack, regardless of success or failure, I will evacuate at the first opportunity. Moreover, with the protection of the pseudo-divine armor, the probability of my death is absolutely less than 10%. Sir, the overall situation is more important. Although he said this, the Snow Wolf Demon King sneered in his heart. Lord Wolf needs you to rescue him. If you really try to rescue her, wouldn't that ruin Wolf Master's plan? And then how can Wolf Master let both of you fight to the death, regardless of the consequences? The Snow Wolf Demon King was definitely treacherous to the core. If Han Feier knew what he was thinking, she would definitely skin him alive and pull out his tendons. It's a pity that Han Feier didn't know. Are you really determined to do this? Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, Han Feier asked in a deep voice. The overall situation is more important. The Snow Wolf Demon King looked solemn and righteous. Call. Han Feier took a deep breath. In this case, I will not say anything more, but I can promise you that after this battle, if you don't die, you will be the second supreme of my demon race. Except for me, even the strong ones in the Saint Realm will obey your orders. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned for a moment, then responded, Thank you, sir. Although he is now the chief steward of the demon clan, seemingly second only to the demon clan, and above all other demons, but without Han Feier's orders, he simply cannot command those holy demon saints. But it's different if you become the second demon lord. That is the true meaning of being below one demon and above all other demons. But would the Snow Wolf Demon King care about these? While thanking Han Feier, the Snow Wolf Demon King sneered in his heart. After this battle, do you think you still have a chance to be crowned the second supreme of Wolf Master? Wait, Wolf Master will contact my master later, and use the mantis stalking the cicada while the Oriole is waiting behind, and wipe you out in one fell swoop. Not knowing what the Snow Wolf Demon King was thinking, Han Feier spoke again, Now let's discuss some details of this battle. Sir, these are not the problems. The most important thing is that we must ambush our Saint Realm experts at the designated location in advance, and we must ensure that the Sky Demon clan will not change their location temporarily. Therefore, we must take the initiative in choosing the location. Human race, Kangchong Martial Academy, where Ye Bufan is. At this moment in the Wangyao Mountains, the Snow Wolf Demon King was busy scheming against the Demon Clan and the Demon Clan, but Ye Bufan was looking at Jiyu Qingyan in front of him with a confused look on her face. It must be said that in the past 3 years, Jiyu Qingyan has become more and more charming, but these are not the main points. The main point is, you want to marry me? Looking at Jiyu Qingyan, Ye Bufan asked with a confused look on his face. Yes. Jiyu Qingyan responded as a matter of course, and then said excitedly, Yinner has been begging father and mother for more than 3 years. Fortunately, father and mother finally agreed. Look as she spoke, Jiyu Qingyan pointed to the dozens of large boxes behind her and said, Mother asked Yinner to bring all the dowry. When will we get married? Have you been begging your parents for more than 3 years? Also dowry. Looking at the dozens of boxes behind Jiyu Qingyan, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. For a moment, he really didn't know how to respond to Jiyu Qingyan. Does this count as a marriage proposal? Qian Rumeng dug this pit. Seeing Ye Bufan's weird expression, Jiyu Qingyan couldn't help but pull his sleeve, looking at him pitifully and said, Are you going to regret it? Regret? What should I regret? You said that as long as Yinner marries you, she can learn the ancient forbidden song passed down in your Ye family. Chapter 953 Qingyan sheds tears, the Wolf King has arrived. As long as I marry you, I can practice the divine slaughter song. Faced with Jiyu Qingyan's reason, which couldn't be more bizarre, Ye Bufan really didn't know how to answer her, or he didn't know how to respond. Is Jiyu Qingyan beautiful? Beautiful, very beautiful. I believe that most men cannot resist her peerless beauty, especially her unique temperament that is otherworldly. Ye Bufan was naturally no exception. But this reason. Helplessly, Ye Bufan looked at Ji Qingyan and couldn't help asking, "You want to marry me just because of the god-slaying song?" Yes. After responding, Ji Qingyan asked in confusion, "Otherwise, why should I marry you?" Yes, otherwise why would she marry me? The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Messy and crazy. Ji Qingyan's answer suddenly made him feel so useless. Apart from a song to kill gods, what else did he have? When will we get married? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Ji Qingyan blinked and looked at him and asked. Excited, thrilled, and even more anticipatory. But it was not because she was going to marry Ye Bufan, but simply because after marrying Ye Bufan, she could practice the ancient forbidden song that was passed down in the Ye family. What a simple reason, what a clear purpose. It's simply maddening. It's so clear that it's impossible to refuse. This girl is as innocent as a piece of blank paper. People cannot bear to desecrate her even in the slightest. Ye Bufan never considered himself a good man, but if he really married Ji Qingyan for this reason today, Ye Bufan guaranteed that he would regret it in the future. After all, Ji Qingyan is different from other women. This practice is just like using a piece of candy to lure a 1 or 2-year-old little girl. It is shameful and a crime. If he marries Ji Qingyan, he would be a beast. If you don't marry Ji Qingyan, you'd be worse than a beast. In the end, Ye Bufan decided not to compare himself with the beasts. In fact, the god-slaying song is not a family heirloom of the Ye family. You don't need to marry me if you want the god-slaying song. So, how about I copy a copy for you now? No. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingyan immediately refused. Why? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Ji Qingyan, you lied to me. Mengmeng said that the ancient forbidden song was passed down by your Ye family and must not be passed on to outsiders. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Mengmeng was lying to you. Impossible. Ji Qingyan said firmly, Mengmeng will not lie to me. Damn it, you've obviously been sold out, and you're still helping them count money. Qian Rumeng didn't lie to you. Do you know that this was a trap she dug for you from the beginning, just waiting for you to jump into it, just like now? However, Ye Bufan did not tell Ji Qingyan this. It's not that she doesn't want to, but because looking at Ji Qingyan's expression, it's obvious that she trusts Qian Rumeng much more than she trusts herself. Would it be helpful to tell her clearly? It was no use, she didn't believe it at all. Immediately, looking at Ji Qingyan, Ye Bufan asked in a deep voice, "Do you still want to play the god-slaying song?" Want? Ji Qingyan said with great determination. If you want it, then listen to me. I'll copy it for you later. After you get it, I'll go back to your Ji family. I don't want it. Why don't you want it anymore? I can't let you destroy your family's ancestral teachings because of me. I want to sing the ancient forbidden song, but I must marry you. I have already told you that Mengmeng lied to you. It is simply not true. I don't believe it. Mengmeng will never lie to me. When will we get married? I will not marry you, at least not now. Why? A layer of mist appeared in Ji Qingyan's eyes. She looked at Ye Bufan pitifully and said, "Am I not good enough?" Ye Bufan was in a mess and didn't know what to say for a moment. It felt like thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. There is a girl with a soft voice, so beautiful that she can captivate both the city and the country. Who wouldn't want to have a beauty like you? But, I am not a beast. Marriage is a big deal, so we can't be so careless, right? We should at least cultivate our relationship and get to know each other better, right? Otherwise, what will you do if you regret it in the future? It's not right to agree, and it's not right to not agree. Ye Bufan was distressed. Mengmeng, oh Mengmeng, you really think you have given me a huge problem? I see. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think about it, Ji Qingyan suddenly said. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you understand? Looking at Ji Qingyan, his face was full of surprise. I don't think I said anything. The next second, Ji Qingyan had already run out of the hall, and Ye Bufan could clearly see 2 lines of tears floating in the air from the corners of her eyes. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was stunned and dumbfounded. Are you crying now? For what? I don't think I said anything. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan immediately chased after him. He didn't want anything to happen to Ji Qingyan. Bang! Unfortunately, as soon as Ye Bufan arrived at the entrance of the hall, he bumped into a figure. Who is it? Ye Bufan couldn't help but yelled angrily. What are you doing? In front of Ye Bufan, Satu Nan looked at him with a look of surprise. What's up? Ye Bufan said with some dissatisfaction. Well, sensing Ye Bufan's strangeness, Satu Nan was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and said hurriedly, yes, there is something. Your Wolf King is looking for you and said it is urgent. Urgent? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes. Satu Nan responded, looking at him, he is indeed very anxious. I think something big must have happened to the demon tribe. Ye Bufan frowned. He glanced outside the hall and found that Jiyu Qingyan had disappeared, so he said, let's go and see if he has any urgent business. The importance of matters. Compared to Jiyu Qingyan's situation, the situation of the demon clan was obviously more important, and this was in the Kangchong Martial Academy after all, so Ye Bufan believed that nothing would happen to Jiyu Qingyan. However, he was still a little worried, so he arranged for a member of the 7 Killing Army to follow Jiyu Qingyan. Kangchong Martial Arts Academy, where Zhou Yu is. Owner. Looking at Ye Bufan, the Snow Wolf Demon King in the light curtain said respectfully. Ye Bufan responded and said, tell me, what's the matter? This. The Snow Wolf Demon King hesitated slightly, and glanced at Zhou Yu and Satu Nan behind Ye Bufan. The meaning was very clear. With these two people around, it was not convenient for him to say more. Ye Bufan frowned at the Snow Wolf Demon King's reaction. Zhou Yu and Satu Nan were also stunned. The Snow Wolf Demon King has always been in contact with Zhou Yu and Satu Nan. It can be said that nothing has been hidden from them, and there is no need to hide anything from them. But now, the Snow Wolf Demon King's behavior was undoubtedly telling Ye Bufan and the other two that what he was going to say this time was very important, far more important than before. Zhou Yu, let's go out first. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to speak, Satu Nan spoke first. The two left immediately. In an instant, Ye Bufan was the only one left in the room. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King in the light curtain, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, tell me, what happened to the demon clan? The Snow Wolf Demon King took a deep breath and said, Master, 7 days from now, deep in the Wangyao mountain range, the demon clan and the demon clan's saints will declare war, and the fight will not stop until one dies. Chapter 954 Recall all the saints and go to the barbarian tribe with me. Master, 7 days from now, deep in the Wangyao mountain range, the saints of the demon clan and the demon clan will declare war, and the fight will not stop until one dies. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Ye Bufan was shocked. He said in disbelief, the demon clan and the demon clan's saints have declared war, and they are fighting to the death. Yes, Master. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded. For what? Ye Bufan frowned, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. Nowadays, with the strong rise of the human race, the situation in the Shenwu continent has become very delicate, especially after the withdrawal of the barbarians. I believe that all parties will not dare to act recklessly. Wait and see what happens, and wait for the opportunity. This is undoubtedly the best and wisest choice. But now, the saints of the demon clan and the devil clan have declared war. Will the fight never stop until one dies? Are they crazy? Aren't they afraid or worried that the fishermen will benefit from the conflict between the two parties? There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Looking at Ye Bufan, who was full of confusion, the Snow Wolf Demon King did not hesitate at all and immediately told Ye Bufan what had happened. You mean the cause of the incident is that the Sky Demon clan wanted to plot against Han Feier, and after killing her, you would replace Han Feier and rule the entire demon clan. But you told Han Feier about this, so Han Feier wanted to take advantage of the situation, plot against the Sky Demon clan, and take the opportunity to subdue them. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, Ye Bufan said with a look of horror. Yes, Master. The Snow Wolf Demon King responded. The Wolf King's ability to fan the flames has reached an insane level. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, Ye Bufan was trying to sow discord among the three tribes in order to relieve the pressure on the human race. After all, dealing with two tribes is better than fighting against three tribes at the same time. But unexpectedly, the barbarians had just chosen to withdraw, and the demons couldn't help but take action against the monsters. Sure enough, plans can never keep up with changes. But that's a good thing. For the human race, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Once the two races are severely damaged, if the human race suddenly attacks at this time, they can definitely get unexpected gains. As the saying goes, kill you while you're ill. Ye Bufan believed that the Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly found him for this reason. Opportunity is fleeting, once lost, it will never come back. If the human race can seize this opportunity, they can definitely end the battle of divine martial arts ahead of schedule as the winner. But Ye Bufan is not a person who is eager for quick success, otherwise he would not have endured and not rushed to take action against the three tribes. Because of this, Ye Bufan's emotions quickly calmed down. He even had a trace of concern in his heart. This is not because Ye Bufan is timid, but because he now represents the entire human race. Once he makes a wrong decision, it is very likely that the entire human race will be destroyed. So he had to be careful and cautious. After all, the Demon Clan and the Devil Clan declared war. It seemed like a rare opportunity, but if the human race suddenly showed up, the two clans would definitely put aside their past grudges and work together to deal with the human race. It would be fine if both tribes suffered heavy casualties. But the current situation is that Ye Bufan believes that no matter whether it is the Demon Clan or the Devil Clan, they are not fools, and they will never really fight to the death. Moreover, according to the Snow Wolf Demon King, if the number of Saint Realm powerhouses on the Demon Clan side really exceeded 100, then the Sky Demon Clan would know that their plan had failed and was seen through by the Demon Clan. Knowing they could not win, they would most likely be forced to surrender. In this way, the two tribes can't even fight each other. Without a declaration of war, there would be no casualties. How can humans reap the benefits without any casualties? Snow Wolf, your plan is flawed. Immediately, Ye Bufan looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said,